All right. What is good, everyone? What is good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome to the birthday stream. Hey, yo. Oh my gosh, super excited. Shout out to everybody. Welcome to the stream. I want to say thank you guys for everybody that came out here today. Yo, Justin and Caleb with the big drop start. Now let's go. Shout outs.
Happy birthday.
Hey.
Can't stay at mine and Catalan's wedding anniversary 4 years today. I'll catch the replay.
Yo, shout outs.
Also,
Hey.
Mario Kart looks amazing.
Yes, sir. It really does. Hey, shout outs to Caitlin. Shout outs. Happy 4th year wedding anniversary. That's more important than my birthday. Your wedding anniversary is the most important thing. So shout outs, man. Hey, congratulations on 4 years of being married to the greatest person in the world. Let's go. Shout outs, man. I love to hear it. Love to see it. Thank you guys for the happy birthday wishes. We have more than just me sitting here saying happy birthday. We've got a ton of content planned. I've got a special JRPG playlist of some of my favorite music that you guys probably have not heard today. So we've got some special stuff. Got some balloons in the background, so that's always fun. But we have a ton of stuff. We got some discussions to go over with Party Man's going to be coming on to talk Mario Kart. He is our resident Mario Kart expert. Zoo's going to be discussing why he hates the Nintendo Switch 2. So we're going to be talking to him. So get a little bit of a different take on Nintendo Switch 2. So we're going to be talking about that. Paul Gale is going to come on to talk about his hands-on with Nintendo Switch 2 as well. So he's going to go over his hands-on impressions of Nintendo Switch 2 for us. So we're going to hear everything that Paul Gale has to say later. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go through the shout-outs here. Say what up to everybody here. Plus, we've got more. I've got a whole slate of news to go over, the best news for the past week. Mario Kart World Direct, obviously. OJ's Bizarre Adventure. We have giveaways at the top of every hour. We're going to be doing a giveaway, Eshop card giveaway, and then I'm going to have one grand prize giveaway at the end of the stream that you guys are going to love. But I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a hint. It costs $80 and everyone's complaining about it. So you can have your chance to win. I'll just say it right now. I am going to give away a full physical version of Mario Kart 8 World. Sorry, Mario Kart 8 World. Mario Kart World, Mario Kart 8 World. I was thinking about Mario Kart 8 because I've given away so many copies. Mario Kart World, I'm going to be giving away a full copy, full physical copy. If you're in somewhere else, you're just going to get the money, okay? So you're going to have Twitter, have PayPal set up, or I can give you Amazon gift card. Like, I don't know, but we'll figure it out. But I am going to be giving away a full copy of Mario Kart World. So plus eShop card giveaways. So it's going to be a great night, man. I'm going to go in talking about Nintendo losing their identity with Switch 2. I read through the full developer report thingy, or the full developer stuff on the system side. So we're going to talk about that. Xbox supporting Switch 2. Overall Japanese sales. New information. Nintendo removing VRR from displays, which we talked about a little bit this morning. When will pre-orders start? All that good stuff. So it's going to be a packed show. So much packed show. So much stuff to talk about. Mustache Man, Cyber Taurus says, yo, what's up? Dave Patel, wonder how do you win this Switch eShop card? I really hope I win. Yeah, it's just going to be a random drawing, Dev. So really, if you're in the chat and you're talking, anyone's going to be eligible. And then I will roll a random die. And yeah, it's all good. Does Nintendo clickbait direct before GTA 6's dirty work? I have no idea what you're talking about. GTA 6 is not coming out to the end of the year. So not sure what you're talking about. David V, what's up, David V? Welcome to the stream. John Bisme, happy birthday. Sorry, this birthday cost you extra $20 last time. Why? Because you'll pay, that's why. Okay, shout outs. Jeffrey Tucker, HD, welcome. Surge, LC3 says, happy birthday, Cyber Taurus. Thank you, I appreciate that. We have to look sharp for the birthday stream, you know, looking. This shirt fits me so much better, too. Like, it fits me so much better around my arms and around my chest. I like it, so I felt that it looked good. So I'm like, hey, you know what? We're going to have to wear this shirt. Sergu, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. And thank you for coming out to the stream. We can't play this song because it's going to be copyrighted. The Cool Guy. What's up, The Cool Guy? David V is here. What's up, David V? Welcome. Felipe, what's up, man? Welcome. Is the eShop card giveaway? No, it's not for $100. It's for $10 for the giveaways. And we're going to have multiple ones. We're going to have multiple ones. So I think we're going to have about 3. So it's going to be that. Plus, I'm going to be giving away a copy of Mario Kart World. One lucky grand prize winner. So we're going to have total of over $100 of prizes and giveaways today. So that's not bad at all. Let's see here. Happy birthday, OJ. You look good for 57. I am 52. I am 52 years old. I am not 57 years old. I am 52 years old. Get it right. What's up, Chris? Welcome. Where the cake at? The cake, I'm not a big cake person. I'm not a cake person. I'll be honest. Not this year. No cake. I'm on a diet. DeAndre with the $2. Oh, this is what this is from. Yeah, the Saber's Edge. Boss Battle. Final Fantasy 13. I've been looking for this music to use it in my videos. That's where this music is. I see the fit. Shirt looks good on you. Thank you so much, DeAndre. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $2 dono. Canadian dollars. Appreciate you, man. Let's go. You look 30. Well, I look. Add 22 years. Add 22 years. I will do the secret of OJ's long-lasting health, though, later. I will give you guys the full breakdown to where anyone can be looking as sharp as I am at 52 years old. So I'll be giving you guys those secrets later. Maybe I'll give you guys those secrets at the bottom of the hour. I'll give you guys the secret. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, this soundtrack is fantastic. This soundtrack is very good. It's very good. Yes, I'm 52. I'm 52. I don't feel 52. I don't feel 52 though. I don't feel 52. I feel 22. Until I start like doing squats and lunges and my knees start to buckle, then I feel 52. Oh, let's see. Is it true that Dreamcast guy fears the tendies, Nintendo? Maybe he fears them. They're coming after him. What's up, Johnny? Says nice shirt. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. I have 2 sets of balloons too. I didn't know which one you guys would like more, so I thought maybe just blasting you guys with both of them. I don't know. We should have more balloons. We can always do more balloons if we want more balloons. I mean, I got balloons on balloons on balloons. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't get a smooth loop though, unfortunately. But I mean, hey, look, it loops at least. At least it loops somewhat. But I couldn't get a smooth loop. But we've got balloons on balloons on balloons. You guys want the balloon blast or you guys want it reserved? How do you guys want it in the chat? Balloon blast or how I had it before? Let me know. So yeah. Let's see here. Looking good, bro. I turned 52 in January. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Latham. Appreciate that, man. What's up, OJ? I thought you were joking when you said you're 52 as well. I definitely would have guessed 32 for sure. Looking great. Thank you, Dalton. I appreciate it. Yeah. To be honest, this is the most shocking thing I've heard all day. I thought you were early 30s. I want to sell my soul for your secrets. Sell the soul for the secrets. I will give you guys those secrets later. Actually, I'll give you guys the secrets now. Don't drink, don't smoke, don't do anything crazy. And also use healthcare products, eat healthy. Those are the things that you need to do. Don't drink, don't smoke, exercise, drink water, eat healthy. Just do all the stuff do all the boring stuff. You know, like don't have a life. But honestly, alcohol and drugs are a no-no. I've done, compared to the average football player, I've done very little. Clabby with the $5. John is with the 20.
On finally reaching 52. Past 3 years we've celebrated your 50th lol. Cheers to health and wealth for you in the Ninja Village.
Oh my god. John Bisme, thank you for the $20. Big $20. Tail says happy birthday with the 5. Ninja Peach. Thank you so much.
Birthday.
Thank you. George FT with the $1.99. And says happy birthday. OJ, best wishes. Thank you. Clabby with the 5 says congrats on finally reaching 52. Yeah, past 3 years. Celebrated my 50th. Yeah, that's not, is that true, Clabby? Is that actually true? John says with the 20 says, John B is me. Happy birthday. I'll pay extra 20. Why you ask? Because like Mario Kart World, you are worth it too. Thank you, sir. Good sir. Actually, you're worth more than the extra 20. You're going rate. Now put your dollars in the pockets. We've got OJ's Bizarre Adventure story time too. I've got some interesting stories. I'll tell some fan favorite stories, and then I will tell one new story as well. So, although I don't know if it's that good of a story, but it's when I fought Shaquille O'Neal. Like that's, or I fought. It wasn't Shaquille O'Neal. It was more like he looked like Shaquille O'Neal, but it was more like Charlie Murphy. It was Darkness. I fought against a Darkness guy. You guys have not heard that story. This dude's name, Clarence. Clarence's parents had a real good marriage. And I remember fighting against him, and it felt like Shaquille O'Neal because he was so much bigger than me, and this dude was literally the color black. Like, This dude was literally the color black. And I remember fighting against him, and I was scared out of my mind. I might have told you guys this story, but I haven't said it very often. But the dude reminded me of Shaq. But Shaq isn't like that dark, but he's dark. But this guy was like the color black, big, and it was like David versus Goliath, bro. So I'm gonna give you guys that story too. John with the 11 says, I think I knew you 8 years ago when you were just 44. Yeah, man. It's not that, you know, things happen. Things happen over time, man. It happens over time. Let's go. Oh my gosh, man. Shout outs though, guys. I appreciate you guys rolling through. Thank you for the donos coming in. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Appreciate the big love for the birthday though, man. I really do. Thank you guys for everything. You guys are the homies. Like I said, we're gonna have a great birthday stream today, man. Like, I am so excited. So yeah, sadly we have no official pre-order. I know, that's the thing I'm upset about Navarro. Mr. Navarro, Mrs. Navarro, Rob Navarro, Mr. Navarro. There you go. I thought I saw something else there. But no, yeah, I wish we got a pre-order date. That would have been really good. Yeah, I'm 52 today. I'm 52 years old today. So yeah, shout outs, guys. Appreciate y'all. What's up, Nick93? Nick93 here. The cool guy. Yeah, do the boring stuff. Like I said, you guys always see me drink out of this water. So drink water. Don't do drugs. Don't drink. Don't have like high risk lifestyle. Like, you know, don't do things with people that you don't know. Don't do things that people that you don't know. You know, don't do things with a bunch of different people. That stuff causes stress. And that stuff's weird, and it just makes you feel weird. So if I were you, I would, you know, stick to not doing weird stuff with people all the time, and like different people. Stick to just like one person or not at all. Like I said, yeah, no drinking, no smoking, no being around people who smoke, no crazy stuff, like no like super crazy motorcycle rides, or, you know, things that would cause you like high like blood pressure spikes and things. No stress. Try not to stress as much. Just things like that. Like I you know, those are the things that, you know, I try to keep everything down. But yeah, it's really just low risk lifestyle. No drinking, no smoking, drinking a lot of water, and eating healthy. You know, those are just pretty much the things. You'll look pretty good for a long time. Let's see here. Khalid with the 33 months says no drinking. Amen to that. Yeah, no drinking. I mean, you can drink every now and then. I probably drink like maybe 1 or 2 drinks a month. Not even that. I probably give myself, I don't even remember the last time that I drank like an alcoholic beverage. I think it was probably like two months ago. I think I bought some beers or something because my wife wanted one. But yeah, just like drinking can't be regular. Like if you drink like 1 week, you probably shouldn't be drinking the next week or the week after. It'd probably be like once a month or something like that. Something very little. But it can't be like you're constantly buying alcohol. Like, you shouldn't be constantly buying alcohol and refilling it in your house, you know? I also don't like shots. I don't like hard liquor. That stuff jacks up your liver. So yeah, those are the type of things. I don't do any of that. I don't even remember the last time that I had a shot. Like, probably college. It's been a long time since I've had anything that's like hard liquor. I don't drink that. So yeah, that stuff just jacks you up. So get you looking old. But stress really can get you looking really old. So I mean, I try to minimize my stress. Yo, Cyber Taurus with the 52! The party band beatdown! Hey, yo, shout out Cyber Taurus with the 52! Yo, Cyber's dropped a ton. That's a lot for my birthday.
Happy 52 years birthday, man. Thanks as always for everything you do, the community you created here for us to be part of, and everything you continue to do to make it amazing. Cheers to 52 more.
Listen, you guys make the community. I am just here as the facilitator, the architect. But you guys, without you guys, I would not be here. So I want to say combo breaks, you know, and further beyond to that, Cyber Taurus. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support. So yeah, do I eat fast food? I don't really eat fast food, but I mean, I do enjoy some fast food every now and then. But whenever I do get fast food, I don't really get like the super unhealthy stuff. Like, I'll probably get like, you know, I'll get like, what's a fast food place? Like, I'll go to Taco Bell, right? And I'll get like the just like the rice and the chicken, or I'll just get like, you know, something like that. I'll get like the grilled chicken, you know, I'll get like no sour cream. I'll get like don't load it with cheese. I'll just get like the basic, you know. I'll just put like, oh, give me some like rice and beans and like some steak or something like that. I don't put a bunch of sour cream and cheese on everything, you know. So even if I do go to a fast food place, I try to make it like not as bad as possible, you know. Like, so yeah. But fast food obviously not great, you know, not great overall for fast food. Happy birthday! You share the same beat as my sister apparently, so I donated. Hey, shout outs to Ms. King Hunter. Happy birthday to her. Happy 83rd, says Alan Ruiz. I'm going to Reddit tomorrow. I'll just drink wine. No, if you're going to a wedding, then obviously enjoy yourself at a wedding. I don't think you should be like, oh, don't drink at, you're going to a wedding. Like, if I'm going to a wedding, I'm going to drink and enjoy myself at a wedding. Absolutely. But I mean, like, it shouldn't be like a regular thing. Like, there probably shouldn't be like, your fridge shouldn't probably be stocked with beer. Like, I think that's when it's like, okay, like if you're constantly restocking your fridge with alcohol and beer, like, and that you're drinking it all, then yeah, that's when I think it might become like a problem later down the line. Because like, our bodies have a finite amount of abuse that it can take over our life. And what you want to do, by the way, I have my bachelor's degree in kinesiology, so you can trust my advice that I'm giving you. And basically, everything just goes to hell throughout your life, right? Everything, your bone density, your you know, your reciprocity, I can probably say it wrong, but like your bones, your bone toughness, your heart, your liver, everything just weakens and just, you know, just weakens over time. And eventually something will give out, right? You don't know what will, but something's gonna give out. So what you want to do is that you want to limit that strain on every part of your body so you don't have a bad quality of life, right? You want your quality of life to be good as you get older. So when you get into your 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you don't have the same problems that other people do, you know? Blue Dragon with the $5.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All as well.
Trust me, it'll be worth it when you're later. I mean, I know people like to have fun and all that, but it'll be worth it when you're not in like a retirement home and you can barely move. Like if you exercise, work out, eat healthy, you know, drink water, and like you kind of don't do all the things that everyone, the peer pressure tries to tell you to do, you're gonna enjoy your life later down the line, you know. Or even sometimes for some people it hits early. Like I've seen people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s have complications that where you're supposed to have probably in your 70s, 80s, and 90s. So so that's my philosophy. I kind of got it all out of my system, but I never was a big partier to begin with. But I kind of got it all out of my system, and I don't really care about it anymore, you know. Shout outs to Blue Dragon though. Thank you for the $5 dono, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, Burrito Bowl. Burrito Bowl's good. Burrito Bowl's good, of course. Mister. Okay, shout outs, Mr. King Hunter. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, guys. I appreciate that. Give in to peer pressure, do it. Dark chocolate every now and then is actually good for your health, but consult with your doctor on chocolate and on dark chocolate. But a little bit's actually pretty good. It actually has some health benefits in generally speaking, but remember, consult with your doctor and stuff like that, you know. Happy birthday. That was some Nintendo Direct today. Well, it was Mario Kart Direct. It wasn't necessarily Nintendo Direct. Hard sometimes, but I work retail, try to exercise as well. I'm 27. People say I look like early 20s. I mean, well, when you're 27 when you're 27 years old, you shouldn't look like you're not in your early 20s, in my opinion. Like, if you're 27, you should look like how you were when you were 22 or 23 or 24. There really shouldn't be a big difference between 27 and 22 or 27 and 20. You should look generally the same. But then again, your 20s are the years that can stress you out. 20s and 30s, because you're going from adolescent, you're going from kid with mom to now I have responsibilities. Your life changes rapidly in your 20s, right? That's when things get really real. You can be finishing college, you can be going into college, you can be, you know, looking for a job, you know, there's all sorts of stuff. So really, you shouldn't look too different from when you're 27 to like when you're 22 to 27. You really shouldn't. Like I said, unless some things happen to you, then obviously, you know, stress, other things can cause you. And I'm not talking about like physical deformities, or like stuff that like maybe somebody, you know, you got into like an accident. I'm talking about just like generally speaking, if you're 27 years old, you should look like the same that when you were 22 or 23, like, or your early 20s. Nothing should really change. It really probably should be like, you know, maybe 30s, you start looking maybe a bit different from how you were in your 20s. Like, you know, give it like a decade plus after your 20s, you know? So yeah. And I also say this, people are really bad at guessing people's ages. So I will say that too. Like, people are actually pretty bad at guessing people's ages. So there's also that. Let's see. I finished my degree and I've been struggling to find a job in today's market. Yeah, it's tough to find a job in today's market, man. I mean, there's more jobs than ever, but it's also tough to find a job in like maybe whatever specialization that you have, you know? So I'm sorry to hear about that, mild God. Sorry to hear about that, man. Happy birthday, OJ. OJ, triple OG, double OG. Let's wear these. My 40s. I turned 39 on July 17th. Okay. Ready to cut the beard. I need to go to the monkey face. All right, man. You got to get it done. Should we get into the first topic, though, guys? I think we should get into the first topic. Let's talk about the pre-order situation and the Mario Kart World Direct. So I actually had a video. I edited a video, but I didn't get to finish it. But I'll probably edit that video tonight and finish it tonight, or I'll edit it and it'll be up tomorrow morning or something like that. But yeah, Mario Kart Direct. They talked about a variety of different things from the different features and modes. I'm buying it, you know, but there's been a lot of conversation and controversy in terms of pricing and stuff like that, and I completely get that. People are allowed to not like it, or people are allowed to think that it's not worth it. People are allowed to think that it's worth it. You know, the open market's gonna find out. But once again, I understand completely for people. If you're not into Mario Kart, then it's probably not gonna be for you. But for me, the game looks freaking lit. I'm getting the bundle. I can't wait to play it. It is a massive step above Mario Kart 8, to me at least, just like what it offers. You know, just starting out vanilla, what it offers. Like, it's just a breath of fresh air. It's something different, and I just want to move on from Mario Kart 8 as fast as possible. So get me away from Mario Kart 8, you know. Let's see here. Shout outs to Ashoka Tana with the $5. All right, take it easy, LC3. I'll see you back in a bit. It says, how did you like your hands on the Switch 2? How did you like your hands on the Switch 2? I'm interested in hearing your thoughts. Well, I personally didn't get to go hands-on with it because I couldn't make it to the LA event, unfortunately, because I had some stuff that I had to do, so I couldn't make it to the LA event, unfortunately. But Paul Gale was at the LA event. I was supposed to potentially meet up with him, but I could not make it. So he was at the LA event, so he's gonna let us know when he gets here. I'm not sure when he's gonna be here, but when he gets here, he's gonna let us know. I hope he's gonna be here today. I don't know if he has something that he has to do, but we did speak about him coming in and talking about it. But from what I've heard from hands-on Ashoka, I've heard that it feels solid. It feels great. But yes, I know you want to hear my thoughts on it. But we have Paul Gale. Paul Gale's awesome. He knows what he's talking about, so we're gonna talk about that too. Yeah, the charge jump looks really cool. I like the charge jump. I like the grinding on like the rails, like the tilting grinding on the rails, 50-50 grinds, or like whatever primos, whatever you want to call it. And then I like the wall rides. Like, it just creates like a whole different atmosphere. But like the charge jumps are dope. I love that about the game. You know? Is this all just Wild Arms and Persona? Okay, Tales of Zillia. Okay, we got some Suikoden over here. So not everyone's making MK World still worth $80 videos? Yes. Well, they're saying that it's not worth it. So yes, they are. 100%. But then again, I mean, you can get it for 50 in the bundle. So I think there's a lot of people who what's it called? Probably just don't like Mario Kart that are making those vids too. Because like a lot of the people that I know that they don't necessarily talk about Mario Kart. They don't necessarily like Mario Kart a lot. So of course they're gonna be like, it's not worth it, and that's fine. It's an opinion, you know. So yeah, seeing some mixed reactions. People still saying, yeah, exactly. But we'll see if they actually get the game though. A lot of those people are probably gonna buy the bundle. They're probably gonna buy the bundle and all that. No, you didn't miss a chance to enter into the giveaway. We're gonna give away Eshop card at the top of the hour. So top of the hour. The real problem is the standard that it sets. It doesn't really set any standard if companies don't want to follow that. I don't think every company can get $80 from games. So I don't know if it sets a standard. It's Mario Kart. Mario Kart's very different from other games. Just like if GTA comes out and that's $100, that doesn't set a standard that every game is going to be 100. So I hear people saying that, but I don't think necessarily it applies to everything, because once again, if GTA comes out and that's $100, did that set a standard for 100? Probably not, you know. So yeah. So I don't agree with it sets a standard. No, that's just an excuse. You should price your game where you feel that people will buy it at. Like, a lot of games probably aren't going to be worth 80 because they don't have they don't have the power of a Mario Kart. You know, they don't have that power. So I don't think it sets any standard. Like, it just means that that's what they're doing, you know? So, skip Switch 2 and get the limited run. It'll, limited run Doom Edition in the box player for $666. You know, that's a good price for that's a good price for it, for the 666. Oh man, for me, 80 could be justified once we play and get our hands on and start playing, and the world's massive. When we find out there's more content, maybe right now, no. Okay, yeah, that's fair too. That's fair too. I'm looking at it from like you get this huge, massive open world. There's tons of different game modes. There's tons of different stuff to do. So I'm excited. Remus also made a not worth it video, but he's buying the bundle though. But he's buying the bundle with the game. So, so yeah. Same argument was made with $70 games. Companies will follow Nintendo's pricing increase. The same argument was made with $70 games. Companies will follow Nintendo's pricing increase. Nintendo isn't even following their own pricing increase, like because like Bonanza's 70. So like, so it's gonna be variable based on what they think they can get. Like I said, like so I don't think everyone's just gonna say everything's down 80 now. I don't think so. We've had new games priced after the Mario Kart, so. No, I mean, and there's been prices at 70. So if everyone was going to follow Nintendo's lead, then they should have already been pricing games at 70. And every game since Mario Kart's been announced, the pricing has not been priced at 70. So, or it's not been priced at 80. So, I mean, when's that going to happen? Is it going to happen now or later, Jason? Is it going to happen like a year from now or 3 months from now? When's that actually going to happen? If you don't mind me asking. Michelle with the 26 months. Appreciate that. Also, Dreamcast guy is real life Randall from Reese's guy. He's so random place to say it. Guy, he's so random. Okay, shout outs. Let's see. My hunch is at $80 now, so their servers were up to 24 players per match. Cost money too. I think that there's I think it's more of probably the cartridge in addition to everything that you said. So I think it's also the cartridge, because the cartridge is expensive as hell. It's a 32GB cartridge, and it's also a it's an upgraded cartridge over the Switch 1 cartridges. So they're actually pricier than Switch 1 cartridges. So I think that's part of it as well. OJ, will you debate Dreamcast guy? No, I will not debate Dreamcast guy. I will not debate Dreamcast guy. So yeah. You know what, they hit me up to download or to play the Lunar collection, and I totally forgot to fill out the thing to play it. So maybe I'll play it at some point, but I don't know. Right now I've been really busy. Let's see here. Not every game isn't 70, so there you go. But now the other offenders will follow Nintendo. Nintendo just moved the bar up, give the others a little time, and they will follow. Okay, we'll see about that. We will see. We will see. I doubt it, but we'll see. Because, to be honest, they're already charging $80 plus. They're already charging whatever they want. For example, if you want to get Horizon on the PS5, yeah, the standard version's $60. But if you want the actual game, you need to pay $100. If you want the stripped down version where they remove content and all that, sure, you can pay $60 for that. But if you actually want the full game, you need to pony up $100 on PS5. So, or if you want to pony up a little bit more, there's actually 3 versions. There's a 60, there's an 80, and there's a 100. So they're already charging those prices for things. So, I mean, but hey, it is what it is. Let's see here. Yoshi with the $5 says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. They're already charging a lot of those prices for the game. So for the games, but, and Horizon's an old game too. It came out in 2020. So yeah, it's going to be one of those things, man. It's one of those things to where they were going to, they're going to slowly creep the price up on games regardless. Like they're going to slowly do it. Sony did it right with the PS5 generation. They creeped it up to 70. Developers are going to keep doing it for certain games that they think that they can get away with. So if it wasn't Nintendo doing it now, somebody else would have done it. GTA is going to do like probably 80 or 100, right? So at some point it's going to go up regardless for like the top end games. So because of inflation and stuff. So yeah. Johnson Mario Kart World is $80 and we don't know why. We don't know why because Nintendo and MK will sell at that price according to the market. That's worth that. Yeah. I feel like the future online update gets us Dreamcast, Saturn, okay. A game named Spine was just announced for Switch 2. I don't know what that game is. David Dampier, thank you for the happy birthday wishes, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, D Ziller. Thank you for that support, man. I appreciate it. Ike, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Let's see here. Sean says, still not worth 80. Happy birthday, you fanboy. Sean Smith says, happy birthday to my fanboy. First of all, I don't know why you're calling me names, okay? Fuck. I have all the systems. I get what I want. And I told you guys can buy it or not. It can be worth it for some. It cannot be worth it for theirs. So I don't know why you're calling me names, Sean. Holy smokes. So I'm sorry that your dad left you. I'm sorry that your dad left you, and I'm sorry that your mom went out at night. You know, when you were when you were sleeping, your mom went out at night, and I'm terribly sorry for all that. But you don't got to take out your anger on me. I didn't do anything to you. I didn't price it at 80, and I even said that I don't like the price at 80. So I'm on your side, buddy. I'm on your side. So I'm not sure why you're taking out your anger of your dad being gone and your mom going out at night on me. Please try not to do that. It's my birthday, man. Be nice. Be nice. The Bliss Maker with the $2 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see here. So it's all good. Let's see here. You're a father figure to him. I am definitely not a father figure to him, because if I was a father figure to him, he would have a little bit more respect. You know what I'm saying? And not call names. Not name call. My parents told me to do not randomly be mean to people that you don't know. So, you know, they taught me a little bit more respect than this guy. I hope the 6-player team mode allows us to queue up with friends against randoms. It would be incredible fun to be able to do that. 6-player team mode against randoms? I'm not sure. Probably you can go online and play against other people, so I think you can do teams that type of way. The giveaway, we have 3 separate giveaways, actually 4 separate giveaways. We have 3 separate $10 eShop cards that we're giving away, and we have a copy of Mario Kart World physical, $80 that we're giving away as well. So a grand prize of that. So I'm giving away a copy of Mario Kart World. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to help you guys be able to afford it with eShop cards and with the game itself. So we giving away stuff. Thank you so much, Neo Geo. I appreciate that. Yo, Marlon Gaming Nation in the house. Hey, what's up, fam?
Hey, OJ Joy-Con boys for life.
Yes, sir.
Today is your day, a very special day, and I pray that you live to see many more.
I hope so.
Thanks for everything that you do for the Nintendo community.
I try.
And what's up with all this hate towards Mario Kart World? But they still buying.
I think it's just something. Look, I get it. I had a video of mine saying that the game, you know, like I don't like the price going up, and there's people that obviously they're not into Mario Kart as much. They didn't see like a bazillion different things. They don't think it's worth it for the open world and stuff. So I get it. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Agreed. But they're probably gonna buy it because obviously they're gonna get the bundle. But yeah. Let's see. Examples for the price increase, I understand, but little help the issue. Nintendo's raising the price to 80. Just rocking yourself saying it'll be okay. Just rocking yourself saying it'll be okay. No, I'm actually perfectly fine, Jason. Like, if once again, like you're trying to convince me of something that's irrelevant. I've already agreed with you that, hey, look, man, like the prices or whatever. I just don't think that everyone's gonna copy Nintendo because that's an opinion. Like, that's just my opinion, and you're allowed to have a different opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're completely allowed to have a different opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to, that's fine. But we're on the same side here. I don't know why you're saying you're rocking yourself. Bro, don't buy the game. Don't buy any game at 80. How about that? Like, you listen to the consumer advocate guy, right? That dresses up and acts like a moron half the time. So that's fine. Here's what a real consumer advocate would say. Hey, look, guys, vote with your wallet. If you don't like the price of something, you don't have to buy it. Buy stuff that's cheaper. Buy stuff that you think is worth it. If all developers start charging 80 and it's too much, then don't buy it. If you want to buy it for 80, then buy it. If you think it's worth it, then buy it. If it's not worth it, then don't buy it. That's it. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you buy what you want to buy, or you don't buy what you want to buy. If you don't think it's worth it, then you don't think it's worth it. If you do, it's due. But making think pieces and yelling online, that's not going to help you. So I suggest not buying the game and spend that money towards something else. You know, like spend that money towards $12 or 12 hours in Astrobot for 60, or spend it towards, I don't know, some other game where you can play for 10 hours and get for $70 and get that. And if that's a better value to you, that's fine. I don't really care at the end of the day. People are allowed to buy and get whatever they want. But if you think that this is going to be some type of thing that where all the cards come down, then let the industry collapse over itself and don't buy the games. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it at the end of the day. Like, I don't know why people are coming to me as if it's my fault. It's not my fault. And I personally think that, once again, that if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. It's fine. Your opinion is valid. If the games are too expensive or if 80 is too much for you, then don't buy it. But I don't have this opinion that all of a sudden everybody's just going to do that. Okay? that's fine. We can have an opinion to disagree. Like, we don't, it doesn't matter. We'll find out soon enough, right? If everybody just starts doing 80 because they're going to all point at Nintendo, and then if everybody starts doing 100 because they're all going to point at GTA, then I guess we're screwed, right? So it's just silly to sit here and argue back and forth. It's really dumb. Once again, if you want to get it, get it. If you don't, don't. If it sets a bad precedent for the future, then okay, then it does. Then we'll see what happens. And that's it. And that's that, fam. Let's see here. Elliot with the 4 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. I personally, and like I said, for me, it doesn't really matter for me. I don't buy stuff even if it's at 60 and I don't think it's worth it. I don't buy stuff. Even if it's at 70, I don't buy stuff. I'll wait for a sale. I'll trade in a game. I'll do whatever. But I'm not going to sit here and start going on doom rants saying that, oh, man, everything's going to be 80. It's going to set. Oh, come on. Like, if it happens, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there, if you ever heard that expression. But if not, I don't know why coming here and acting like it's my fault or blaming me or saying that I'm trying to, like, that doesn't do anything, man. That doesn't do anything at all. So buy, if you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't, don't. If games are 80 and everything, it all goes to hell, then stop buying them and play other games. There'll be games that are cheaper. So buy those games and play those games. We good? All right. Shout outs to Sunny Man with the $2. Says, and Elliot with the 4 months. And the male became a member as well. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Sunny Man, for the $2. Then why isn't Bonanza 80? Yeah, once again, it's variable. Like I said before, you're gonna see some games that are 80. You're gonna see some games that are maybe 70. You're gonna see some games that are 60 or some games that are cheaper. It's gonna be based off what they think they can get, pretty much. So yeah. So I feel like 3D Mario Switch 2 Direct around the corner, so I'm gonna buy one anyway. Yeah. Okay, but Nintendo raised the standard price just like Sony did, but they didn't because all of Nintendo's first party games aren't 80, so they didn't really raise it, the standard price, unless everything was raised. If it's only just select, then once again it's variable. It's not the standard because they have games, big games that are also 70 that are coming out that are not 80. So I don't know if they did that. We've already had developers charge more than 70 for games. That's already been a thing. Like I said, that's already been a thing for a while now. So yeah. Let's see here. So sorry, man, just added to the conversation. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's up to you. If you want to get it, you can get it. If you don't want to get it, you can don't get it. If you think that they're the ones that caused it, then that's fine. Then blame them. Then be angry. You know, that's fine by me. I don't care. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's just, it makes no sense to sit here and lament and sit here and say, oh, it's this and that. Like, let's just see what happens. And like I said, we'll cross the bridge when we get there, you know? What's up, Elias? Welcome. Driss says, maybe we're going to enter a recession. It's hard to see games go down. Like the pandemic, games are only going to be spread across to entertain. Going to eat at home, no clubbing, etc. Yeah, I think people are going to make adjustments for sure. I don't think all companies feel their products are worth the $79.99, so I don't see the price across the board. Exactly. I think that Mario Kart can do it because it's Mario Kart, but obviously like DK Bonanza, probably not DK Bonanza, or probably not like Pikmin 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, or Pikmin 5, the next Pikmin game. Like, or like if it's like a Golden Sun or something like that, right? Probably won't be able to get 80 or higher for that, you know? But Mario Kart's Mario Kart, plus they kind of already nudge, wink you towards the bundle. That's $50 instead. So, or $50, $30 off the price, so $50 for the game. So I think it's kind of more like that. But hey, if everything, like I said, if everything goes to hell, then let the industry collapse and don't buy the games and let's just see what happens. Let the gamers revolt. Let's see. Dang it, you took YouTube money and didn't send you 5 subs I gave. Dang it, YouTube took my money and didn't send you the 5 subs. What? I don't think it went through, Shinru. Thank you for the. Did you drop a donut though? Shout outs to Sunny Man. Thank you for the $2 though. I appreciate that. Elliot, thank you guys for the support. I didn't know that it probably didn't go through for some reason. Let's see here. Evil Dead says no bundle for me, physical all day. I don't care the price. I make bank. All right. Hey, look, everyone has their opinion, right? Everyone boycotting the game. When everyone gets it, it'll be having fun. And Arthur first meme in real life. Yeah. Let's see. They just gave me a refund. Oh, they just gave you a refund. Yeah, it didn't go through. Let's see here. No, do not blame me for you picking up Mario Kart World, sis. No, do not blame me for you. I did not scold you. What I said, it was funny because you already stated, one, that you didn't want to get the game, that you weren't interested. I said, that's fine, no problem. I literally said, that's no problem. And then later, you said, oh, well, it's not day one. It's... And then later you said it's not day one. When you first said you have no interest whatsoever. Then lady said, oh, not day one, but it's not worth 80. I said, bro, I said, don't kill yourself over the price of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's that much of a problem, or if you're like waffling back and forth, just trade in a game, get the price that you want it, and you'll feel better about yourself later. Otherwise, you're going to get hit with FOMO. You're going to get hit with FOMO. So it's better off to just trade in a game or two, get the price for cheaper, and enjoy the game. Because you kept on waffling. So I was trying to help you. I did not scold you. I did not scold you. I was trying to help you. This stream just started like about 40 minutes ago. This stream just started. Thank you for the birthday. DK Bonanza being 80 would have only worked if it's a long story, longer than Odyssey. Yeah, I don't think it's games like DK Bonanza are probably not gonna, obviously aren't gonna be 80, but the biggest games are gonna be more. What's up, Wally Tiger? What's up, Nick P? What's up, Boo Boo? Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Glad that you guys are having fun with the streams. So yeah, physical Evil Dead is hilarious though. I can see their top 5: Animal Crossing, Mario, Smash, Zelda, Mario Kart. Yeah, like Smash Brothers. Yeah, you know, like Animal Crossing. Maybe with Animal Crossing. We'll see about that. Zelda. Yeah, like if the next Zelda has like ridiculous graphics and it's all like, even if it has less overall like gameplay value than like, let's say Mario Kart, people are going to be more excited because it's more for like the core gamer than like a Mario Kart that's more of like a casual game, you know, with some people that are hardcore that play it. I don't know about Pokemon. I'm still not convinced Pokemon will get the up, but we'll see. Yo, shout outs to Shinru with the 5. And he says receive the gift membership. Green Ninja, Dragon Gamer, Darius Hines, Hayo, is it How? 0928, and Nam Omar. Thank you so much, Shinru with the 5 gifted, becoming the top gift ninja. Hey yo, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Thank you guys for the big support already, man. You guys have been goated, super goated. We got some more. Like I said, I'm waiting for Party Man's gonna come on to talk about Mario Kart World when he gets home from work and he's done eating and done whenever he's ready. So Party Man's gonna talk about that. We're gonna do that first. Shout out to Marlon Gaming Nation though. Appreciate you. You guys give big love to Marlon Gaming Nation. His channel's awesome. Go subscribe to him as well, you know. Oh my gosh! Modern Vintage Gamer? What? I'm about to start. MVG says happy birthday. You know what? N64 greater than GameCube for today. The homie Modern Vintage. Man, I love you, brother. Hey, thank you for the big $50, bro. Seriously, shout outs to the homie Modern Vintage. You know, it's a thank you so much, man. I did not expect that. That caught me completely off guard. I never expect anybody, you know, outside of like my audience usually to come here on this type of stuff. Although sometimes Scott shows up and sometimes people show up, and I know people watch and lurk. But yeah, you don't ever expect it. Thank you so much. That was not needed from you, man, but I appreciate it. Yeah, you know what, Modern Vintage, for today, I will allow you to have this one for today. You know, like for today. If you attach it to a $50 dono, I agree with you. How about that? Oh my gosh. Shout outs to Modern Vintage. By the way, Modern Vintage makes some of the best videos. If you don't already know him, you need to know him. He's probably going to be 1 million subscribers in this Switch 2 era, because Switch 2 is going to be huge for his channel and talking about it. So you guys check out Modern Vintage Gamer. He's goated. You guys, like I said, many of you guys probably already know him. Though, so shout outs to Modern Vintage. Thank you for the big $50, man. That is incredibly nice of you, bro. Seriously, it really is. Let me know when it's your birthday so I can repay the favor by letting you know what the real deal is. But for now, you know, I'll give it to you. Because you attached a $50 donation to it, so I'll give it to you. Big love though. Shout outs to Modern Vintage. Chris is signing up with the $5. MVG straight flexing. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, dude. Thank you so much, guys. It's another day. I'm actually me and Modern Vintage, we're around the same, man. You know, we're both getting up there, but feeling good, looking good. You know what I'm saying? Feeling good, looking good, being good. We out here tonight, man. We out here tonight. You know, I turned 52 today, so I'm feeling good, feeling solid.
Valuable items.
And Aries, next week the 24th. Oh, okay. If you do a stream, let me know. But if not, Modern. Hey, April birthdays for the win. Woo, woo. April birthdays for the win. April birthdays for the win. April's the best. April's the best. April's the best. I love April. April's a great. It's the weather's great. The vibes are great. The games are great. Everything's great. April is the goated month. I mean, it's the goated month. It's such a great month. Aries, EMS with the 10 gifted. Hey, yo. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Aries, EMS with the 10 gifted. We out here tonight. You're another gift ninja. Shout out to Shinru. You did 5 earlier. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you guys dropping love for the birthday stream because, you know, we are going long tonight, baby. We are going in today. Let's go. Shout outs to Martin Vintage. I know you, me, and Click all have April birthdays. Yes, we do. I forgot exactly when Click's birthday is. Oh. Huh? Who's that? I said, whose voice is that? That sounded like somebody I didn't know. I was like, whose voice is that? Oh, it was my wife. She looks like she's getting ready to go somewhere. Easy Luke, early 50s, thank you. Yes, sir. We out here in our 50s today, baby. Oh, are you gonna come here? My wife is camera shy. She does not like to be on camera at all. So shout outs though. N64 is more iconic than the GameCube. I think that's fair. Marco Van Doom with the 4.99 says, happy birthday. But let me ask you guys a question. What was more exciting of an announcement? GameCube for the Switch 2 or N64 for the Switch 1? What was more an exciting announcement? Let me ask you guys that. Now that we have taking away the nostalgia, taking away the you know, theatrics, what was more an exciting announcement? GameCube for the Switch 2 or N64 for the Switch 1? I love MVG, man. OJ always bring the good vibes, level-headed. Yeah, MVG's the homie, man. He's the big homie. It's kind of crazy how long I felt like I just met MVG. But it's crazy. We've been working together on the Spawncast and known each other for like, I think since 2019. So it's already been like 6 years. We're going on like a decade. I'm going on like Sean status. For those who don't, I've known Sean and worked with him since 2012 or 2012 or 2013. So like 12, 13 years. So it's crazy. And in terms of John, I've been appearing on the Spawncast since like 2017 or 2018. So I'm like going on a decade for a lot of the people that I work with, but I don't work with a lot of different people. I only work with like a certain amount, like a certain set group of people that I like, you know? So it's interesting. So I like MVG for now. I mean, like, even though he thinks that the 64 is better than the GameCube, even though deep down, MVG knows that it's not. That's the funniest thing. Deep down, in his heart of hearts, he knows that it's not, but you know, he's got to say it. He's got to say it. GameCube. Everyone's saying GameCube. GameCube. Everyone's saying GameCube. That's since the 64, though. That's since the 64. I jumped on the Spawncast around 2019, around episode 100. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I felt. 2019. 2019 is when I felt when I first, because I remember I've seen your videos before, but you know, you ever watch like a video, like a random video, and you don't know who that is, and you just watched it, right? And you're like, okay, maybe you're never gonna run into that person again. And that's what happened, MVG. I had seen some of your videos, and I'm like, oh, it's just some random dude, right? I didn't know you had a lot of subs. Even back then, you had a lot of subs, but I was like, okay, I just ran into a random video, and then all of a sudden, I saw you on the Spawncast. I was like, oh, it's that one guy. I watched the video, you know, the other day. It was funny. I was like, oh, wow, that guy's here. So that was the interesting thing. I remember. I really hope that Click and Dreamcast Guy can come back on, though. I really miss Click and Dreamcast Guy on the Spawncast. So I hope they can come back too at some point, you know? So yeah. Yo, Zoo! Yeah, you already bro, you already supported. Thank you for the another 20 though. Shout out, Zoo.
Already gave you the big flowers this morning, but here's some more and happy B-Day.
Thank you, man.
As for your question, neither lol I'm ANES, SNES, Genesis, we guy. I am available from here for the next hour and a half, so let me
Ooh.
know when you want me to jump in.
Let's do that right now, actually. So since you're available for the next hour and a half, let's do that right now. We can do like a quick, probably like what, 30 minute. We'll do it. It won't be too long. So we can do that. We're gonna have a discussion on Switch 2. Zoo hates the Switch 2. I think he's still gonna get it though, but he hates it. So yeah. Sis with the $5. Happy birthday, OJ. Thank you for helping me stop waffling on Mario Kart World. You're a real ninja. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, man. I wasn't trying to force you into one thing or another. I was just saying it seems like you want it. So, you know, you live once. You only live once. So if you want the game, you know, you got to buckle down. And like I said, I would just say trade in something. You know, at the end of the day, maybe, yeah, you don't want to part with something that you have to get something else. But I mean, when I was younger, that's what I did. But I want to make sure that I'm very clear with this. This is not forcing you to get it. This is not forcing. I'm telling you, you guys are allowed to have any opinion. If you don't think it's worth the money, then obviously don't get it, you know? But that's what, like I said, what a real consumer advocate is. You have a lot of fake consumer advocates that try to act like they're your friend and try to act like, oh, if I tell you not to buy this, don't buy it. If I tell you this is good, like you have a lot of these guys and it's really nothing. It's just to grift and to get money off you guys. Like honestly, a real consumer advocate looks at your emotions and your feelings and what you're saying and says, hey, this is the best option that I think based off of what you're telling me. If you're liking the game, then pick it up. Even if I think that the game's not worth it, that doesn't mean it's not worth it for you. Or if you're not liking it, it's not vibing, it's not giving you what you need, then it's not worth it. That is a real consumer advocate. But you have a lot of these people on YouTube and on Twitter and on whatever that will act like consumer advocates. They're consumer themselves. Like they like to just talk. They like to just talk so they can trick you into thinking so like their own mindset on things. And that's not how I've been. So the thing with Sis kept on waffling back and forth. When he said that he didn't care, he didn't want it, I said, fine, no problem. Don't get it. That's different from my opinion, but that's okay. We're allowed to have different opinions. But then he kept on waffling like, oh, it's not day one, or I'm not so sure. Like after the direct. So I was like, dude, don't kill yourself over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't, like, it sounds like you want it, right? So if you want it, just trade in a game and then you get it for a cheaper price. So you gotta do is trade in one game. You'll probably get $10 or so for it. So, you know, that's all I said to him. I'm like, stop waffling on it, you know, and just get the game if you want to get the game, you know? Like, don't, you know, you don't gotta, because, like, if you consume what everybody else is telling you, then they're gonna tell you, don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, content creators or whatever. But you might actually want it. You might actually want it. So don't let everybody else influence everything that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like if you think it looks good and you think you want to get it, then get it. If you think that it doesn't look good and it's not worth it, then don't get it. It's plain and simple. It's the same tactics that everybody's always lived by, you know? Duo Burley, thank you for the $1.99. Nintendo Prime, thank you for the $5, man. Finally glad. Oh man, yeah, I hit the big 6-0, man. I'm getting up there. I am getting up there in age, dude. I am getting up there in age. I don't know what I'm gonna do these days, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but something's gonna happen to me. Let me go on my Discord. So Zoo, when you're ready, okay, here we go. I got the incoming call. All right, Zoo, you there?
Yeah, what's going on, man? Happy big birthday.
Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. So Zoo is here. He does not have a ton of time, Zoo, so we can go for about maybe 20-30 minutes on this one since you don't have a ton of time. And of course, we have a lot of stuff to go over today. So Zoo, you hate the Nintendo Switch 2, right?
It's a little bit hyperbole. Hate's a strong word, but very, very pessimistic on it.
Very pessimistic about it. Okay, so what did you want to discuss on this front? Why are you so pessimistic about it? And by the way, I'm not here to change your mind too. Let me make sure I make that clear.
No, it's absolutely fine. So I don't know. You ever roll out of bed, you look around, and you just have this feeling in your gut that something's not right. Something has changed and not for the better. Like, think of it like a Twilight Zone episode where you've entered a place that feels kind of alien and hostile compared to where you've been for like the last decade, which is the Switch, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then there's a term, actually. Let me put it this way. There's a term called the Mandela effect, right?
Mm-hmm,
that basically describes a feeling that you're misremember a key fact or a key detail. Like you might believe it's one way instead of another. Like for example, there's a product called the Lilo and Stitch Bomb Pops. Now everybody in their dog knows what a bomb pop is. Like great popsicle, awesome stuff. There was a Lilo and Stitch version of that bomb pop that was like tropical flavored. And I have yet to meet another human being, I swear to God, I've yet to meet another human being that knows what that Lilo and Stitch bomb pop is. They've never heard of it. So it's kind of like that. I feel like it's one of those things where you basically feel like you've fallen into another dimension, or you've shifted into like another dimension, and that's kind of what I feel like, because I feel like that people from my freaking dimension would not be this complacent and this accepting and this accommodating. Like I remember back when the Xbox One showed up, and when the Xbox One showed up, like there was enough outcry to get them to push back on a lot of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I just don't see it anymore. It's every day, man. It's every freaking day. There's a new, and not just Nintendo. There's a new price hike, or there's some new all online DRM, or we're gonna limit or kind of put a death nail in physical gaming. And it's just a bad vibe. I don't like the direction that video games in general are going. It's not the first time this has happened. As you know, I probably set out 15, 20 years worth of video games, just because, hey, it just wasn't my vibe. And I want to preface that too as well, and tell folks that I'm not a consumer advocate. A lot of these fake ass consumer advocate people are saying you speak for the customer. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Shut up. You speak for yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't speak for the customer. Yeah. I hate that crap. Just at least be honest about it. I am not a consumer advocate. I am not an advocate for the games industry. I'm an advocate for my own happiness. And
Okay.
what I'm seeing so far is not making me happy-ish. I think Mario Kart looks lit, though. I'll say that. So
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? Does any of that make sense,
No,
or am I just a rambling
Dude,
asshole,
no,
man?
what you said, I first of all, it's great. Thank you for the happy birthday. Thank you for the support for the happy birthday, man. And thank you for being a good friend, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you, that we can have disagreements or we can have agreements and we can talk and it can be fine at the end of the day, right? So I want to say thank you.
People online are crazy, man. Like,
People online are crazy. But I want to say thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. What you said is 100%, I think, in my opinion, correct. There are a lot of things that's not good about today's gaming. Now, whether you think that's an inevitability or if you think that it can be changed is something else. I think that, like, the comparison to Microsoft, 100%, Microsoft was doing things that to me was just, they could not do that. There was no reason to not do that. Like, usually there's always a reason why something, there's a reason why something happens, but Microsoft's reasoning was, it was worse than maybe what people even think with Mario Kart. Like, it was even worse than that, right? Like, because Microsoft's reasoning for online was just because online, you shouldn't ever have to go online to simply use your system. And that's what Microsoft was trying to do. And that limits your system overall, like what you can do.
Xbox One was the single most hostile consumer product I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, exactly. So you saw a lot of pushback on that because value is subjective, but being able to play the game, whether it's online, that doesn't have a value on it, right? Like, online isn't for just rich people. Broke people have online too, but the problem is that you might not have online where you are. So therefore, it makes the product that you're buying for like, there's no reason that needs to happen. It's like they told you that anytime that you want to play your system, you have to do like 1,000 push-ups. It's like, why would you need to do 1,000 push-ups? Or let's just say 100 push-ups. It's irrelevant to whether you should be able to operate the system in the first place. Like, even a PC does not necessarily need an online connection to even go. Like, I mean, yeah, you're going to need it to do most stuff, but even then you could probably boot it up and not have an online connection and like access your files or play games that are locally stored or whatever. So the fact that they were trying to push an online, that was the biggest thing, because it didn't have anything to do with subjective value or not. You can be the richest person in the world on a yacht and not have internet connection. And what if you have your Xbox 360 and you want to play it, right?
Hey, I got my boat. That's
yeah, you can be in a.
I love my Switch. And guess what? Switch One. Let's say we had this nightmare scenario of the Xbox One Switch version. Like, yeah, Xbox Switch or whatever is not working on the boat. It's not freaking working.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why there was so much pushback. It was only for the online. Now, the TV stuff was the TV stuff. It's like, okay, we don't want to hear about TV at a game presentation. But honestly, what really killed them was the fact that they were trying to say that the online is required for everything, and that's not true. Now, with Mario Kart, obviously, it's subjective. Some people think it's going to be worth it because they're going to put a bazillion hours into it. Some people think it's not. You don't have to buy it. There's no requirement with that. But Microsoft was trying to say that it's required. So that's the reason why you saw such a massive, pushback. I also want to say big love to Party Man Kart with the $5. Says happy birthday once again. I'm home. I'm eating and I can hop on to discuss Mario Kart World. We'll mention both the concerns
Party
and good
Man!
aspects. Yes. Party Man's gonna hop on to talk Mario Kart World in probably about 20 minutes or so, 20-30 minutes. And then Doug with the $10 says, "Happy birthday, big dog." Thank you so much, Doug. I appreciate that. Now,
Party Man's awesome. We're still gonna have to play some Mario Kart eventually. I'm sure I'll be hopping onto World at some point.
Oh yeah,
but,
we're gonna be playing World like crazy.
Oh my God! Yeah. Now you're giving me now you're making me want to get the
FOMO.
But that said, no, I mean the thing is, and I kind of buy the value thing. I get it, and I do think Mario Kart is a high value game. I mean, come on, look at the amount of hours we put into that.
Yeah.
That said, though, I only half buy the Nintendo value excuse, because here's the thing: if that's really how we're working this, I have a question for Nintendo. If it's about value and you don't just give away your software, then why don't you let us buy the retro software on the Nintendo Switch Online store, or put out physical compilations of your classic NES, SNES games, etc. Even N64 games. Why doesn't Nintendo want to fulfill market demand for most of their back catalog if it's about value? So I only half buy it, man.
Hold up.
I feel like this is a decision that is trying to spearhead people into more and more integration with the internet. It used to be that Nintendo was an integrated hardware and software company. I see this system as kind of Nintendo's first push into being an integrated software and internet company, and it's not something I'm down for.
I want to make sure that I'm very clear in terms of like the value stuff. I think the value stuff is subjective. I don't think it's a blanket statement. I think it's subjective, that's unique to each person, because there's going to be people that don't think it's worth it, and there's going to be people that think it's worth it. There's going to be people that think it's not worth it, but still get it because they're going to play it for a long time. So it's going to be scattered throughout the whole thing, right? That's why you're seeing a bunch of videos pop up, people saying that it's not worth it, but then when the game comes out, there's going to be a ton of people with the game, and they're going to play it, right? So
yeah, I agree with you. I agree, but what I'm saying is, if Nintendo's going to plant this flag on our software has value, okay, well, sell me a Switch copy of Super Mario Brothers 3. Put a premium on it. Put a premium on that thing. But let me buy that, because locking your most classic software in a Disney vault that I can only access by streaming it from your Nintendo Switch Online platform. Okay. Number one, you're not allowing me to buy the game, which I promise you, like, every time, like, hell, the Wii, they literally had to stop selling the Wii New Super Mario Brothers. Or Super Mario All-Stars pack, because it was going to start embarrassing Mario Galaxy 2. It was selling out and selling out and selling out and selling out. People would buy that. People would buy Super Metroid. People would buy... Hell, if you put a 10-game compilation SNES game cart, that's going to start to outperform some of your modern
Isn't that that's a separate thing, though? I agree with you. That'd be good if they did that. So, yeah, I'm not against that. I think that's separate.
No, it's about value, because you're talking about value, but yet you're not going to push out some of your most legendary games. That just seems like you're trying to control my library.
Yes, that's
like,
okay.
I don't know.
That is true in terms of they're trying to add value through. This is my opinion on why they're doing what they're doing. Not that I agree with that. I wish that they just had it to where people can. To be honest, I don't care. I already own all these games, physical on the original system. So I actually don't care. If you want me to be completely honest, I do not care. But
but come on, you wouldn't buy Super Mario Brothers 3.
I mean, sure. I bought I bought the Wii version. But I've already played Super Mario Brothers 3. I bought Super Mario Brothers 3 and I played Super Mario Brothers 3. Like, I think I have it on the GBA. I have it on the Wii. I have it on the Virtual Console, like on my Wii U. Yeah. I have it on my Wii Virtual Console. I think I even have it on my 3DS. I have it on like everything in the world. I have it physical. I have it digital. Obviously, there's a ROM if you want the ROM. Like, I just don't care enough when it comes down to it. I'm going to subscribe to their service just because I want to play the games online. So I'm going to subscribe to their service so I can play the games online. If they want to give me ROMs or whatever, then I get my ROMs or whatever the case is. But I actually don't spend a lot of time playing classic games. But I see what you're saying, though. Like, and I don't even disagree with you. Like, it would be great if they did compilations and they did that and people would buy them and blah blah blah. That'd be great. I'll just be honest, like, I just don't care. But I think that the reason why is probably because they're trying to add that value, and I'm using air quotes here, value per se, with their subscription service, because the subscription service is a constant guarantee compared compared to somebody just coming on there, buying that one game,
I
then
know.
never coming back
I
again.
know. I know what they're trying to do. That's why I specifically asked that question, because
Yeah.
I know what they're trying to push me into.
Of course. Yeah, of course. I agree with you on that one. There's no disagreement there. It's the same thing as like the difference though is that like Microsoft, Sony, they allow you to buy that game I think that they do. I don't know. Sony, do they allow you to buy the individual like the PS2 games or what? I think they might. I'm not sure. I think they do.
Still do.
Yeah, I know that they offer.
Still...
They offer like PS2 games, so I know that there's some games that you can buy individually, and then there's some that you get, whatever. So
I bought my first copy of Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne when I got a PS3, and literally that PS3 I used for like 2 games, like Dark Souls. It was like a Dark Souls and Rock Band machine, but the third game I played was Nocturne on. And I remember buying that, at least on the PS3 era. So, like I said, I don't know if they've taken that away yet. I don't really own or play Sony systems hardly at all. That's the other thing. Like, everybody's like, well, why don't you call out Sony? Because I don't give a crap about Sony. They're a non-entity to me. I don't care at all about Sony.
I'm going to read a few comments, too. It says the greed of these companies are getting out of control, so they care so much about DLC and microtransactions. That's what gaming is these days. I mean, I think that there's plenty of games that don't have the DLC and microtransactions, and they actually offer a good amount. I mean, there's definitely games that do, that do. But
let me reply to that too. Let me reply to that too, real quick, because we want to be cautious on this. I'm not saying that these companies are greedy. I come from a business background. What I will tell you guys, it's actually more disturbing. It might be that they don't have any choice, because like, don't make me break out the chart. Actually, I got it right here. Actually, don't make me break out the chart.
All right.
So the chart is the chart that shows the diminishing returns of things like specs, graphics, processing power. We left the average customer behind 2 generations ago, guys. We left them behind. The games industry, Iwata told the industry, he accused the industry back in the Wii era of only making games for ourselves. We need to start making games for the customer, the expanded audience again. That's one of the things I'm very disturbed about, is with this particular direction, it seems like Nintendo has completely abandoned the expanded audience. It seems like they don't care anymore. Seems like this is in full pursuit of the hardcore gamer. And I will tell you, every time the industry follows the hardcore gamer, they follow him right off a cliff like Wile E. Coyote. That's what always happens. They follow him right off that cliff, man.
So I definitely see what you're saying in terms of like the expanded audience gamer and stuff like that. I think games like Nintendo Switch Sports, right? Or games like even Mario Kart to a degree. Nintendo Switch Sports, Mario Kart. I think those games are going to come. I think this year, obviously, you're launching the system, so you have like the hardcore gamer, right? You want the games that people are going to be excited about to pick up the system at the price, right? So you want the DK,
right.
You want the, the hard Mario Kart's an expanded game, but like you want like Metroid Prime. Are
Ken and Karen gonna pick up a $450 console when the Switch does all those duties fine? They don't know anything. They don't know what a teraflop is. They don't really even know what 4K 120 FPS. These are normal people. These aren't the obsessive freaks known as hardcore gamers. Yeah. And I say that as one.
It's gonna come down to the actual who they're buying it for, right? So if they're buying it for their kid, like if a kid sees that, oh my gosh, look at the new Mario Kart game, it looks awesome. If they play it at a friend's house or whatever, it's going to be word of mouth. A lot of Nintendo sales are simply because somebody else got something, they played it at their friend's house, and it ended up being really cool. So I think that's really what's going to happen here. It's like,
and by the way, that has been the thing ever since the NES.
Yeah,
I remember NES house parties where we all had different games, and so we would all stream into each other's living room to see maybe Mega Man 2 over here or Bubble Bobble over there.
Yeah.
And this guy's got Zelda 2, and this guy's got Excite Bike, and
yeah,
it was a magical freaking time.
And it was great. So that's essentially what it's going to be like with this. Like if somebody says, oh my gosh, I got the new Mario Kart, somebody will buy it for their kid, or there'll be parents that obviously play it too, so then they'll buy that, and then they're going to say, oh wow, that looks awesome. Yes,
kids are strong. The kids are really strong.
System's pricier, but I mean, like when I was younger, how would I get games? I would trade in my system, or I trade in my games, and I'd get the new system. That's kind of how I got games back then. But
they had an excuse back then. That's what I was kind of alluding to on Twitter. It's like, okay, so people, the standard back then was cheap hardware and expensive software. And the reason why the software was so expensive is because the software was also actually hardware. So the software had save batteries and had EPROM chips and had specialty chips for graphics built into the cartridge. A lot of the work being done wasn't even in the system, which had very little moving parts, was actually in that cartridge. And so you would see cartridge. I remember me and my dad paying like it was like $90 for Zelda 2 back in like 1991, I think it was. That we couldn't even get the damn game because of the cartridge shortage in 1988. So we had to wait till like 91 to play Zelda 2. But I remember we literally had to cross state line and go to Missouri for that one. So that's the other thing. That's a whole other argument. But yeah, all these people that say Zelda 2 is the black sheep, get out of here. Give me a break.
Okay, looks like we had some buffering. So I'm sorry for the buffering, guys. I don't know why it's buffering, but I'm sorry for the buffering.
It's my fault.
Let me see.
I'll take the blame.
yeah. I guess we're not getting enough. I don't know why it does this either. It seems like it's better now. Yeah, so it looks like there was some buffering, but it looks like it's better now. So yeah, man, I agree with you.
A long-winded comment, but a common answer, but yeah.
No, I agree with you, man. Yeah, like in today's day, it's like the technology from what I've seen, right? Like the technology is progressing. Developers are trying to make interesting, fun games as that goes along with technology.
Are they? I guess Nintendo is, because Mario Kart looks very interesting with the free range.
I mean, or even like DK Bonanza. Like DK Bonanza, you can burrow anywhere in the level.
Yeah,
like, you know?
I don't think you can accuse Nintendo of this, so let me preface that, but I feel like a lot of this hardware wasn't necessarily asked for by gamers. I think it was asked for by developers and publishers. I feel like a lot of this hardware is, it's spaghetti code, man. Like
it's all I heard. Let me ask you, chat. Let me ask you guys a question.
From who, though?
Chat.
From who?
We heard this all gen. The frame rate. The
from
resolution.
All
gen. I heard this.
From Review Tech USA and Game Journos that don't buy the freaking games.
No.
That's who you heard. They're going to pay for the system anyway.
From people here. I heard people complain about frame rate all the time.
Let me know, chat. Were you really begging for a new Switch?
They were begging for better frame rate.
Old man yelling to the cloud.
They were begging
frame rate, sure.
People were begging for better frame rates. People were absolutely begging for better frame rates.
Okay, well, I can tell you, as somebody who played Zelda Breath of the Wild day one and never updated the cart, that thing's like literally, because that thing's like a picture that you hang on your wall in like Zora's Domain sometimes. Like 10 frames.
You should have updated it because they actually did like a frame rate patch thingy.
So I need to, for my own sanity, I've already got the review written, so I need to. But when I review a game, I do it based on what shipped on the cart.
Okay. Listen to the chat, though. Listen to the chat. Literally.
I see it.
I wanted one. I wanted better. Like, literally, every time it'd be like, how's the frame rate? Every time I would come for a new game that would come out. Elias, frame rate. Paper Mario, 30 frames instead of 60. Like, that's the type of stuff that I don't like. I don't like that. Where it's like, oh, cool, Paper Mario comes out. Oh, by the way, it runs at 30 frames less than what it ran at on the GameCube. Back to 20. It's like these are the type of things that are such buzzkills for certain games. It's like, listen, I played the game, it plays fine at 30. I played the original game, it plays much better at 60. The game's graphics are much better in the Switch version, but like that's the type of thing. It's like it should just be 60. It should just be 60. You know, or like Mario and Luigi Brothership. Oh my God, Mario and Luigi Brothership is coming back. Oh, but by the way, the frame rate tanks and stuff. It's like it buzzkills things. Even if it's not something that I care about too much, or even if it's like, okay, like I can deal with it, I don't like the buzzkill. It's honestly a buzzkill and I've said buzzkill a million times, but it really is for so many games, or where you get, like I said, the Digital Foundry Warriors. It's like, you can't just have a regular release. Now, don't get me wrong. Zoo, you are not incorrect in saying that there are millions of people that do not care.
Tens of millions that don't even know what the hell we're talking about.
You're not wrong with that. You're not wrong with saying that. But for the core gamer and for the casual gamers that potentially will pick the system up down the line, they're not going to care regardless. So the core gamer getting a better experience is going to be good overall for everyone. You know? I mean, look at Age of Calamity. Oh my goodness. Age of Calamity. We finally get a Warriors Zelda game. And... well, it's the second one. It's the second one. The first one was obviously, the first one's frame rate was
It's okay. It's okay.
It
It's okay.
on the Wii U. It fluctuated between 30 frames and like 40. It just went all over the place. It was fine.
Yeah, it wasn't locked. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. But then they fixed it. They did a solid 60 on Switch, which is okay, great. You can play, I think, in performance and 60 frames or 30 frames, so that's great. But then Age of Calamity, it's excited. It's it's Breath of the Wild. It's like, oh my gosh, we got a new Breath of the Wild based, and then like they completely tank it with I mean, it's the best selling Warriors game of all time. It's the best selling Warriors game of all time, but still, it's like, oh my gosh.
I do feel like a lot of these third parties are just not optimizing their games, but I get what you're saying, because you can't, again, it's not something you're going to be able to accuse Nintendo of, because they are known for their optimization. They optimize the hell out of every game.
Yes,
so if they're having struggle, if they're on the struggle bus,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like and I think one of the bigger problems that we see here, Zoo, is that we see that Nintendo themselves have had issues. Even if they're working with somebody else, they've had issues. Now, yes, don't get me wrong. They have their games that, obviously, Mario Odyssey is a technical masterpiece. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh.
You know, that game is incredible, what they were able to do, the worlds they were able to build and everything. That game is incredible. But like a lot of games on the Switch, most of them not first party, but a lot of games, man, just had issues. Like, look at Echoes of Wisdom. Echoes of Wisdom, to me, is like, that can't happen with Echoes of Wisdom. This chibi-looking, cute game, like, that shouldn't happen with that game, right? Like, you have Skyward Sword that comes out, and that's a lock 60. Great, lock 60. And then Echoes of Wisdom comes out, and it's like, oh, like, man, it really, like, fluctuates in the open-ended areas, you know? And it's not even like it's as big as, like, Tears of the Kingdom or whatever the case is, you know? So I think I see what you're saying, and I get you on that one, man. But I'm telling you, as a gamer, like, it's exciting to be able to say, wow, we don't have to ask, we don't have to pray, we don't have to hope, we don't have to, you know? There's not going to be like, oh, what's the frame rate like? Like, it's going to be more like Xbox and PlayStation, where it's like, oh, okay,
right,
the frame rate's going to be good, and then we'll see with the test, the Digital Foundry test, right? Like,
yeah, it's like, oh boy, I can't wait to play this exciting new game, and it looks like there's Vaseline smeared on the screen.
Exactly. That's the...
So I get it.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's exciting. That's exciting. You know? And
it'll be exciting when they ship 12 games that I can't get anywhere else. So I'll be much more excited when they manage to ship me 12 games I can't get anywhere else.
I think by next year you'll have that. But I mean, I do feel that, like, you know, Elias says here, Nintendo can't run a console by themselves. Third parties and second parties are a must for the catalog. And I think, yeah, like the second, like the Age of Calamity.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
It's yes and no.
Here's the
Go ahead.
Third-party games only matter when they sell when they sell hardware, and most third-party games don't matter. Now, you make an excellent point, OJ, so I want to give flowers to you on this.
Okay.
When you say it's the royalties aspect that also is a huge deal for Nintendo's bottom line.
Yes.
So, yeah, maybe the third parties aren't necessarily... Maybe not every third-party game is a Grand Theft Auto 3. Maybe not every third-party game is a Madden, right? Or a Call of Duty. But, and it's a big but... if you can sell 1 or 2 million or even 700,000, 500,000, Nintendo's making royalty on every single game they put on their system.
30% royalty on every game.
30% is a big royalty.
It's huge. It's massive.
So I can't argue with that at all. That if we're talking about that as an important aspect of the business model, I'm going to probably say that's true. Yeah, I don't know necessarily that. Especially considering just the sheer amount of software sold on the Switch. Oh my God!
Yeah, it's over 1 billion, right? It's over 1 billion, and obviously
so imagine 30% on every single one of those games.
It's a ton of money. So I mean, I think that the thing that Nintendo's looking for, and I read through the whole developer, like, you know, the Switch 2. They actually had a interview, 4-part series where they go over all the different aspects of why they made the Switch 2. And one of the big things was third-party developers. I mean, you're right, Zoo. Third-party developers were not happy, but even Nintendo's own developers
they're never happy.
They're never happy. You're right about that. But even Nintendo for themselves. So even if in the future when the PS6 comes out or the next Xbox and the Switch is outdated or whatever the case is, Nintendo's games, because of the power that they did, this jump from Switch 1 to Switch 2 is bigger than the last 2 previous generations combined. This is the biggest jump Nintendo's made in processing power since I would probably say maybe since it's either the Wii to the Wii U, or it's the
You're right.
N64 to the GameCube. I'm thinking it's more of N64 to GameCube, but it might be Wii to Wii U. That was a pretty big jump from Wii to Wii U, but like
It's very un-Nintendo.
At least in the Wii era, it was very much like Nintendo in the NES, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube.
Well, but how'd that go? But I ask you, how'd that go for?
Yeah, it did not go well because Nintendo was stubborn with the N64. They were stubborn, and they decided that they needed cartridges. So
I get, which probably made people like me happy, to be fair. So.
Yeah, they lost all their third-party support.
Yeah, I get it.
No Final Fantasy, no Breath of Fire, no Secret of Mana, no Chrono Trigger. Like literally, they lost everything. Like they lost.
No, I get it, and that's why you gotta do that.
That was terrible. That was the worst decision.
It wasn't great. I much prefer disruptive innovations. I like the Blue Ocean strategy, the disruption. I like that.
Yeah.
I think Nintendo works best when they're doing that. Now that said, given the fact that we are entering the most turbulent macroeconomic waters in our lifetime, and yes, I do think it's going to probably be worse than 2008 by the time this all shakes out.
Yeah.
I do think a sustaining innovation was the right choice. But I'll be honest, in terms of the economy, I was actually hoping for a little bit more of a modest one, just because, boy, this is going to, we often talk about the pandemic helping video games, and you're right, that downturn did help the video game industry. But keep in mind, it also closed a lot of gaming's competition. You couldn't go outside in a lot of states, so all you could do is watch Netflix, which.
I want to say this though, Zoo.
I don't think every recession is going to do that.
Dalton, don't say that. I can't. You're giving me PTSD of a Banana Boy. You said that you sold your Series X and Steam Deck for Switch 2. Goodness gracious, do not put out a video or you're going to have a consumer advocate trying to kill you over the internet. So don't do that. No shout outs.
I watched that. I watched that video. That was clownish.
Very clownish. But yeah, whatever. I thought my video was fine. But in the eternal Goofy meme, I'll bleep and do it again.
Here's the thing too, by the way.
I'll bleep and do it again if I had to.
Oh, all these Deck Bros, all these freaking. By the way, Deck Bros, single most annoying customer on Twitter. Just gonna say that right now. Deck Bros are absolutely infuriating. But even on PC, you're having this problem. Like literally, got NVIDIA literally inventing fake frames to keep up with these freaks, these obsessive freak developers, and these hardcore gamers, like literally generating fake frames and charging you like, what is it, like $1,200 for a graphics card now? Like what? Like this is hitting everybody. And I don't know. Do you feel like there's a certain place where we just have to stop and maybe enjoy the tech we have? Is that ever going to happen?
That might be the case. I do want to read the $5 donation coming in from Cyber Taurus. First and foremost says, set up a monthly tip. Thank you for the monthly tip, Cyber Taurus. Says, when my teenager starts getting to the age she starts talking about Switch frame rates, it's time. Oh man, the teenager talking about Switch frame rates. I put up a thing right here where it shows like the Goofy meme of the guy saying I'll bleep and do it again. Like that, I'll sell my Steam Deck again. Like I'll go back in time if I had a time machine and I'll freaking do it again. You're
gonna have the banana boys after you, man.
You know what? The Banana Boys, the thing about the Banana Boys that I and I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's irrelevant. But the thing about it is that like it's irrelevant. So like it's irrelevant. Real consumer advocates do not care where the consumer decides to spend their hard-earned cash on in terms of what they want to spend on or what they sell. Like if you want to sell something, I don't care. It's your money. It's your
sure.
You can buy and sell whatever you want. People buy and sell stuff all the time. I don't understand why that's even a concern. I don't care if my reasons are the worst reasons in the world. I actually do not give a damn what you guys buy and sell to get whatever you guys want to get. And really you shouldn't. Unless it's something like I said, even if it's maybe like illegal or whatever, or it affects like negatively, or it's like something that you can get you arrested. But if it's something legal and somebody wants to talk about it or make a video or whatever, that there should be no problem. Like people sell their systems all the time to get other things. It's just something that's common. If you don't use it, you can sell it. So yeah, I thought that was just a weird, it's like I said, like mentally ill, weird, mentally ill type of people.
That was some absolutely soapless behavior. That was soapless behavior.
Yeah. It was very weird. I've never I've never gotten mad or made a video on someone selling something to get something else. Like, people have said that they're gonna sell their this to get that. Like, I don't care. You should, and let me give you guys, listen, if you guys want to listen to my advice, you should never care about what somebody else does with something that they have. Like, it's their, they got it. It's not, it doesn't involve you. What does it matter what they do with their tag, you know? So it's really weird behavior from someone that I think is mentally ill. So like, I think that there's something wrong. There's something wrong with that person. So, you know, I'm not going to be too harsh anymore, because I actually think that there's something wrong. So maybe mental health evaluation.
Well, anybody that's going to sit there, and of course you're talking to a person that has a drunk ghost as an avatar. But so I'm one to talk, first of all. But anybody that's going to sit in a banana suit and yell at somebody else's consumer behavior is wild to me.
Yeah, that just seems weird. Like, as a consumer, you should have the opinion. You can buy and sell what you want to buy and sell. So, shout outs to One Me Games. Oh my gosh, with the $99 dono, yo, the $100 dono, and says, I sold my limited OLED Steam Deck for the Switch 2. Happy birthday. Oh no. Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna fault anybody for doing that, because
if I see you in person, One Me Games, I'm gonna kick you in the stomach and I'm gonna stone cold stun you, and I'm gonna drink beer over your battered body, and I'm gonna you know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drink, and I'm gonna stone cold. How dare you do something like that? How are you? What's wrong with you? No, seriously, shout out though. Thank you. I'm joking, obviously. Thank you for the $99 dono. Appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. So, I mean, Zoo, this was a good talk, man. I think it's a good talk. We're gonna get Party Man on here pretty soon. We're gonna answer some more questions from the chat, go over some more news, and then we're gonna so yeah, we can definitely do it again for sure. We can definitely do it again, man.
100%. People are asking me to revive Liquored Up Live. I might have to end up doing that.
Yeah, revive that, please. Definitely.
Okay. People are missing it. It's like, yeah. It's usually when I retire something, it's done. But I might have to end up. I've had fun. I do. What time is it anyway? Yeah, it's almost 5:30. I got to get to my next thing. But anyway, happy birthday, man! I really appreciate it. Ask Party Man this from me. I'll leave with a parting shot in Pokemon terms. Because this ought to piss everybody off, because everybody seems obsessed with this thing. What the hell is the obsession with this cow character? Is this real?
Moo Meadows.
Am I in the right reality?
Moo Meadows.
I get it, but everybody is obsessed with the cow. Why is everybody obsessed with the cow?
Moo Meadows,
That's
bro.
Party Man.
Moo Meadows. That's really it. It's Moo Meadows.
Yeah, I've crashed into enough of those things to know, and
One Me Games. Thank you so much. But thank you so much. I appreciate you flipping the switch. Thanks for coming out to the stream,
you
brother.
bet, buddy. Take care now.
Thank you for the support too, man. I appreciate you. Big love, man. Love you, brother.
Always here for you, man. I'm always here for legitimate good journos.
Thank you,
man.
I
consider you.
Oh man, I don't know if I can consider myself a journo, but I appreciate you, man.
Let me take that back, because that's a grave insult. So, what do we want to call you? You're a
content creator.
I hate the word content artist. You're a good artist.
Okay.
Anytime I have to support good art.
I'll take that. Thank you, man. That is a high compliment. Thank you so much, brother.
Take care, homie. I'll see you guys later.
All right, take it easy, man. Oh man, what a good conversation. Shout outs to One Me. Shout outs to Cyber Taurus. Cyber Taurus's daughter's out here saying, these frame rates, Dad, I don't know about these frame rates. But yeah, listen, Cyber Taurus, don't let anybody know that you sold your Steam Deck OLED for a Switch 2. But you got a ROG Ally. I have a PC. That's the thing that people don't realize, is that I have a functioning good PC. I didn't need the Steam Deck. I really didn't need it, because it's too fidgety. There was no need for me to have it. So, you know, but I said that in the video. If you haven't seen my video, I sold my Steam Deck for Switch 2. You know, I basically talked about how, you know, I don't really use it. You know, there's some things that I don't like about the tinkering. You know, and listen, I'm not the only one. There's obviously other people, and there's other people that have sold their Switch probably for a Steam Deck because they're tired of the prices, or they're tired of Nintendo, and that's also fine too. Like I said, a real consumer advocate respects the decision that consumers make, you know, after doing their research or after doing their time. That's what a real consumer advocate is. Like I said, you've got a lot of fake ones out there that are trying to push things about themselves, and like I said, that are maybe a bit mentally ill as well. So, So there's also that. It's weird, you know, like it's weird, or it could be just grifting dollars. So I mean, there's a wide variety of things that could happen. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, though, guys. I appreciate that. Big love to 1B. You are now the Okage and Stream Ninja. So we go do something like this. Limit break times 3. We got a bonus stream, although we're gonna be streaming all through the night tonight. It's gonna be a long stream. We've got more fun for everyone, more action, more stuff to discuss, more things to play. You know, all this different type of stuff. So it's gonna be great, man. It's gonna be really good. Rog Ally is trash. I've never seen one. Sold my OG Steam Deck for 400. You sold your OG Steam Deck? How the hell did I got 450 for my Steam Deck OLED. I got 450 for it. Plus eBay took out their taxes or whatever. Shout outs to 1Me Games though. I appreciate you, dude. Seriously, shout outs to 1Me Games. How much can you sell your OG Switch for? You can probably, your OG Switch? How OG is your Switch? Is that a Generation 1 Switch? Like a super OG Switch? What type of OG Switch is it? If that's a Generation 1 launch model Switch, that is very, very valuable because of hacking. So you can probably get $400 plus for that, and that might go up, you know? So yeah, if it's a OG original gangsta Switch, you can get a lot for that. If it's a Switch, any Switch that's like the newer model outside of the original launch model Switches, those ones aren't as valuable. Yes, I bought it at launch. Yes, that is very valuable. Yes, it's more hackable. Yes, that one's very valuable. So look online, go on eBay and look up like first generation, like launch model Switches, and see what the going price is for the launch model Switches. See what the going price is. Those ones are really valuable. I did the math. Official numbers from Nintendo. Third party sold more than first party on Switch. Oh yeah, by far, not even close. There's way more. There's only 122 first party games. There's like thousands upon thousands of third party games. So yeah. I'm a tech fanboy. I go where the cool is. At this point, I'm a game person, man. So I just go where I think the game's gonna be fun to play. You know? No sleep for OJ. No sleep for Kaname OJ. Yo, we out here. I am out here. I have actually not been getting sleep, but I actually need to work more anyway. You know, inflation's hitting all of us, so I need to work more anyway. So you guys are going to be seeing me more often. I'm going to be doing more bonus streams and more special events and more editing videos. I mean, it's about time that I increase my workload anyway, even though I already work a lot. It's about time we take it up to the next step. We do more. So it's not only to give back, but at the same time, man, like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like I need to do a bit more. You guys have supported the streams. Like, we can just keep everything status quo and I'd be fine. But at the same time, man, like, I think we need to step it up with the Switch 2 coming out. So, you know, I'm probably gonna hire an editor too. So we'll probably actually push out a bit more content than I did before. Ashoka Tano with the $10 dono. I have an OG Switch, got it in August 2017. It broke down on March 2024. Got the Switch OLED and played it so much every day. Love Xenoblade, JRPGs, and visual novels on Switch. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, person. Yes, Ashoka. Yo, let's go. Ashoka Tano's been around for a long time. Been a super, super, super long time. Yeah, check the model number to be sure. But if it's a launch Switch, all launch Switches are all in that super rare category. But yes, do your due diligence and check that. Shout outs though, big love to Ice Sonic, Ashoka Tano. Thank you guys for the donos and the support. Ice Sonic becoming an elite ninja once again. Thank you so much. Let's go. Combo breaker. Appreciate that. Let's see. Yo, man, playing Sunshine on the Switch. I know this game gets hate, but I love the moment and flow. Yeah. Nintendo updated the compatibility list. You think they're also testing the hentai games as well? Maybe. That was a good discussion. Those who dislike Switch 2 are gonna be like flipping the Switch as legit complaints and willing to talk, unlike those other PC weirdos. Yeah, once again, even if you're not into the Switch 2, like, you're allowed to even talk and say that you're not excited about it or whatever the case is, you know. That's fine too. It's just, like I said, it's a little weird to me that people are telling me that why are you making a video when you don't even play that, and like, these people also make videos on the Switch and other stuff and Nintendo games that they don't play or they don't like. It's just really hypocritical, really hypocritical and weird. But like I said, that's why I said mental illness. I think that there's definitely, like I said, a grifting dollars and mental illness that we're looking at here, guys. Grifting dollars and mental illness. Let's see, OJ, are we at a point where it's cheaper to buy consoles at launch? Crazy? Yes, it is actually cheaper to buy consoles at launch than waiting, because you never know what prices are just going to go up. In today's day, since COVID, nothing gets cheaper. So unless you're buying something used. But yes, it's actually more of a deal potentially with threats of tariffs and threats of strikes and parts and Chinese tariffs and all sorts of stuff, and exempt lists or not. It's actually probably better if you see a price that you like at launch. It's better to get that, even though technology could advance and you can get something better for, you know, a little bit more. It might be better to get it at launch.
Happy birthday, OJ. I have no problem paying for what Nintendo asks. I have a problem with people telling me I shouldn't cause the games aren't worth it. But they misunderstand me. I don't care. I've been a Nintendo boy since I was young. Worth it to me.
And yeah, that's really what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down whether it's worth it or not for you individually. And yeah, I do think that it's kind of weird people telling you it is or isn't. I think people are allowed to have their own opinion and say that it's not worth it, and that's fine. But yeah, it's weird people getting all salty and stuff about whatever, you know? Party
ready
Man with
when
5.
you are. Finished eating, ready to talk some Mario Kart World.
Ashoka Tano also with the 20. So I also have Steam Deck OLED and PC Gamer. I love them both, but they both have issues. I was playing FF7 Rebirth on Steam Deck and it runs terrible, and it looks like an N64 game, even docked. Specs on Switch 2 blows Steam Deck. Oh man, Ashoka Tano. Yeah, I mean, listen, Steam Deck obviously it's good for a lot of different things. It's kind of old at this point. Switch is newer. Switch 2 is newer, so you know it makes sense for that. But shout outs though, Ashoka Tano, big love. Shout outs to Party Man. Party Man's ready to come on and talk, so we're definitely gonna do that. Velvet with the $5 as well. Shout outs to Velvet. It says, I don't really have to donate because my loyalty speaks for itself, but I have to say I traded my Series X for credit for the Switch 2. Yeah, I guess that's my fault. I made you guys do that, so I think that's why the Steam Deck community got mad. It's like we barely have anybody buying this thing anyway, and now you're trying to get people to buy this inferior product. You're a problem. You know, I even had one guy call it to happy birthday, you fanboy, like get mad and call me that. I'm like, whoa, calm down. I'm telling you guys can buy anything that you want. You can buy and sell whatever you want. I don't care if you even own a Switch 2. I don't care if you own a Switch 2, you own a 2 Switch, you own a no Switch, you own a Xbox, PlayStation, or if you don't even own any systems at all, if you don't play video games. I don't care. Y'all buy whatever you want. Y'all get whatever you want, you know, at the end of the day. So shout outs to D What, too. Thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 14 months. So yeah, shout outs to Velvet though. Shout outs to V. Yeah, enjoy the Switch 2 when it comes out. You'll probably like it, right? If you're looking forward to Mario Kart and Zelda and Pokemon and, you know, all the games that come out. You know, that's just easy to pick up and play. Like, you don't have to do some type of weird emulation or modding or anything like that. You can just play the game you want to play, you know? Let's see here. For Tenga called Digital Foundry, shills. Listen, I'll say this. If they offered the type of check, if he saw the check that they offered, I was able to do a little bit of digging on that Digital Foundry ad for The Legend of Zelda. Let me get this first though, with the 6-7 months. I was thinking I don't use my Series X, almost $400 towards Switch 2 sounds like better. Microsoft Paperweight, yeah, that's true. I did a little bit of digging into the Nintendo / advertisement there. And I'm not gonna say anything because, you know, I don't know. I think it might give away, so I'm not gonna say anything. But let me tell you something right now. All of us would have taken the same deal. I would say this, I don't love it, but it would be financially irresponsible for Digital Foundry to not take that deal. Listen, I get it. I get why he said that. I get why people called him shills. None of their audience like it. But as an independent company, I think they're actually part of something. I think that might have been financially irresponsible to not take that deal, because what they got was definitely what they got. Let me just say that right now. What they got was what they got. And that would be, once again, to their staff, to their benefits, to their health insurance. That probably would have been financially irresponsible, in my opinion. Ashoka Tano with the $20. Says, well, it wasn't a Nintendo Direct. It was just a Mario Kart Direct. So it wasn't a Nintendo Direct. So if you didn't like it, that's fine too. Like, if you're not looking forward to the game or anything like that. Shokatana with the $20 says, I'm going to try to get Switch 2 on launch. I'm happy with the console price. I'm not getting Mario Kart due to not being a fan of racing games. That's fair. I'm getting it for Switch 1 backlog, JRPGs, VNs, and Microsoft games. You know what? That's completely fair, Ashoka. You don't have to get Mario Kart if you don't want it or if you're not a fan. And I think that's what some people don't understand. You don't have to get it. You can not get it. You can just not get it. You can get something else. Get something else. Circle with the 5 says, I also do emulation on PC and Steam Deck, but those emulation bros annoy me. LOL. Oh man, yeah. Let's see. Hey, call me a shill. I'll take the bag to the bank. Yeah, like I said, I get it though. I get why he called them shills. I get that. Like, you know, it perfectly makes sense. You know, I get it. But like I said, I think that for their business, it was probably an offer that they could not refuse. So, and it's a technical thing, right? It's like they're showing off the frame rate and resolution. I think that obviously, if you're going to show off frame rate and resolution, what's the place to show off frame rate and resolution? Well, Digital Foundry. You got a bunch of people that are interested in frame rate and resolution. So yeah. So I can understand, but I think that, yeah, getting upset at Digital Foundry over, you know, having that ad, it's like, you know, or not even ad, just calling them that, it's like, okay, you know, I get it. Like, I 100% get it, you know. I think it's fair either way, but I mean, if you're Digital Foundry, like, you're gonna take that deal. You're gonna take it, because it was probably a good amount of money, you know. Thank you, General Zamora. Thank you for the subscription, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Or thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Party Man, if you're ready to go, Party Man, I am ready to go. Let me try to find you here, Party Man. Let me try to find Party Man. And Party Man, do I have a direct message with you, Party Man? Or, I don't know, like, dude, Discord is so weird to use. It, like, makes no sense. Time for the $5 dono!
Shout out Digital Foundry for securing the bag then. Sounds like a big bag, 2 tears of joy.
It definitely, it had to have been a pretty massive bag. It had to have been a pretty good bag. Because they just flat out put a flat out YouTube video on there. You know, and people, obviously, their audience, I looked through the comment section, and people did not like that at all, you know? But, I mean, you know? Like, it's like, I mean, people do it on, it's done on TV, it's done on, I mean, like, a lot of influencers do it. It is what it is. Like, I get both sides, though. What are you gonna do, you know? People on Digital Foundry like frame rate and resolution. Nintendo probably felt it was a good idea to put something about frame rate and resolution on there, right? Like, that's the place. If you want to talk about frame rate and resolution, that's the place to talk about frame rate and resolution. Is Digital Foundry, you know? Especially since Digital Foundry kind of, I mean, they kind of, you know, they showed Tears of the Kingdom not necessarily in the best light, right? They said that the game is good, but every time you pull out Master Hand, frame rate spike. Every time you go into the frame rate. So Digital Foundry kind of laid into originally Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you know. So if there's one place, if you're trying to course correct, I mean, that's the place to do it, right? Hey, look, we fixed it, you know. So I get it though, man. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Shout out to Ashoka says, as you said before, value is subjective. Anything Monolith Soft game, Star Ocean, Trails game, Falcom are worth $80 to me. Yeah. I mean, I bought Metaphor for 100, so yeah. Party Man, where? Okay, here we go. Party Man's calling me now. Cool. All right, Party Man, you there? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, you there, Party Man?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Party Man, for those who don't know, Party Man is a Mario Kart expert. He's going to give us the lowdown on what he thinks about Mario Kart World, the good and the bad, the in-between, the whatever. And we're going to have a nice little conversation about Mario Kart World for 20 minutes. I won't take up too much of your time. So yeah. So Party Man, So okay. And also, Elias says Nintendo's PR for this Switch 2 era is trash. I don't really think it's that bad. I think it's really just people being angry about all sorts of stuff. So I don't really think there's anything wrong with their PR. Their PR is fine. Their Nintendo Direct Switch 2 was fine, but people started just making up stuff. People just started making up. You can't. The digital code, like, people just started fabricating things, you know, like out of nowhere. A lot of this stuff was just been false. So people have just been, like I said, making up stuff. A lot of it has just been made up. And then just angry about the price. That's really all it comes down to. Angry about $80, angry about stuff. So that's just my opinion, though. And then people just yelling online about everything. Let's see here. So yeah. Shout outs to, I hear you, man, but I don't really feel like talking about him, to be honest. Let him say whatever he wants to say. With Dre Day with the $2 says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the happy birthday wishes too, guys. I appreciate that. VN is a visual novel, Dalton. All right, Party Man, what did you think about the Mario Kart World Direct today?
So I thought it was solid, and that's coming from Mario Kart fan. I want to honestly address the negative side of things first, because I know people are kind of down on the game in terms of what they're seeing so far, in terms of like, oh, let me just tell you from I watched a crap ton of videos, like from all kinds of people, mostly the fans, but people who probably don't play as much Mario Kart. And a lot of what comes down to, obviously, is the $8 price. And I will say I don't like the price either, just so people out there. I don't like the price. But I am getting a bundle, and I know even if I don't get the bundle, I get the $8, I'm going to have my money's worth playing the game. Hundreds of hours. I think the direct was solid, but from their point of view, they're like, okay, well, there's a lot of straight lines, right, because of the knockout stuff, right? They're worried about not being before the direct. They're worried about battle mode not being a thing, or 200cc, or some of the other things that they were concerned about. And that it won't feel like Mario Kart to them. This direct for me kind of did a good job of solidifying that they are still doing everything Mario Kart did before. Obviously, some things they haven't ironed out for me personally, which is like 200cc, for example.
Yeah.
But they talked about, hey, you can do traditional 3 laps, so you don't have to worry about that being gone. The world is going to be massive, and there's going to be things to do in there, like the whole mission mode thing with the coins, the P switch, and just driving around with your friends around the world.
Party Man?
Yeah.
200cc I think would work really well here because of how big the locations are.
Yes, that's the one thing that I was a little bit disappointed about, is that I didn't see that. I wanted to see that confirmation, because people were saying that they were concerned about it looked kind of slow and but to be fair, a lot of the gameplay we've seen was 100cc, which I don't know why it showed a lot of 100cc, but I guess for people who are not as experienced in Mario Kart, sure. But the game did look kind of slow in that way. But to be honest, I watched so much knockout gameplay that I was like, you know what? Even if it was 100cc, it looked pretty crazy. I don't know, OJ, you watched a ton of gameplay or not outside of the
gameplay footage? Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked really fun to me. Like, I was really excited watching this knockout by itself. Grand Prix is Grand Prix. Everyone plays it one time and it goes to online versus. I'm not worried about that, to be completely honest with you. But to address that concern, they have the traditional 3 laps as well for people who are wondering about that. They do have that too in the game. So I wanted to kind of get that out the way first. But in terms of the exciting things, I think this game is going to have a lot of tech. The jumps, the charge jump looks insane. The rail riding looks really cool. The wall riding as well. There's a clip on Sky High Sky. What is it? Sky is this is the Sunday level basically from Mario Kart 8.
Yeah.
If you remember that. And you can actually ride on the wall on part of it, and you'd save a lot of time doing that from the one clip I saw. So there's actually a lot more to this game people think that people think it is. I think they purposely didn't show a ton of things, like new things, because people were saying, "Oh, well, it's kind of rehashing what we already knew." Which, if you're like me, you're looking at all the other gameplay and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty much a rehash of things you kind of already knew, like the charge jump and some of the other mechanics. But there's a lot of in-depth stuff they did not talk about here. They didn't talk about how the items work. The items are very much balanced in this game. Like yeah, Sky High Sunday, that's what it's called. I thought I was right initially, but either way. It basically they talk about like they didn't even talk about that stuff. They didn't talk about the animations. They didn't talk about like any of like the other like cool knickknacks and stuff that you see in the world. It does a lot of Easter eggs in this game too that I picked up on just from listening to the music or just watching a bunch of people just going around the levels. I don't know if you saw in the trailer, OJ. You saw how like they go into like the big vehicles too. By the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like for me, what I liked about the direct was the fact like, yeah, it's a short direct. they're just refining what, like I said, what we saw. I don't remember them talking about the charge jump, so maybe they already showed that, but I don't remember. So, so I was like, oh, cool.
They didn't talk about it, yeah.
Oh, okay. So the charge jump was cool. We knew about the wall riding. We knew about the wall grinding. I like the fact that they have mission mode and free roam. Like there's actually something to do in the free roam, and there's a lot of different types of missions, it seems like, right? They have one like where you're dodging different things coming at you. They have one like where you're grinding on different rails and you're going back and forth, you're collecting coins. And like there's probably going to be more missions that we don't know about. They said hundreds of missions in there. So I do like the fact that there was a mission mode in that or like, you know, and I think that once again, I think that Mario Kart's one of those games to where when you show the game, it's never going to look like the people that don't play Mario Kart or don't like Mario Kart, don't play it a lot. They're never going to think that it's worth whatever it's worth. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're never going to think that. When Mario Kart 8 Deluxe came out, literally, before it turned into the behemoth that it was, nobody actually cared. Content creators downplayed it. Like they said, it's, you know, it's the same. It's $60. We already paid $60 for the game. Like it was downplayed. It was whatever. People said it's not. Like, why do we got to buy this again? And I kid you not, guys. I'm not just saying that just to say it. That was the attitude around Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Was we already bought the game. We already played the game. It's okay, but it's not anything that great. And it turned into a massive behemoth for Nintendo, and people loved the game, and they added DLC and content. Mario Kart World, I think where it comes from, like some of the controversy with it, right, is like the $80. If it was $70, even if it offered the same thing, I don't think anybody would even say anything. So it's really, it's them just, once again, it's the $10, and if you already don't like Mario Kart that much, which a lot of the people that I'm seeing saying that they already don't like it that much, like it's not like a big game to them, then I can understand completely in terms of that. And what you're saying too, like with the price, right? For the people that really love Mario Kart, or if you're like, obviously you're looking at, you don't like the price, but you're going to get it. You're either going to get the bundle, or you're going to get it and just say, okay, well, I'm going to get it because I'm going to put 1 million hours into this game. So that's also fair too. But yeah, there were people that, once again, that said that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe wasn't worth $60 because we had just got it on the Wii U. We already have it on the Wii U, and it's the same game for the same price. And it's, you know, at that time it was how many years old? It was actually only 4 years. No, it was only 3 years old at that time.
It was only it came out 2014,
yeah,
so it was
only,
original. Then 3 years later, so it's really only 3 years old.
Yeah, it was only, and they're like, oh, they're rehashing the game. Yeah, it was only 3 years old. That we're old. I'm getting old. It was only 3 years old at that time that they re-released it. So people are like, what? We just got this game. It's not worth 60. You know. So I get it from that perspective.
And I'm gonna get to that point. That's another point I was gonna mention too, but I'm gonna wait on that.
But no, I understand. Like, I want to make sure that I'm very clear. I understand where people are saying that it's not worth it or questioning the price or whatever the case. That's completely fine. Like, that's not out of bounds at all, you know?
Yeah, like, everyone has their own opinions on how they feel about the game. Like, for me, I'm speaking as a fan. I personally am very excited for this game because they're doing so many things that we've said that they should have done a long time ago. People complained about lack of single-player options with Mario Kart. And now look at World. They're doing a whole big Grand Prix thing that they've never done before. Some people were saying, oh, why are they doing it? Oh my gosh, it's so different. They're different. They're doing it because the people complained about it being the same thing for decades now. 20, 30-something years. Mario Kart is just Grand Prix. It's a single player.
Yeah.
But now it's actually more evolved. You can do the Grand Prix stuff, like, you know, like the whole go around the world, basically, and the whole tour thing, basically. Or you can do the free roam stuff and do collectibles and missions, like mission mode, like the DS days. Yeah. But something that's more involved, P-switches and all that. It's open world.
Do you feel, I almost partially feel that if there was some type of, even if the story mode was just kind of lame, but it was there, I think that would have probably turned some of these people's opinions a different way.
That's exactly what people were expecting in this direct. People were expecting like a more like, hey, this actual kind of a okay-ish story in the game.
Yeah.
People, I mean, there was a story in Mario Golf, and people didn't care about that, to be honest with you. But, you know, I'm just going to be honest about that. But I thought it would have been...
I remember the Mario Golf story. Nintendo advertised it, and people said, this still sucks.
They did advertise it.
I remember the Mario Golf. The funniest thing about Mario Golf, what's it called? Mario Golf?
Super Rush.
Super Rush. I forgot the name of the game already. So Mario Golf Super Rush... That Nintendo advertised, look, there's content, and people said, no, there isn't. That was the funniest thing about that game. Oh, look, there's a single player. Well, the single player sucks.
It's either you get a single player and it sucks, or you don't and you're going to complain anyway. So it's like you win or you lose.
I just found that was hilarious. I was like, I was like, that's when I said I'm out on Mario sports games. No, it was Mario Strikers Battle League when I said I'm
No, Battle
shooting
League
it.
was
Yeah.
Battle League was raw. Battle League was just I don't know what that was.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
that's like the Ultra Smash of the Switch, but
Yeah. Oh yeah,
like
definitely. Yeah, yeah.
like and I'm not my goal here is not even trying to sell people. Like, hey, if you like Mario Kart, get the game. Like, or be excited for whatever case it be. If you don't like the price, you don't have to buy it. It's that simple. For me though, how I'm looking at this game is going to be 10-year plus. This game is going to be there's going to be a bunch of experiences with this. They're going to support this game for a very long time. I'm telling you that right now because they did that with Mario Kart 8.
Mm-hmm.
Mario Kart 8 came out over 11 years ago, going in May. So, I mean, look at it that way. It's going to be supported for a very long time. So, if you want to fork over the 80, great. You're going to have a great experience for a decade plus, probably. Let's be real, because they're probably not going to have a new game anytime soon.
Yeah,
let's be real.
That's the interesting thing I hear. I hear like the Forza comparisons. Like it's like Forza, they release a game every like 2 years or something like that for Forza. So if you want the next game of the Forza franchise, they're gonna release, and like they're gonna do all sorts of DLC packs and things like that. So, but I get it. There's like a lot of fans of Forza. It has a big base and everything. James Forte with the $10 and says, "Happy birthday, big bro. Been following you since the PE.com Bleep Macropactor days. You're an inspiration to not just black creators, but creators in general. Definitely my top 3 ever to do it." Thank you so much, James. I appreciate that. Big love. Thank you for the comic breaks. Shout out to my man, James. I appreciate you, brother. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you. You've been around for a long time. But no, man, I get it. Like, I get it for people like with the price and stuff like that, man. There are some people that are asking about some of the modes in the game. So like the what's it called? The mission mode. Like some people miss that. So yeah, there's a mission mode in the game. So essentially you can they didn't spend too much time on it because I think that they didn't want to spoil it too much. But the mission mode essentially is that you can go into the free roam mode, and throughout the whole world there's going to be medals that you can get. There's going to be P blocks that you can get that give you like coins that you have to get in a certain amount of time. There's going to be certain just like obstacles that you have to dodge, and like there's going to be like stuff coming at you. There's going to be coins that you have to collect. There's going to be a variety of different missions. I think they said hundreds if I'm not correct, right? Yeah, so there's going to be a number of missions in the single player, the mission mode. So that's like Party Man said, that's from the DS days. The DS had a mission mode, but it was very different. The DS's mission mode was you go to like a select screen, right? And then you're doing this mission and then this mission. It was like a selectable like bite-sized thing, whereas this is just kind of like you run into the missions as you explore, so
yeah, for me I see it as like they're offering a lot of different options here, and for me, like I said, the fact that this game is a lot of people say they did stuff like they try like to go out and explore back in like the older Mario Karts, like they wish they could just kind of go out and explore the areas different, like to explore the world in a different way, but we never had the tools to do that. And people use like the out of map glitches, so people remember that from the Mario Kart Wii days. Like people do stuff like that and go just explore the map. Like you can actually do that freely in this game while also enjoying the traditional Mario Kart style as well, which I like. Which is why and for me, the fact they're putting so much effort into the animations, they put so much effort into the environment. You see how there's a lot of different environmental effects you can do, OJ. Like you can hit stuff and stuff flies out the way. You can hit a pole and knock it down. You can jump on different people and objects and all that and trick off of it. You can there's a lot of different effects in this game that people are not really discussing and highlighting on. They're just kind of highlighting on the fact that it's $80, which I can understand because it's a lot of money spent for one game. But
yeah.
I mean,
like I said, if you're someone who's not into Mario Kart as much, or you're not really like most of the people that are talking about this probably, I mean, yeah, they don't. Even if you are into Mario Kart, you probably don't like the price, but like you're gonna justify it in your own way, right? Because you're gonna say, well,
exactly.
If I like Mario Kart, I'm gonna put like 1 million hours into this game, and you probably already paid $80 plus for the full Mario Kart experience in the past. Like with Mario Kart, yeah, you've already paid that. So I mean, if they're including the retro tracks, they're including everything. You're gonna justify it in your brain anyway. For the people who aren't into Mario Kart as much, it's not gonna be that way because they're not into Mario Kart as much. You don't think the game is that great, so there's a million things like in terms of pricing that you can go over. But I will say this, like Gene Park said this to me, and like you got to speak about it in 2 different ways, right? You got to speak as a content creator. You got to speak about it in 2 different ways. All of these people that are saying this literally paid for Mario Kart with their video. The $80 does not mean anything to them. It really doesn't. But they're speaking about it as a general type of way. But 99% of the Nintendo content creators that are saying this price is this, they already made that back and then some, literally talking about it one time. So it was already worth it before you even have to go buy the game. It was worth it because you can make an angry video saying it's not worth it, and you're gonna make 70, 80, 90, $100 off of that video. You know what I'm saying? Like even on the low end, ad revenue can be pretty good with YouTube Red and stuff like that. So that's why it's like when people say, oh, all these creators are saying this about this, and I'm like, guys, they have to say that. That's just part of the game. That's just part of it. But it really doesn't matter. They're gonna make literally that price difference and times 20 or 30 of the $10 in that video, you know? So, or even making a video saying, let's just say if it was 70 or whatever, right? They're going to make that price then some, literally just talking about it. Well, I like the game, you know? So it pays for itself. So you got to remember, factor that in to when you're talking about these things. I don't think they're that mad as in, oh my God, I can't believe this. They're just, as a person that's playing the game and trying to relate to the audience out there that are not content creators. And like I said, Gene Park kind of pushed me on this one on the Spawncast when I made a video saying, and I wasn't trying to make up the $10 difference, guys. I wasn't trying to make up the $10. I don't care. Obviously, I run my channel here, but I see what Party Man's saying. Like I see what Party Man's saying for the people that are actual big fans of the game, and I see what other people are saying for people that aren't. Like if you're not in it, like if you're not into it, then you're not into it, and it's not going to be worth it for you, and that's also fine as well. You know.
It's not just from transparency. Like it's not my job to sell you on the game. Like if you want to buy Mario Kart, great. If you don't, then that's your prerogative. Like I have no issue with that. The issue I have with is just like the people that, like you said, that are actually interested in Mario Kart. They're trying to blow up more than it actually is. The people that actually are into Mario Kart, I heard their concerns, and their concerns make more sense because it's like, okay, they were concerned about maybe not having to do lap tracks before the direct. They were concerned that they looked a little too slow. They were worried about maybe certain characters not being in full, whatever the reason, right? Or the character select screen, I saw Philly be mentioned in the chat, like the character select screen being all these costumes as well as characters. Like, these are like legit concerns. I'm like, okay, because I'm a long-time Mario Kart fan myself, and I had issues like that in the past. Let me just put this in perspective, though. Mario Kart originally on the Wii U. Look at that game. Look what that had, and compare it to this game. That game had a mere fraction.
Can you give us a refresher of Mario Kart 8? You're talking about vanilla Mario Kart 8?
The vanilla Kart day one. Mario Kart 8, you had
just in general. You don't have to remember everything because that was a while ago, but
yeah, you just had your standard Grand Prix 150. 50, 100cc. You had a battle mode that was on standard tracks, not battle mode specific tracks, standard tracks, and it was just balloon battle.
Yeah.
It basically had nothing. You had a bunch of characters, but a lot of them were the Koopalings, Pinko, Peach, and Baby Rosalina. Those were the new characters you got from Mario Kart 8. The rest, and I guess some like returning ones from Mario Kart 7, but like that was it. And then you had the main roster. It wasn't nearly as good as the 50 plus characters we're getting here that are unique. We also had online, but we didn't even have like a regular map. You couldn't even see the mini map in Mario Kart 8. Like you couldn't even see the mini map. That's the most basic thing in Mario Kart. You couldn't even see that in base 8. We're at 60, by the way. We're at 60. Yeah, the online was okay, but fire hopping was a thing, so that was the meta.
Broken at launch.
Okay.
I remember it being bad.
It was pretty bad. It wasn't. I feel like my memory is pretty bad.
No, the tournaments did not.
The tournaments were bad. The tournaments were bad. The tournaments were really bad. The tournaments were really bad. Like I was not a fan of tournaments at all.
They were terrible. They didn't work.
Originally, they did not work. And to be honest, they still didn't really work that well in Mario Kart Deluxe.
No, they really
just kind of used the friend route.
They had to fix it.
They never fixed it. They did, but I feel like it still wasn't even good. Like it still was never good. So. To me, all the things they're doing in this game is way more refined. You could tell they put way more time into this game in terms of like care. Or I don't even want to say they didn't do that for Mario Kart 8 because, to be honest, Mario Kart 8 was a little bit rushed. I believe it came out a little bit on a rush date because the Wii wasn't doing too hot. So there is that too. So that's why some things were missing. They had one item box, by the way. You didn't have two. You had one item, and if you had a coin in first place, you were screwed. So there was stuff like that.
Coin in first place, Party Man knows about that.
It was terrible. I hated that about Mario Kart 8.
Yeah.
Like there was things I loved Mario Kart 8, by the way. It was a beautiful looking game. Really, the saving grace of that game was the fact that it was
The
beautiful. To
graphics and
be
the
honest with you,
anti-gravity were like good gimmicks.
and the anti-gravity is cool, but I feel like they did not take full advantage. Like
They did
I don't
not.
think it was as cool as what it could have been. Like with this game, you have rail riding, you have wall riding, you have the charge jump that actually changes the gameplay. There is literally several different like rails I've seen on all the multiple courses that you probably didn't pick out in any of the trailers. Like you have to like literally look and find it in all these different gameplays. And there's still a lot more things that we do not know about this game, a lot of secrets that we don't know. So to be honest, this game to me is leagues above what Mario Kart 8 was. People are used to comparing it to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe now at this point because it has all the content from 10 years. That's not fair when you literally have a game that's that's just coming out that it's basically at the starting line like Mario Kart 8 the original was. So I think people are looking at it in that lens too, where it's like, oh well, we got Mario Kart 8, it has 96 tracks. Okay, but you complain about the DLC not looking as good as the base game.
How many tracks does
What do you mean?
First of all, Cybertorch. Let me get to Cybertorch's $5. This question about
Yeah.
question for Party Man. Also being a big Mario Kart fan myself, how does he feel about what it looks like the carts not being customizable? I like the way they went down that route this time. The customization in the last game was not something I enjoyed much. Yeah, I think we talked about that a little bit. That I Party Man used broken cart combinations, so I'm happy. Personally.
So my combo was okay at best, but no, to be completely honest, and I'm not BSing here. I actually did not like the customization. Like, in what I watched a lot of videos on this too, and people were saying the same thing I said, where like the cards looked ugly. To be honest with you, a lot of the cards looked really bad with different setups. Yeah. There was only like that's the reason I stuck with the pipe frame in the roller wheels. Well, no, because in Wii U it wasn't broken, and the Mario Kart 8 Wii U it was not broken.
It was broken in Deluxe. We're talking about Deluxe though.
It's. I'm just talking about Mario Kart 8. Okay, in Deluxe it's better in Deluxe. Better in Deluxe. It's better.
Trying to explain Peach not being broken. Oh, she was good in 4, but she was okay in 4. But in Ultimate, she's okay. She's alright. A little bit better.
Ultimate, she's top tier. She's top tier. No, she's top tier. Maybe
that's what you would do. You would sit there trying to act like Peach was not like top tier, like a top 3 character. Even though you'd be, she's top 10. Oh, she's maybe top 25. I'm like, give me a break. Peach
give you top
every tool.
Top 7 at best. Top 7.
And thank you guys for the happy birthday wishes. There's a lot of you guys coming through and saying happy birthday. Thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes. The drum men, thank you guys. Appreciate that. Big love. So Party Man, in terms of like how you feel about the game, like you talked about the price. We talked about, to me, the physics, like you talked about some of the stuff with the physics, that to me is one of the most interesting things. I think, like, I keep on saying this because maybe I like jet skis. The water stuff is incredible. Although I think it'd be harder to do, like, actually have to render all the stuff underwater. So I think it was maybe more of a logical change, because if you make it to where you can go underwater in an open world game, you're going to have to actually, make all that stuff underwater, and you probably don't want to have to spend all your time doing that either, So the jet skis made a sense, but I like the fact that jet skis are just more fun to race on, like to use, than going underwater, right? So like I do agree with you with the physics stuff and all that. Once again, I do agree with you. Jack does make a point with he's saying that he loves Mario Kart. He says that people spend money on like one meal, $40 on a meal, for stuff like that. And he's talked about how like, people are complaining about Mario Kart 8, the lineup day one to pay $150. That's a little bit of a whataboutism, but I see what you're saying though. And I get it. Like, and I think once again, it's really going to come down to, it's what people have a standard in terms of what they feel is standard, right? They have a standard in what they feel, which is standard, and they feel that Mario Kart is not doing enough. They don't like the game as much, and they feel that it's not doing enough, because pretty much everybody, even before this direct, said that it's not worth it. And I don't think there was really anything that they would show that would make it worth it for them. I think even if there was a story mode, like a base story mode, I don't think that would make it worth it. I don't think there was anything that they could have showed that would have made them worth it. And I talked about that on the Spawncast as well. I'm like, no, John, I don't think. He's like, oh, they got to show it. I'm like, they're not going to show you anything that's going to make it worth it or not. Like, there's nothing that they're going to show the game. They're going to show the items and the characters and some of the stages. And that's how these directs go. Like, it's not, they don't, in these directs that are focused on a singular game, they don't show you anything that's going to, oh my god, completely change the complexion of the game for you. They're just going to show you more stuff with the game. It's going to be the base game, and then they're going to show you more stuff with the game. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to show you stuff that we already saw. They're going to show you stuff that we didn't see, and then that's going to be that. And then it's going to be the end, and that's that. So yeah, I don't really think there was anything that they could have shown, unless, like I said, they somehow turned it into, like, I don't know, Subspace Emissary with single player, and like you can get people that aren't into Mario Kart excited because you see cutscenes. I think that'd probably be the only thing that could happen.
Only way that could have happened. Like, and the guy's saying, "Oh well, comparing Mario Kart World to Mario Kart." I'm doing that because I'm not even talking about the failure of the Wii. Well, I did mention like briefly about hey, like to help with the Wii U sell the the content and all that, but that was its own separate problem. But I'm comparing the launches because it's a launch of Mario Kart World, a new game. Mario Kart 8 launched 11 years ago as a new game, so I'm comparing them in that scene, in the same vein of like
what
content and
deluxe, vanilla deluxe.
Even vanilla deluxe, I mean, even still, I think it's still better. The only thing Mario Kart Deluxe has more is 200cc off the bat. It has more battle modes technically, and has more tracks because it has started with 48. So we usually compare it to Deluxe on a successful system.
How many tracks does this have? Did they say?
So they technically didn't tell you the number. It's technically 30. So, okay. And the reason why it seems like it's because 2 tracks are going to be like, I guess, repeating courses. Essentially, is what it seems like it's going to be the case here. And I think it may honestly hurt a bit that it's technically less tracks by a lot compared to Mario Kart, because Mario Kart Deluxe on Switch had 48 tracks off the bat. Barring that was DLC from Mario Kart on the Wii U, but still, it came packaged in with that. So obviously for people, I can understand why that's a concern. My counter to that though is that Mario Kart is not an open world game now. So you got to kind of factor that in too. This game has a lot more going on than people think. Rainbow Road makes it 30, by the way, Dawson.
And that's also the retro tracks also make it 30.
Yeah, the retro tracks and like Rainbow Road makes it straight up a 30. 30 is altogether. Yeah. So that's why there's less, because there's a lot more going on. Well, I think they're going to do for DLC, which I'm so glad they didn't talk about DLC here. I'm so glad they didn't. Thank goodness. So I think they're actually going to have, and there's a bit people kind of hinting about this, but I think it's either going to be a new continent or a new like islands. But I think that's down the line, and they're going to fill up the track count that way. So I'm not worried about the track count. I think it's fine because the fact that the world is open. And now if it was just like Mario Kart 8, where literally it's just the same old thing but new mechanics like the railway and all that, then there'll be a different story. I would have a different discussion then. But it's not. It's completely open world. So you got to kind of factor that in too.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. Like, it's one thing to have, like, obviously the 48 tracks and whatever, the blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, like, you race on those tracks and that's that, right? It's a set little thing.
Yeah.
They have to, if you include all the open world parts that are not part of the tracks, clearly there's more mileage in terms of where you can go. It's a bigger game. Does that make sense? Like, if you were to put together like the whole world and everything in terms of where you can go and the mileage that you get from that, it's a longer per se than the at least the vanilla tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe overall. From what I'm just seeing, right? It looks more dynamic. You can drive anywhere that you want. Once again, you have the jet ski stuff. So yeah, we'll see in terms of overall like how it feels to play. Will it feel like there's not enough places to go? Will it feel like there's not, like it feels like there's not, like it's just not enough? We'll see for sure. Rukia X Play with the $20 says happy birthday. Thank you so much, Rukia X Play with the $20 dono. Thank you so much. Party Man, did you have anything else that you wanted to add to Mario Kart World discussion?
It kind of leads into like Paul Gale's thing, but like I've watched so many people that played the game early, and literally all of them said they had a blast playing it, which is always the case with Mario Kart. Like literally every time people say anything about Mario Kart before it launches, that's fine. But usually, like you said earlier about word of mouth, that's usually how it is. Like, oh, you play this new Mario Kart? It's fun. It's lit. Like it's kind of like the old days of like you tell your friend, oh, I played this game and it's really cool. And like, oh, I want to play too, and then they get involved in it. It's that kind of thing. Mario Kart's always going to be like that. So that's another thing I always factored in too. But that kind of leads to Paul Gale and his experience probably because he played a lot of Mario Kart. And I watched his footage. I really enjoyed it. So
yeah, absolutely. We're gonna talk to Paul Gale next. Yeah, so Party Man. Yeah, like I said, I want to make sure that I reiterate this before I get clipped by a weirdo or something like that. Yeah, man, like I get it, and I think we both said the same thing in terms of like the $80. Like I'm not sure, you know, to me personally, like if let me ask you this. I personally think just to avoid the nonsense, they should have just done 70. You know,
They should have said
and then just charge for DLC like everybody else. Like
that.
they should have just done that because
agree.
gamers legitimately don't care that they will get charged for extra things if it's not part of the base. If we're talking about from a PR standpoint, it's like Mario Kart has all the retro tracks in there, has all that stuff, blah blah blah. But like Forza, and I say this just because of Forza, $60 for like a stripped down experience of the game, which doesn't have like, if you pay $100, you actually get all the cool stuff. You get all the packs, you get all the cars, you get all the whatever. Like you get all the skins, you get everything that you need, right? The $60 experience is not as good as a $100 experience, but nobody's giving Forza, which is a 5-year-old game plus, nobody's giving that any crap because the base game is 60, even though it's a pared back experience. You know what I'm saying? It's a pared back experience. So like, to me, it probably should have just been 70 and then just charge for DLC. And gamers, I don't want to say unfortunately we're too stupid, but kind of like, like people don't care.
He's not wrong.
I don't want to say that we're too stupid, but it's clearly developers strip back stuff, charge 60 or charge 70, strip back things, charge for digital deluxe editions, and then charge you to actually get the full game. They charge you for that. That is a common thing that developers do, you know? So very, very common thing. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but does Diddy Kong Racing have an open world?
No, it doesn't.
I don't think it does.
And it doesn't have nearly the amount of characters and physics.
It doesn't have the amount of characters. Don't get me wrong, Diddy Kong Racing is great with the planes.
No, it's great.
It's great. I mean, it's not a comparison. I played Diddy Kong Racing. I don't think it's a comparison here. Like, it's not. The game doesn't have online. Obviously, it doesn't have online. But like,
you see why I'm not comparing it to Cross Worlds. I'm not comparing it to Sonic Cross Worlds. I'm not comparing it to Diddy Kong Racing. I'm not even comparing it to CTR. I'm comparing it to Mario Kart. Because Mario Kart is evolving off of itself. I'm not comparing it to other games because other games do their own thing. They have their own niche, their own thing they did 20 years ago, whatever. Good for them. I'm talking for Mario Kart standards. Mario Kart standards didn't have open world. They didn't have this whole physics thing where you could drop anywhere, you could bounce off anything, you can interact with everything like it's Breath of the Wild or something. They don't have that. They didn't even have the amount of characters that this game has. So
yeah, I mean,
that's why I'm not comparing it.
Diddy Kong Racing's it's just a bad comparison. I mean, I get like, you know, some people like I said, story mode. Like for the casuals, it's something that the casuals were looking for. People, not even like the casuals, the people who don't like Mario Kart or barely like it. I would say the people that barely like Mario Kart are looking for some type of thing to distract them from the actual game of playing Mario Kart, right? Oh, give me a story mode. Give me something like that. That's what people are like. People that actually like playing Mario Kart, yeah, they probably care about a story mode or whatever the case is, but they don't care too much about that. They don't care too much. They care about the actual. I can tell you
right now, they do not.
They care more about the gameplay. They care about the tracks. They care about like the balance of the vehicles. They care about those things. Whereas the more of the casual side will care about, oh, well, I can play a story mode that lasts you like what, 3 hours or 4 hours, then you're done.
Yeah, I guarantee it would not be more than 5 hours.
Yeah, it would probably be and like I said, it would be cool if they had it in there. If there was like, I think if there was like cutscenes, that would be dope, and that would probably get people that aren't into it, because most of the people that are saying are people that don't really like Mario Kart too much. They just casually play it. People like us, we're a bit more core into Mario Kart. You're more core than me. But like, you know, I'm still like, okay, well, I want to play it a lot, right? I always play Mario Kart. So I'm more interested in that because you know you're going to play the game for hundreds of hours, whereas somebody who's only going to play the game for maybe like 30, 40, 50 hours, that 5 hours is going to be very important. So that's why like, oh, I need the story mode or something like that, because they're not going to play the game for that long. Like, it's not that important to them. So I get it, like from what Dave's saying from that perspective, like when it comes to Diddy Kong Racing. But Diddy Kong Racing is a game that, like, you can play it multiplayer, but I mean, like, it's just not to the level of this. It's not even close. It's a bad comparison. And that game was like, it was an expensive 64 game when it came out. It wasn't a cheap 64 game. From what I understand, it's a $60 game back then. I mean, you can get it for cheaper. Obviously, you can get it like used and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure it launched like at a $60 game, you know. So it was not a $50 game or a $40 game. But I don't remember what Diddy Kong Racing's original price was, but I know it was kind of high because I didn't have the money to get it. Let me double check. Diddy Kong Racing original price. When it launched, I don't remember. I don't think I can find it here. It's just a bunch of old people selling the game old. But yeah, either way, I see what you're saying though. Like I get it from like that perspective as well. Like I get it, Dave, from that perspective.
That's the question too.
Yeah.
He said, "Do you think they will adopt a Splatoon model with free updates?"
No, because they would have said it if they were. I think that would have
They
been.
definitely would have. They definitely would address that, or
Yeah.
they would have said that. I think it's just gonna be expansion, and they're just gonna do
I
that.
think they're gonna
thing.
wait a while for
Unfortunately.
I think they're gonna wait a while for the expansion though. Like I don't see the expansion maybe coming out to the end of the year.
I hope it's not till the end of the year. Like in the next start, they say, okay, well, I honestly wish it was free because it's $80 that they're already paying upfront for the game. I feel like that the
$50.
they'll at least validate the 20 portion of it being DLC if they did that. But I mean, I'm not Nintendo, so I can't force them.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, it was $50 at launch. My bad, $50. I was thinking about Pokemon Stadium. I think Pokemon Stadium was $60 at launch. Okay, I got those two smixed because I did buy Pokemon Stadium at launch. No, Diddy Kong Racing was great though. It was great for what it was, but it's not up to this level. It's not up to what they're offering here. But no, yeah, the story mode would have been great. CTR had a story mode, and I remember CTR story mode, and I played it, and the problem was that the CTR remaster was terrible. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't terrible. It just didn't work. Let me just.
It was well. I mean,
on Switch
I'm a
it
big
didn't work.
myself.
Other systems it worked, but Switch it didn't work.
See, that's the problem. Is you played it on Switch, and this is why
Yeah.
I don't buy all third-party games because not all of them are great. But the online is what didn't work. The game itself is actually really good.
Oh no, the game's fine.
I think it's a fantastic game. I love the original CTR, Crash
Yeah.
USA back in 1999. That game was fantastic.
Yeah.
This game was really good as well. Like I loved it too. But I think for me, it didn't recapture that same magic it did back in the day. But maybe it's because it brought up the HD, and I don't know. I feel a little weird about games being brought back like that because sometimes they feel it captures that magic, sometimes it doesn't, and I don't know. But for me, it didn't quite capture the same magic, but I still loved the game.
Mm-hmm.
But the online was the one that was the problem. The online was not it in that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even on PS4, it was bad, to be
So-
honest, or it wasn't great.
Yeah, so I want to reiterate, shout outs to my man Chartar with the $10. Says, happy birthday, OJ. I've been watching since 2018 under different profiles and among other creators. You've been one of the most consistent and focused. Hope to see you for many years to come. God bless. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Chartar. You know what? I don't know what other profiles you're watching. I don't care what other profiles you're watching under. I just care that you're enjoying yourself and you like the content enough to support, or even if you don't like the content enough to just watch for that long. So thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Big love. But yeah, man, like I agree though, party man. Like I said, I wish like the 80 thing wasn't a thing. I wish it was just 70. I think 70 across the board could easily just, fix a lot of this stuff, even for people that don't like the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would have fixed so much stuff. But yeah, party man, any like kind of closing thoughts or last thoughts that you have to say about Mario Kart?
I'm just super excited because we can finally move on from Arcade Deluxe, and this game looks like a major step up in my opinion.
That's why it's worth the 10, party man, for me. The 10 extra, it's for me. Well, outside of being a content creator, I just say it's like I'll pay for you to leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Like I will pay for Mario Kart 8 to leave me to leave. You ever been so tired of something you'll pay to see them leave? Like that's how I feel. Like I feel like if there was like a squatter in my house and like I'll like, dude, just leave. I'll pay you whatever you want. Even though you're supposed to just leave, but just leave. I'll pay you to leave. And that's how I feel about Mario Kart 8. I am ready to just go from that game, Like
we played thousands of hours of that game. Like I personally had enough of it. I love Mario Kart 8. I will always love that game.
Mm-hmm.
But I will not sit there and discredit Kart World because of the price, and it would look fraudulent on me if I wasn't excited, to be honest, because I've been sitting there asking for Mario Kart every freaking year since 2018.
I think some people want you to just not be excited and not buy it. That's what some people
I'm not going to bend to that. I'm going to be excited for any damn game I want. So that's to all the people that would say that to me. I don't give a crap about
that's
that.
That's what they want from content creators. They want content creators. That's what they want from content creators. They want content creators to say that it's not worth it. But it doesn't matter if they buy the game or not. Just say that so you can confirm what I think. So that's the funniest thing.
I'm not letting anyone ruin my hype.
I don't think like the 80 thing. I don't think it should have been that. I think that everything should be 70, and I think that would have been fine. I think they would have made plenty of money. It wouldn't have been a problem at all. So I think that's the only, I would say, mistake would be that. And not because it's not, I mean, for some people, it's obviously going to be worth the 80. For some people, it's not. But I just think that just doing that because gamers are, you know how gamers are, man. Like I said, like you can buy Astrobot for freaking $60 and you get 12 hours. And people are like, oh my God, that's great. I spent 60, I got 12 hours. You can play Mario Kart for 120 hours and be like, oh my God, it was 80. It wasn't worth it. Like, that's how gamers are. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how gamers are. They can spend a bazillion hours in something and say that it's not worth it, and spend 2 hours in another game and say that it's worth it if they think the game is like good, or if they like that type of game, which I've literally seen people do that with Astrobot. Oh, you got 12 hours of gameplay. That's fine for 60, but this is not worth it for this. And it's like, but that game's going to give you way more hours. Oh, well, I'm going to bend the rules to how I feel like. And that's just how gamers are. Gamers, because it's like a standard price. Like, they were very set in certain things, right? So that's kind of how I feel. And it's Nintendo too. Some people just hate Nintendo as well. So it's also, you got to factor that in, you know?
If I can mention this too, like I'm gonna be a little ranty here. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be my soapbox
real quick before you rant though. Shout out to Low Tech 42. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. It says happy birthday, LG. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I honestly don't, not trying to be negative here, but I really, really dislike the new era of gaming and how it is. I really hate it, to be honest, because the people are super pessimistic about everything. They try to dramatize everything. They try to make everything this big old drama-filled nonsense that's going on with, oh my gosh, this is like, I just want the game to be exciting. Like you said, you know how you said Bayonetta 3 was not as fun for you initially because other people and how they're acting towards it.
Yes.
I'm not letting that happen to me with Mario Kart. Hell no. I'm gonna be honest with that because I do not like it with anybody. Like, I would not do that to anyone else who likes whatever game you like, F-Zero, Star Fox, Animal Crossing, whatever. You're excited about whatever game you like, cool. But I do not let people determine my excitement for the game. Never. I am sick of that. I am sick of it happening everywhere across this industry. This is why I think the PS5 and Xbox has been boring, because it's all the same crap. It's either the same stuff that's been releasing, or people are making big deals about every single thing in the book. I'm sick of it. I just want to enjoy my system and my games. I had enough of this. Like, I'm honestly sick of it. And I'm just speaking on people who are like me, who do not care about half that crap that these people talk about. Do I think the price is ridiculous? Yes. That's where I'm gonna go with that. Do I find worth in it? Yes, for me. Mm-hmm. I am excited, and I want to play what I want to play. I'm not letting any dickhead on here. I'll excuse my French. I am not letting anyone on here tell me otherwise. I would be real about that. I'm so sick of these people.
This is the maddest I've ever seen Party Man get, to be honest, bro. Don't mess with this Mario Kart, dude.
don't mess with my Mario Kart. I am dead ass serious about this. I don't care. I've been waiting 10, 11 years for this. And we got a tour. We got live circuits.
This Party Man was in a race car band playing Mario Kart. Mario Kart 11.
Like,
Mario Kart.
It's real though. Like, it's my life, bro. Like, I love the franchise, and I want to enjoy what I love. If you don't like it, get the hell out of my face. Then I do not care.
Yeah,
I feel you, I'm gonna be real about that.
I feel you, Party Man.
But that's all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm taking over your stream.
No, you're good, dude. I wanted to listen. I drug you along for this long. You've been an Elite Ninja forever. You deserve it. You deserve to come through and say what you've got to say. I'd be a complete douchebag if I didn't come on here and let you say what you got to say, brother. You've earned it. You've earned it. Don't sell yourself short, man. You've been a great friend over the years. Like, we're going
you too, man. Much
love,
my guy.
I love you, man. Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely, man. Yo, you gotta do you have me on more? I would love to talk about.
Man, we're gonna have to have you on more because we're gonna have you on for Mario Kart.
Absolutely, and I am going to destroy you and everyone else in this chat. I'm not holding back.
That's not happening, Party Man.
Okay. You sure? I don't need busted combos.
It might actually happen. You actually might just be bodying me in this game. All right then, Party Man. Thanks for coming through, brother.
All right, man. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Take care.
It easy. All right. So y'all getting charged because of the love. It's they know that you'll pay for a reskin. I'm missing out on Mario. If I just play Mario Kart 8, they didn't change but the worth the 80. Yeah, go play Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8, it's open world. It's an open world racing game with jet ski races and connected courses and knockout tour and the charge jump and the wall riding and the grinding. Yeah, Mario Kart 8 actually has all of that. So just Ocho, it has all that. So just play Mario Kart 8. Honestly, like, it's just a reskin. It's the same game. So just go play that if I were you. So yeah. All right, let's see here. Let's get into the Paul Gale also is going to be here talking about stuff. So Paul Gale with his hands-on Switch 2 impressions. Hands-on Switch 2 impressions. So Paul Gale, when you're ready, if you can give me a call on Discord, that would be great. If not, I'm going to take some questions, comments, and all that good stuff. I'm going to open up my Nightbot too. I have some eShop cards that I want to give away. So I'm going to give away some eShop cards as well. Nightbot. I think Nightbot is going to be the way I'm going to give it away. So, excuse me. I've already added Nightbot to my chat. So, add to chat. I think, yeah, okay, yeah, YouTube. I think it's already there. It's definitely already there. So I think I have to do all this just to get it to. So yeah, we're going to do that. So if you have questions, feel free to tag me at PlayerEssence, hashtag PlayerEssence by itself. I'm more than happy. Yeah, Party Man went into a little bit of a rant mode. General Zamora, General Zamora is pretty freaking good. He's pretty freaking good. Shoutouts to Chartard. Shoutouts to Love Tech. Or no, Low Tech. Thank you for the Low Tech. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. So Party Man, or if Paul Gale, if you can give me a video call, or not video, a voice call on Discord, that would be great, because I don't know how to use Discord. So if you can give me a voice call on Discord, that'd be good. Thank you so much, Halo Marvel. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate that. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes as well. So happy birthday from Down Under. I really appreciate the content, especially your love, market sales analysis. Thank you so much, Mashida D. Thank you. Can you see my comments? I can see your comments, Mr. Davis. What's good, man? Welcome. I want an eShop code to drop all for the Doom Switch games for the B-Day stream. I want an eShop code to drop all for all Doom Switch games on B. Okay. Thank you, Nick93 with the $1.99. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you, Nick99. And I did not give Astrobot a stray. I simply just said people are willing to. It wasn't supposed to be a stream. It was just a conversation that I had the other day. People are willing to justify what they personally like in terms of value perspective against something else that they don't like. Even though, like I said, all things being equal, it should be like, well, wait a minute, that game's not worth it. So people are willing to just adjust whatever they feel like saying, because one's a standard price. You can get 2 hours on that, and people will be like, it's a better price than a game that'll give you significantly more, because gamers are just creatures of habit at times. So yeah. Do you want one? Do I want one? Want what? One Me Games. You said, hold up. I thought that was a joke. I want an eShop code to drop for all Doom Switch games on the B-Day stream. Oh, you're actually offering that. Yeah, that'd be great. If you want to DM me on Twitter or on my, yeah, we can figure that out. Sure. I know how to use Discord. Damn it. Never mind. I'll call Paul Gale. If Paul Gale's ready, I'll call Paul Gale. I know how to use Discord. Give me a second here. I know how to use. Look, I know how to use it, dude. There you go. Look, check this out. So I'm gonna call Paul Gale. I'm calling him right now. Let's see here. All these characters, but my Falcon Me gets terminated. Good. Your Falcon Me should not be in there. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. What do you think of Kamiya leaving Platinum? I don't know if you talked about this. We did talk about it a while ago. But yeah, it's fine. You know, he started his own studio, Clovers, so that's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna call Paul Gale again. Okay. Hold up. Hey, Paul. I can't do video chat. Or actually, wait a minute. Maybe I can do video chat with you. Give me a second.
All right.
Let me see if I can add you. It's gonna be weird though, because
that's okay.
I'd have to add you in on the Discord. Or actually, no. Wait a minute. I can do this. Okay, yeah, I can do that. So then we're both on the screen. All right, there you go. See, look, this works.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. I didn't know you wanted to do video, but that's fine. If you want to do video, that's good.
I was on my phone at the same time. I was trying to hold on. Let me mute this one.
Okay, yeah. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me just
whatever works for you.
Real quick, exit out of some stuff and get back to this. Okay, yeah. Everything works actually fine for me, Paul. So Paul, for those who don't know, this is Paul Gale Network. He is an awesome content creator. Been creating content for a very long time on this YouTube page. I think maybe as long or longer than me. And Paul Gale is a friend of mine. I met him in person a couple years ago back in Seattle. We met. I've been meaning to go to Los Angeles because we actually don't live too far away from each other. So I've been meaning to go, but I've just been busy with the little one. I got the little one, but when the little one grows up, Paul, we'll definitely hang out more for sure. When the little one grows up, and I can actually just leave without him going bananas. Okay, going DK bonanza on us. Because anytime I step out, he just throws fits. But Paul, I want to ask you. You have played the Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah.
What is going on here? How is this? Let's just start first with the build of. He's got the shirt. Let's just start the shirt and everything. Paul, how is the system to hold, to feel? What are your first impressions of the quality of the build, the screen, the Joy-Cons? Give us the deets.
It's fantastic, and like I say that as a pretty seasoned gamer that's been playing a long time. There is a little bit of bias naturally because Nintendo was my first real experience into video gaming, but I've played it all, I own it all, I've purchased all over the years, so really just trying to look at it as objective as possible. And like, how are the graphics compared, for instance, in Street Fighter 6? When I was playing it live in person in LA just this past weekend against the Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5 versions that I own. And if I was just walking by seeing it live on screen and wasn't looking at the controller, it's good enough in visual fidelity, lack of load times, snappiness in the gameplay that if I didn't see the controller or like what system was behind the glass, I wouldn't have known. And that's coming from someone who's put in a lot of hours into it. Now, if you're really going frame by frame analysis and having all of the monitors next to each other, which people have done online, then you can look back and say, oh yeah, I could see maybe there's a little bit better lighting here. But like, if you're trying that hard to find something wrong, it kind of goes to show you like there's nothing really wrong. You're just gonna pick your own battles that don't need to exist,
Mm-hmm.
So like right away, I know I went to third party, which is probably the lesser of the interesting things on people's minds, maybe, but just I want to get that out of the way. It's a powerful system, and like thanks to DLSS, thanks to having more modern text, it doesn't have to be raw horsepower more powerful than the others, but if you equate it to cars, it's like Nintendo Switch 2, it doesn't need more horsepower. It's got enough, but it has some nitrous on the side. It has a little bit of NOS that you could hit it to get to those top speeds that other more powerful cars have in terms of raw horsepower and torque. But the Switch 2 has it in something else, a little bit of a booster, right? That's kind of how I equate it. The quality of the console, I didn't get to touch the dock and stuff like that, but like the system itself feels like a step above the OLED model. The base Nintendo Switch I felt was a pretty solid piece of Nintendo tech. No shade against what they did in the past, but Nintendo just evolved with times. And by the time they got to like DS Lite, I felt that was a pretty slick piece of modern portable hardware. And the Nintendo Switch topped it. OLED refined it. The plastic was a little bit better quality. I had no complaints with the Nintendo Switch 2. It's bigger, and I brought my OLED model on my second day I got to go because I got to play it twice, Friday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And dang, what a difference, an 8-inch or 7.9-inch vertical screen is over that OLED model's, 6.9, right?
Mm-hmm.
My son was with me on the day too, and he was like, this thing is enormous. And, he's coming from a 10-year-old boy's, playing it perspective, but he didn't have any problems like holding it because the thing is, it's light. It's not this heavy equipment. It's not this, heavy piece of tech. I don't own a Steam Deck, but I have a couple of friends that have them, and like that's a pretty massive thing to be holding. And then here you've got something that's lighter and
Thinner, I think.
no
Maybe.
complaints on the physical build on the plastic. I do like the kickstand flipping in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Will it have some other gameplay elements that you would want to flip the screen and maybe like have some kind of topsy-turvy mode or whatever, or just have it there for the ability to have it?
Mm-hmm.
It is kind of cool though, holding it like this. I think will make a difference in people not grabbing it by the screen and like, creating little micro fractures from going from the back of the system and the front of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
But good quality plastic. Screen itself, once again, unless if I had the OLED model next to me, if I was just looking at the screen, I would have no complaints on the vivid LCD screen that they have. It is clear, it is sharp, it is better than the Nintendo Switch screen was back in 2017. Just LCD, it's a different type of LCD than we had back then, right?
Mm.
Turning on my OLED model, I'm like, okay, the OLED is a little bit brighter, that glass is a little different, but no complaints. I'm not nitpicking the screen at all. Joy-Con. I think if you have larger hands, you know, my hands are big enough that on a good day I could palm a basketball. So not that big, but big enough to do that. Big enough that I can hold a Dreamcast from side to side, and I can hold a Dreamcast
Big
in my
enough that
hands.
you can
Okay.
hold an Xbox Duke controller and you're okay.
Let's see. I don't have the
You
Duke
got a
with me.
Duke? You got,
If you can palm a Duke,
I
from
can
like,
I can hold the Duke controller and not stretch my hands to reach the buttons. I remember people
Okay.
were going bonanzas with that because like I had some of my friends that were taller than me. Like I hung out with all the basketball players in high school, right? Like
Yeah.
I didn't hang out with the football players, even though I was mainly a football player. All my friends were the basketball players, so they were all way taller than me, or either or a bit taller than me. I'm about 5'9", so they were all way taller than me, and I had as big as hands as they do, or like bigger hands than they do. So sometimes there was guys that were like 6'1" or 6'2", and their hands were smaller than mine, and they definitely when we played Halo. They complained about the big original Xbox
Yeah.
controller. They remodeled the controller to the Xbox the S controller, and that controller everyone's like, oh my god, I can play Halo so much better now with the S controller. So for apparently for people with big hands, this system feels to be comfortable because it is bigger than the Switch OLED by a good amount, like in terms of like the length, right?
Yeah. The length a little bit wider. The height in the Joy Cons is just enough that it's gonna feel better in people's hands. It's a little bit more ergonomic. They don't have like the full curvature and the swooping feeling of like a GameCube controller or a thick base like a PS5 DualSense, but it does feel a little bit better. It is a little bit bigger. It's a little bit more curved. Uh, the easy access of taking them out with the magnets, very responsive. I did my test safely, like dangling this thing. Could it fall out? Could it fall out? It wasn't budging. There was no wiggle either. My
Yeah.
son actually thought it was pretty cool that, like, there is no rail. And like the Nintendo rep said, you could put it on backwards. So I was putting it on backwards, flipping it back and forth this way, that way. No issues. Very responsive. It also, if you're an audio kind of person, it does have a very comfortable, satisfying tapping sound. It
Like the
still
like yeah. The thing
it's
that surprised me the most
cool.
audio wise, would you have ever, even like graphics and all that wise, would you have ever thought that Nintendo would have a system that has 3D audio,
Mm.
integrated voice chat,
Yeah.
VRR, 120 frames per second, and an HDR? I would have said that if you predicted that, I would have said you are a liar. There is no way that Nintendo has those 5 options built into the system. Oh, and even let's just say 4K, right? Like 4K capacity, 4K ability. There's no way, even that we knew that the Switch 2 was going to be stronger than the Switch 1. I would have never thought that I would say Nintendo would have those things built into the system. So I guess, I mean, it's not the best environment to play because you're in, obviously it's a bit loud and there's other people and like you don't have your own display and stuff like that. But how did you feel when you actually got a chance to play the games? What was the games the game that you felt kind of stood out to you?
Oh, dang. I was fortunate enough, I'm not trying to humble brag or anything, but I got
Humble
six
brag. I don't
hours.
care.
Okay, a little humble brag. I got 6 hours with the thing, 3 hours on Friday and 3 hours on Sunday. So you're supposed to get two, and I was allowed to have like 6 hours and 15 minutes of time because my second day was a little bit longer. I played plenty. I played the heck out of Mario Kart World, and every time I had a different experience, and it was so freaking fun. And this is how I look at it. Are you going to have a couple of years of joy out of Mario Kart World and say play it for 250 hours? And are you really going to go back and say, man, those 250 hours were fun, but it sure would have been a lot more fun if I paid $10 less? I don't think you're going to be caring
I
at
think
that point.
some people might.
Maybe.
Probably not
But
if they
like,
put 200. If you put 200 hours into it, but most of the people that are saying that probably aren't going to put that time. So we have to put that
right.
disclaimer out there.
And then maybe it's not for you in the first place.
Yeah.
Maybe you rent it. Maybe you game share. Maybe you try through a different means. Maybe you wait for it on to be on sale. But like, I had such a good time with it. Like, dude, let me tell you, my first demo experience with it. So we played it in Joy-Con mode in the little Joy-Con grip, followed by portable mode, followed by TV mode once again with the Pro controller, right? And that was the way that we did it each day. And on the second day, I got to have another round on top. Every time was awesome. Everything is fast, it's responsive, it's colorful. When I first turned it on, I was just blown away with just how much width the tracks have, how much depth the tracks have. And I understand this is why the game is so much bigger, because it's accommodating for 24 players going on at once. And how much fine tuning did they have to do, and how much behind the scenes work that they have to do to make sure it's balanced? Because it's not just like take a Mario Kart 8 deluxe track and throw in 24 players. It would be too crammed. It would be too narrow. It would be too. It just doesn't work that way. Like, look at how much involvement, a little bit on the side, how much involvement Masahiro Sakurai puts into each new character in Smash to be balanced to work with all 70 other characters, right? Nintendo probably had quite a bit of a deep dive into designing these tracks just right, because each one felt really good. I was so overjoyed with the simple things like the rubber and the wheels bouncing in and out as I was going through the different terrain and seeing the expression on different characters. Little things like, I remember I was the cow character on this particular part, and I was going over the water. I was cow. And it was funny because while I was like live recording, I'm like, oh, this time I'm going to pick a cow for my wife. And some people didn't let me finish. And then in the comments section, they were like, I can't believe you said it for wife.
Why would you say that?
You did it too. I was like, I'm going to pick a cow for my wife because it's her favorite animal and because she loves cows. So, honey, this one's for you. And I'm going to pick a purple motorcycle because it's
even if she likes cows, you still don't. I think you still don't do it.
You want to show up? Okay, my wife's going to show up.
Hi, Paul Gale wife.
Loves purple cows. So.
Yeah, no, tell her. Did she hear what I said? Hold up, can she come back? Can she come back real quick if she has time?
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you, even if cows are your favorite, I still feel he should have not said that. I just want to say that. You look beautiful. You look great. You're not a cow in any type of way. I just want to make sure that I put that out there. You look fantastic, Mrs. Paul Gale.
But the chat was having a field day with that comment. Like, I can't believe you said that. But I'm like, okay. Let me tell you all why I said it. But anyway,
let me explain why before I get hit over the head with the frying pan.
Before a certain community, damns me for it.
Comes after you. Yeah, exactly. They come after you.
But the whole thing I was saying, leading into that, was like, check this out, really cool detail. I'm on the water. And then back from behind, someone throws a blue shell. It's skirting across the water, lands, and boom, and then it creates this wave that's going out and out and out. Like, that's a really cool little feature. That's a neat detail. Just this ripple effect, a tidal wave kind of effect that was just blossoming out like a cloud, but a water cloud. You know what I mean? Like, that's really cool. And like, lots of little details in that left and right. When you would get the big mushroom and go big and like crunch over someone. The game is just fun. It's just fun. And Knockout Tour, oh, what a mode that one's going to be. It's going to be pretty wild. And as people get really competitive with this game, I think the amount of hours it's going to take to get really good is going to be quite a bit. But it's going to be worth it because each track was cool. And I preferred the Pro Controller as my main controller of choice last generation on Nintendo Switch. And I like the Joy-Con and the grip, but the Joy-Con and the grip this time, it's leveled up. Like, I don't think you will have to get a Pro Controller if you felt that you had to before because the Joy-Cons were too small. The Joy-Con 2 in the grip was really solid.
Mm-hmm.
But the Pro controller itself, oh my gosh, they aren't lying when it comes to the easy glide sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes for the Joy-Con and the Pro controller. They're like silent. They
Can
really
can
are.
I
I
ask
mean,
you a question on the
yeah,
so the one thing that I realized, like with the Joy Cons compared to, like, this is the this is the Zelda Breath of the Wild Pro controller, the Joy Cons versus on Switch One versus the Pro controller, it seems like the Joy Cons have a more pronounced HD rumble and the
yeah.
controller doesn't. So how does it feel, the difference in HD rumble 2 from the Joy-Cons to the Pro controller? Is it still where the Joy-Cons feel more pronounced and the Pro controller doesn't feel as pronounced for the Pro controller 2?
I'd have to play more, but I would say the level of playing field felt more comparable
Okay.
because, you know, not every game did I play in Joy-Con mode and Pro controller mode. In fact, more games I played in Pro controller mode.
Okay.
Um, but from my
But how did it
experience
feel?
so far,
How did it feel,
oh,
the Pro controller mode? How did the HD rumble feel like if it was on? Like, how did it feel for Pro controller mode on Switch 2?
a different sense of vibration traveling throughout the controller. Like instead of just because I know exactly what you mean. Like it felt more pronounced in the original Joy-Con. Like it had more tangibility to it.
Mm-hmm.
And not that the Pro controller was just different levels of intensity, but it wasn't quite the same. Right now, I could feel like a little bit more curvature, if you want to say that, in the rumble traveling from right to left or traveling from in to out. So the Pro
Mm-hmm.
controller did have more of it. Uh, I guess we'll have to play more. Let's go through the game with this Joy-Con grip. Let's go to the game with this with the Pro controller to truly see. But
Mm-hmm.
so far, it felt more internal guts, more sensors able to be sending out these little, shock waves, for lack of a better
Yeah.
term,
Because
throughout it.
I think that
But
you can feel the HD rumble in the Joy-Cons more than the Pro controller because the Joy-Con shell is thinner. It's a thinner
for sure.
shell on a Joy-Con than it is on a thick Pro controller. Like, this is just thicker, so I guess maybe, and
Yeah,
where they have to place the sensors compared to the Joy-Con, the shape is different, so therefore it feels different on Switch 1. So on Switch 2, it seems like they have HD Rumble 2. So they're not advertising it, but they did say that there's HD Rumble 2, that it feels more pronounced, that it feels better. It's going to feel more, because since it's bigger, the Joy-Cons are bigger, so they're able to make it more pronounced, put more HD Rumble motors in there, make it more pronounced, profound feeling. So that's definitely good, because somebody in the chat asked that. Was there anything else? We're going to get questions from the chat too. So if you have a question for Paul Gale, feel free to let me know. And I want to give a big shout out to the Dark Void. He donated $4.99 and says, "Happy birthday! Can you play Pyramid of Fear from Zombies That Ate My Neighbors?" Yes, I'll play that after we're done with the discussion here. Thank you for the $5, Mr. The Dark Void, and also 7Dio with the $2 and says, "Happy birthday, bruh. Appreciate and the hustle. No problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate the donos, guys. Thank you so much for that." So yeah, we're gonna get some questions here from the chat. It says something went wrong on my. I'm trying to reload my chat. Okay, here we go.
If,
All right.
before you read a question, if there is a question, I'll do a little highlight on a couple of other
Yeah,
games.
go ahead. Have at it.
If you want, Donkey Kong Bonanza. That thing was so much fun. I feel like, you know, Nintendo Switch gave a few games their arguably best or most innovative new title in their respective series. Like Smash Brothers, I think uh, the Nintendo Switch Smash Bros. Ultimate is my favorite Smash Bros. Game. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that became a new favorite Mario Kart. Luigi's Mansion 3 became my favorite in that series. I think Donkey Kong, too early to tell is it going to be my favorite, but like the amount of extra they're putting into DK, Bananas is going to be um, a great time. Visually, it looks awesome. There's so much going on screen. It's really fun. The draw distance is huge. I paused the map often enough. I'm like, being like, I've been playing for about 12 minutes, and this is how far I got. And when I pause, this is how little I traveled in this big map. And that one map is one of multiple layers and sub layers that you could do. I did a little bit of a comparison shot because I got to play 2 different DK zones, and one of them you start off kind of in the sky. It's sort of yellow thatchy kind of grass, and it looked kind of like Tears of the Kingdom's opening area in the Sky Islands, you know. But I'm like, wow, what a difference in visual fidelity and clarity between Tears of the Kingdom's opening and Bonanza. And then I went and played, Tears of the Kingdom, and what a difference Breath of the Wild and TOTK
Oh, man.
have on Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh man.
Just
So how, Chris,
Really?
just give me a question. How awesome did Tears of the Kingdom look on running at that frame rate and obviously a much improved resolution?
way better than like the Nintendo Direct did its service.
Oh,
When you're watching when you're watching that
Really?
Nintendo Switch 2 Nintendo Direct, I'm like, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, Link's moving a little bit better. But when I went there, Nintendo Village. Wait, no, not the Nintendo Village.
Treehouse.
The Rito Village.
Oh, Rito. I thought you were talking about one of the Nintendo
Rito.
employees. Okay, my bad.
Well, when I got to play it, when I was playing like Rito Village, how clear every piece of wood and every line in the wood was as you're snapping around the camera and walking up the stairs and seeing the different Rito and seeing the birds and the feathers flap and the draw distance of the mountain in the back. I'm like, dang, I remember that crack not looking that good. Amazing. In Tears of the Kingdom, running around the Sky Island, I was like, here. So my son and I were switching places playing, and I let him play. I'm like, I'm walking up to the screen like this. I'm like, I don't see any jaggies. This 4K image is as clear as it looks. And if they just made it in a 4K resolution but had all the old assets, congratulations, it looks clean, but the polygons would look the way they did. They did a little bit of fine tuning, They didn't like give it the Metroid Prime 4 Beyond treatment. Oh, that's my next game. But it looked sharp, really, really sharp. Better than just an HD port,
Mhm.
They didn't remake it, nor are they claiming that, but they put a little bit of extra detail into pieces of clothing and stuff like that it looks better and it's freaking sharp as can be, and it runs smooth. Like, if you never played it, this is the way to do it. And I think for a lot of people, even if you have played it before,
I gotta
it
go
might
back.
be worth
I
worth
get
double
these are two of the finest Zelda games in my opinion. I know some people feel differently, but I mean between these two games, it's 50 million sold, and everyone played
Yeah.
it at 30 frames per second and somewhere between 720p and 1080p dynamic resolution.
Oh
right?
man, this is insane difference.
Yeah. Shout outs, Paul. Thank you for the 44 months. I appreciate that.
I was like, that's a good time right now.
Also, real quick,
Well,
double M with the $5. It says, "Happy birthday, OJ! Thanks for being an entertaining part of my day. I hope you're not too old because I need you to be around for a long time, my guy. I'm getting up there, but I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay."
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Yes.
Last one, unless if you want to know more, because I was there for 6 hours. I could probably talk you for 3.
Tell me. Well, how about this? We do this just for the sake of time, so people can ask you questions. Tell me how you felt about Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Did you try the mouse controls?
Yes.
Okay.
I was switching back and forth because I wanted to see how fast and how responsive it was. And, I had the 2 Joy-Con like this. I tried with gyroscope aiming, dual analog, and then flip it down and just like that. Boom. No problem. No pause menu. No pause. Go to controls. Scroll down. Switch into mouse mode. Recalibrate. Remember back in the day? Put the Wii remote face down and let it. Dun, dun, dun,
like this. This is a Switch 1 Joy-Con, but yeah.
Just flip it over. And I was very curious, how is this gonna be? Because, I can't quite lift it up right now. Well, I bought it. Well, I will, I guess. I bought a mat that's like this, right? You can see it.
Yeah.
It's a desk mat full of Nintendo controllers, so it's kind of cool. So I bought this in advance of, the Nintendo Switch 2. It's like this big, front, boom. It's pretty sweet. Anyways, I thought this is gonna be cool. Let me just experiment right now, sitting at my desk with the Joy-Cons. Let me sit on the couch and on my lap or on the couch to the side. I think it's gonna work. It works. It works really, really well. I played some Civilization 7, which I'm not a huge fan of that type of genre, but perfect PC mouse controls there. But more importantly for me, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, it looked gorgeous. we had to play in performance mode, which is fine, but we had to play in 1080p and 120, which was like amazing. But that mouse control was super snappy and responsive. I have a feeling I'm probably still going to prefer dual analog just because that's my bread and butter. That's what I've been with for so long. But I wouldn't be surprised if I dive into mouse mode more often than not because, for some extra precise shots. But the game looks stunning, and I didn't get to play it in 4K 60, but I want to do that because, there is a difference
Yeah.
in what we were shown. But that's going to be. It's the one game I'm kind of surprised that doesn't have a release date because we knew about it officially that's coming out this year last June.
I think they internally have a date for it because they dated Kirby, they dated that for September. So I think they internally have a date, but I don't know if they're just waiting and they don't want it to get overrun by like Bonanza and other stuff. So I think they're gonna just wait till after, it's gonna be after Bonanza. Obviously, it's gonna be after Bonanza. So I'm gonna say June, July, maybe August. I'm gonna go August.
That could be cool.
Yeah,
it's crazy that I think for many people, Nintendo Switch 2 is probably going to have 3 GOTY contenders. When you look at it, there's going to be a big chunk of people that are so impressed with how good Mario Kart is, not just how fun it is, but how good the quality is. The lack of loading time, how much depth there is, and how much variety in characters and different tracks in the open world mode and the picture mode. And the camera options. Speaking of which, the camera is pretty cool on the Nintendo Switch 2. Like, we got to try it out with Mario Party, and it was fun.
Yeah.
And then Metroid, you could already tell it's going to be a high-quality Metroid game. And then DK Bonanza, that's going to be a lot of people's Super Mario Odyssey equivalent,
Mm-hmm. That game looks great. I can't wait to play that game. We have a question from Ashoka Tano with the $2. Says, how did third-party games run and look? So, did you get a chance to play any third-party games?
Yeah. Street Fighter 6 was my most favorite one because I'm a huge Street Fighter guy. Like
Paul will beat you up. He might not look like it, but he'll actually beat you up.
that's my jam. But I played Yakuza 0, which was good, and it ran fine. It looked fine. I played Cyberpunk 2077, and this is another one where I was staring at the visuals for a while, and unless if I probably had multiple panels next to me to distinguish which one is running on PlayStation 5 Pro and Xbox Series X. Just looking at it, like, yeah, this is an Xbox Series something or other, or a PS5 something or other type of game. It looks fine. I know the frame rate, I believe, is running at 40 frames per second, but
30 to 40.
30 to 40. It wasn't bothering me. It wasn't slow. I let my son play it for a little bit, and he had a better showing of what the demo was like because I, for some reason, brain farted and I was just carrying my hammer around, walking and running and stuff. And when my son's time to play the demo, he just switched off to the AR and he was just blasting around, running. I'm like, okay, now people watching, this is how the game looks. And I'm glad that he actually did that. Shout outs to him being 10 years old and like showing me stuff.
showing his old man how to play these youngin games, huh?
This is how you do it, Daddy. This is how you do it. All right, we play some Street Fighter. Okay, but that was the game that, I was familiar with because I have Cyberpunk 2077. To be fair, I didn't put a whole lot of time into the main game. I put like 15,000 hours into the creator character. I could never get past it, That was a joke. You know about that creative character, right?
I know about the creative character. I know about the creative character. That creative character had me shaking my head I'm like, okay. I'm like, this is a bit much.
Just kidding. I did a fair amount of the game, but I never deep dove a whole lot into it. But I put a decent amount of time, and when the action gets going, it is pretty fun, and it could get pretty chaotic. This was a very similar experience to that. I played Hades 2. Now, I know Hades 2 might not be pushing the graphical boundary tremendously, but Hades 2 was really fun, and I loved Hades. That was one of my Game of the Year contenders, if not my overall winner of 2020. This just looks like another fantastic one. And what a get being a console exclusive, first. That's pretty powerful. Civilization 7, another one. I know that game's already been out, but it looked and ran fine. There was a really long loading screen first, and then after that loading, everything else was instantaneous. But they said this is just the way the game operates. It loads everything up at once, and then boom. And then Harry Potter, or I should say Hogwarts Legacy, I saw enough of it, but I actually didn't go hands-on with it. There's only a couple of titles I didn't go hands-on with, actually. That being one of them. I played Dragon Drive. I know the question was third-party related, but that one, I will tell you this. I don't know if anyone else has said it online, maybe, but like the Joy-Con 2s, as you're rolling them up, you feel that HD rumble go tick 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 tick, like as if you are rolling a wheelchair and having that going over some bumps, like over bumps for the visually impaired, before you go to like a grocery market or something like that. And like, oh man, that tangible nature of that Joy-Con 2, it's pretty sweet. It makes me think of that Ice Cube demo and like how far they've come since there. But yeah, I think those are all of the third-party games they had, but very pleased. Very pleased.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. There's some buffering, and I don't know why it's buffering, but there's some buffering. Some people are getting it, some people aren't. So, yeah. I mean, listen, dude, that all sounds great. I'm so excited for Switch 2 to the point to where it's getting crazy. The excitement is building. Zelda Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom are a must for me to replay those. I just have to at least just play them for a bit. I started actually playing Breath of the Wild on Switch 1, and I'm like, why am I doing this? There's going to be a Switch 2 version. I earlier this year, I started playing it, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is stupid. I already beat the game, obviously, but like, I was thinking, let me just play it again. Let me just play it again for fun. But I'm like, wait a minute, no, the Switch 2 is coming out this year. They're probably going to make like a new version of the game, and that's exactly what they did. So, Tears of the Kingdom, I never replayed Tears of the Kingdom or got everything because I'm like, you know what, they'll probably make a Switch 2 version. So yeah. So launch for me, the launch lineup for me is going to be interesting because I'm definitely going to be picking up, obviously Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm not paying anything for those, like anything additional, because I already have NSO plus expansion pack. I already have both games. So yeah, I just get it.
I didn't touch on it, but Nintendo Switch Online. I played GameCube.
Oh, okay, cool. How was that?
Because you mentioned it's going to be free, and like you said, yeah, if you have the expansion pack NSO, you get that free. You get that Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, upgrade with it. Like that's awesome. That's awesome value right there. I played the Wind Waker, and I played F-Zero GX. First on the Wind Waker. I know so many people want the Wii U version of it because they made a big deal about it, and they upped it in different areas. They changed up with the sale and all that stuff. But just that game with that old art style being put in high res, it's not 4K. I mean, it will be played on a 4K TV, but I think it's being pumped out in like 900p or 1080p. But it's still a lot more than the old 480i or 480p on GameCube if you had component cables. That jump enough, it's so crisp and clear that like this is the best way to now play classic Wind Waker. And you can also play with a CRT filter, so if you want it to be sharp, but maybe not too sharp and have a little bit of a liney effect, that was pretty cool. So I was impressed with how clear that looked. I think this is going to be a lot of people's fix. This is going to give them what they were craving for enough. But I was really impressed with F-Zero GX. Here I am, a seasoned gamer, been around for a long time. I'm 41, right? I played these games when they came out. I was a kid going through the different eras of gaming as they came around. And I didn't have a widescreen TV, in my room in my parents' house when I had a GameCube. So certain GameCube games that had a widescreen availability, didn't get to fully take advantage of. Now playing this old game that's 23 years old or whatever, F-Zero GX on Nintendo Switch 2 in widescreen, in 900p or 1080p, whatever it's in 60 frames per second, it might as well feel like an almost modern game. It looks so good. It runs so smoothly. this is I feel like that plus F-Zero 99 is like Nintendo's testing ground to see how much effort do we put
Should
into a
we
new
actually make
F-Zero.
it a triple A F-Zero game?
Yeah, I think that this generation, I mean, part of it is a hope, but I kind of think Nintendo will do something with F-Zero and Star Fox because they see, well, Star Fox is a little bit more wishful thinking for me, but like I don't see them completely alienating some of these franchises. Nintendo Switch had that Switch effect all gen long where everything they touched became the best selling one. Now it's time for some of these other titles, I think, especially as they expanded the movies and beyond. You want to have more IP that you could sell to bigger audiences. Kirby, we're getting Kirby Air Riders. Oh,
Yeah.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land. That was pretty sweet. Every new element of the game with these purple and blue colors, rushing through, this looks really
It
good, and
it
that's a
it
really good game in the first place.
it looks really good, even like in like the trailer that they showed. Paul, we do have a question though from the chat,
Yeah.
and Clabby94 donated $1 and says, "Question for Paul Gale and OJ on DK. Thoughts on the world's style? I personally wanted to see tropical/jungle themes like we are used to seeing, but they appear to have taken a different direction here. Aside from the bananas, does the world feel like DK? Well, there was one world that they showed that looked like classic DK, like it's in 2D. So there was
Yeah.
that, but then like the other worlds just seem more like kind of like Mario almost style, environments but I don't know, maybe Paul you have a better idea about that since you got to play it.
I didn't say this on any of my own videos, so this will be a player essence birthday treat.
Oh,
I did ask, so this might be new. I did ask when I was there, and part of me was like, "Should I say this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll say it. It's cool." I wasn't told not to say it, but I did ask, "Do you know, or can you tell me anything beyond the game that hasn't been shown in terms of worlds, or what could we expect?" And they said something along the lines of, if you liked how Super Mario Odyssey paid tribute to Mario throughout the years, there's going to be something in Donkey Kong Bonanza for you.
mm,
So, for what that's
mm.
worth, that hint made me feel like, okay, you told me enough that I needed. I already saw Minecart Ride. I already saw some classic 2D-ish side-scrolling thing. I saw some pink scaffolding, like the classic Donkey Kong arcade game. But the fact that I was told, if you liked how Super Mario Odyssey paid tribute to Mario over the years, Donkey Kong Bonanza is going to have something in it
That
for you.
that that gets me. I was already hyped, but that right there just solidifies. Okay, they're not leaving DK behind in terms of like, or they're not ignoring DK's past. We saw like, yeah, they have promotional material with the minecart, so we know that minecart's coming back. There is nice promotional material. We've seen that. Well, not we haven't really seen it, but they had like one small little segment and screenshot and all that. We did see the classic level. They do have underground, like they did show in the treehouse, underground mine levels, like actual mine levels. So I'm pretty sure minecart stuff will happen there as well. So yeah, it looks like they're definitely going to, there's going to be new and there's going to be old, right? It looks like there's going to be a nice mix of new and old in the game,
Yeah, and that's a good combination.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of my most anticipated games of the year now. Metro Prime 4 Beyond is probably still number one.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and but like after playing it, I don't know. I got interviewed at the show, like, what was your favorite game? And it was a tough one to answer because Mario Kart plays so well for your first time that it's just breathtaking and fun. But like long run, I think I'd be looking forward to Donkey Kong more.
Mm.
But then I played Metroid and I think, oh, Metroid is just reeking of quality.
I
That's gonna get like
I
it's
don't
a
even know
trifecta.
what my game of the direct. There were so many games that I was excited about. It's hard to pick which one. Like I haven't been this excited about gaming for like a new system because it's like usually when we get systems, they launch with freaking nothing. Like they launch with almost nothing or like one game. But this one they have like a whole blitz of really interesting games, first party wise, or like games that I want to go back to, like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. Obviously, we have Metroid Prime 4, we have DK Bonanza, we've got Kirby Air Riders, there's new Hyrule Warriors coming out. Like, there's a lot of cool
Yeah.
stuff You know, that's on the horizon that I'm looking forward to playing. And like, you know, usually like you know, not to compare, but like PlayStation 5, like I don't think there was a single thing that got me excited at the launch of the PS5. I mean, I don't think I even bought a game at the launch of the PS5. I think I just bought the PS5, you know?
So I got a Miles Morales when I got PS5, but that was technically a PS4 game. Now I experienced it on PS5, but yeah, it wasn't a next gen exclusive console pusher that you had to buy that system for. I think it's worth owning Miles Morales. It's terrific, but if you had a PS4, you're fine. You still got to experience it. Wait, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. That wasn't launched, was
That
it?
wasn't launched. That was the year after. But I do want to give real quick. I do want to give a big let's go. Princess Peach Party Man Dono coming in, the 50 coming in from Massive Rican. Yo, thank you so much, Massive Rican. I want to read off his comment too here, and what he has to say. Shout out to Massive Rican. He's a big homie of the stream.
UOJ, happy birthday, brother.
Thank
Been
you.
grinding all day and missed a lot of your streams today, but
It's okay.
wanted to wish you and the fam the best, not just today, but all year long and for many years to come.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the big $50 dono coming in from Massive Rican. Yo, we appreciate that over here. Yeah, man, much love to you and your family. Massive Rican has been, like I said, a big support to the village. He's been awesome. He's straight up, man. He tells me, yo, when I mess up, he tells me, yo, OJ, nah, fam, that ain't it. When I'm okay, he's like, yo, fam, OJ, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? So Massive Rican, he's straight up, man. And that's what I love about him. He's straight to the point. He's honest about how he feels. And he's been around for a long time, and I appreciate you, brother. Seriously, much love to you and your family. And of course, yeah, I'll try to do my best. I'm trying to live as healthy as possible. You know, I've already had my middle-age crisis, so I want to move. I can't have another one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I already had a middle-age crisis, and it's not fun. So, you know, I don't want to have another one. So I'm trying to be as stress-free and as happy as possible going through the years. So hopefully many more years. Thank you so much, though. Appreciate that, Massive Rican. Did you want to continue?
You know how
sorry to interrupt, man.
Well, you know how people in the chat can be stress-free and healthy? By clicking that like button and helping players out.
I also linked Paul Gale's channel. So if you guys want to go just Paul Gale Network, just go look him up, and I'll link it again. Make sure you guys subscribe to Paul Gale. His channel's awesome. He has 4,000 plus subscribers. So make sure you guys go subscribe to his channel too. Yeah.
It's funny to hear that number. Like, I've been around a while, but...
Listen, but you don't make YouTube videos all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like 4,000's good for someone that's just kind of doing it on the side and for fun. You know, overall, getting subscribers it's not easy. I mean, and I get people that I get people who clown my channel all the time on Twitter. They say you suck. They say this. You've been doing it for this long. You have this, and I'm telling you, man, it's one of those things to where it's like, listen, the fact that you can even get 100 people watching you, or 50 people watching you, or 20, or even to get views on a video, that right there is already tough. Too many people have like Mr. Beast brain rot, where they think that you're not successful or you're not good if you're not getting Mr. Beast numbers or like iDubbbz or something like that, or Drama Alert, you know?
To have any audience willing to hear you out is something that, you know, you appreciate. Like you're filling out a classroom when you've got 30 people. You're filling out a stadium of a small, you know, college when you've got a couple thousand. When you got 17,000, there's Staples Center right there if you have that many subscribers. You get to 100K, like, dang, there is no closed arena that would hold that pretty much. Like, man, there's lots of different levels of success, and it's the quality within that success that is more important than just the sheer quantity and the numbers.
Absolutely.
As you get a little bit higher, if you can maintain both, fantastic. But yeah, no one should ever feel down about like the popular thing or anything like that. Just have a few close people in your life, have a few good groups, a good bond. You know, this community right here, people in the chat, couple hundred people having a good time boosting each other up. That's what you need. You just need small but meaningful, and not just a bunch of fluff.
Yeah, I've had so many people tell me, yo, I saw a video of somebody being up slamming you for the Steam Deck video. And yeah, like I said, I think once again, guys, I'm not trying to bring it up again or anything, but like there is mental illness. Like mental illness is a thing, and I'm almost positive that person has some type of mental illness. So I'm not really gonna be too up. Like I kind of harped on it a bit, but I'm not really gonna harp on it too much because I think like there might be steroid abuse or like creatine abuse, like with that guy. So I'm not gonna harp too much on it because I think he's mentally ill. So like I'm not gonna talk about it too much anymore. But it's okay, you know. Like I think it's okay. Shout outs to 90s handheld gamer. But yeah, like listen, Steam Deck is great. I said that in my video. You know, Steam Deck's a great piece device, you know, but I mean like there was no need for me to have it anymore. And I sold it and I put the money towards the Switch too. I'm putting it towards that. I mean, you know, I usually don't sell my things and I usually don't talk about those things, but I felt that it'd be a good idea to give it like a pseudo review because I wanted to have the Steam Deck in my hand before I sold it off, right? I wanted to have it for the for the thumbnail and also have it so people know that I actually have the Steam Deck, right? Because if I'm doing a review and I just say, oh, well, I had it, I don't show it, are people gonna believe me? Probably not. Because I don't make Steam Deck content. I haven't made anything on Steam Deck videos for like a year plus that I had it. So that's the reason why. It wasn't to hate on Steam Deck, and I'm sorry that I'm you know putting all this in front of you, Paul. This is not part of.
Oh, it's all good. I've heard your video.
Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't to bash the Steam Deck or anything. And I think once again they took it wrong. They took it at that type of way. You know, and you know, yeah, and that's fine. Like I said, everyone's allowed to make whatever videos they want to make but like I don't think there was anything logical in the video. Like I don't understand why a grown man is upset at somebody else selling something to get something else. Like if somebody sells a Switch to get a Steam Deck, I'm happy for them. Like sell the Switch, get some money, get it towards there. That's you know, if you need the money or if you just don't use your Switch and you want to sell it towards a PC or a PS5 or a Steam Deck or spend it on groceries or bills, that's great, man. Do what you need to do. Like, you know, that's what a real consumer advocate is. They're for the consumer and what they need at that time. So I'm not going to judge you or call you names or make fun of you or say that you're wrong or nitpick everything for somebody selling something to buy something else, even if they wanted to make a video on it. So that's why I say there's mental illness involved, because no grown man would do, like, IRL, would you do that to anybody else IRL? Like if they said, I'm selling this to get this, like if you went to like a pawn shop or you went, like, you would never do that to someone. So it's a YouTube, you know, grifting money type of thing. It's not because there's anything wrong with what I said in the video. There was nothing wrong. So it's just somebody that's mentally ill, probably. Shout outs to Avedon with the $10 dono. And shout outs to Vito with the $2. He says, happy birthday, my guy. Thank you so much, Avedon. Thank you for the $10. And shout outs to Vito. Says, happy birthday, OJ. Did I say game sharing works again with Mario Kart World? I think game sharing should work with Mario Kart World, right? Where you can beam the game to somebody and they can play local, right? Shouldn't it? I don't know, Paul. Does it?
I think you have to.
I don't know. I know you're the Switch 2 guy.
I got it for that one. It's only local, or if you could do it online.
Because there's local and there's online, right?
Right. If that one's online too, I don't want to say the wrong information. So
yeah. We have to get back to you on that one.
If at the very least it's local, then there goes the, hey, you know, be a smart shopper, be a smart consumer. You and a buddy split the game and let one person have ownership and one person play, and just like, hey, 2 weeks at a time, just bust it out with that 2 weeks at a time. Let the other person have it. And then maybe you have ownership of a game, and 2 weeks at a time, you just bust it out.
You know what's going to happen when somebody does that? They're just going to end up buying another copy of the game. They're like, screw this 2 weeks at a time theater. They're just going to be like, you know what? I just want the game. And they're just going to pay for the convenience. So that
yeah. might be the case.
Okay, so Dawson says they said it works in the Direct. So looks like there is
online too.
Yeah.
If it's online too, then that's a fantastic thing. And like, there you go. It's not $80; it's $40 now.
Yep. Yeah.
It's just have the right person. Anything works like that. All Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion packs is $50 a year. It's a family pack for $80. Find 7 buddies to split it with, and then it's $10 a person. You don't have 7 IRL friends in some kind of chats in a closed community, a little bit of a Discord.
We can do it here.
You don't
have start it up here. We can start up like the NSO expansion family pack player essence sharing plan. So if you'll trust more people here, you know, that can do that.
You're in Player Essence's community. There's a few hundred people at any time joining these live chats. You're a part of OJ's Discord. network with each other and be like, hey, this is legit. This is the 7 of us. Boom, boom, boom. Make it $10 a year. Now you're getting $10 for all of that. Hard to complain with that type of value for that little of an entry point. There's not 7 of you. Maybe there's 4. That's still only $20,
three or
which is
4.
cheaper than the 35 solo regular Nintendo Switch online non-expansion pack. That one's 20 and then 35. So if you get 4 people, it makes the expansion 20. Like there's ways to be, smart shopper. My empathy goes for the folks out there that gaming is truly their only hobby. Gaming is truly their only fun alternative to regular life. They don't have a big smartphone, nice TV. They live in a very below their means kind of, environment. Food and groceries is tough. They don't go to amusement parks. They're not buying extra bags of chips and unnecessary fast food items. Gaming is the only place they have to pay this much money, and it going up this high stings. For you, I get it, but for most people, you buy that extra $5 bag of chips once in a while you didn't need. Did you go a little bit out of your way for this? Did you get that one extra fast food? Are you someone that buys a can of coffee and makes 70 servings yourself, or do you pay $7 per coffee several times a month? If that's you, and that's a lot of people, 1 or 2 less little things, and there goes your $10 difference in a game or your $20 difference in a game. If you think the game is going to be quality. That's kind of how I say a lot of people could probably find a way to this way, that way, move around and still have lots of different fun in life,
Yeah, shout outs. I agree. And once again, I also want to emphasize that, I get the complaints with that in terms of like, there's also precedent thing. People don't want to see that. Some people feel like they're going to be priced out. Like, there's a lot of different things that factor into it, right? Like he said, when I was younger, I always did the trade-in stuff, Paul. Where,
Yeah.
I grew up poor. I don't know how you grew up, but
I rented.
yeah,
I rented.
I grew up
It was a
poor.
rental family.
We did not have, my parents, God bless them, they tried their best. And I'll never, ever, ever blame my parents for me not having stuff growing up. They did their best, man. Like, we were immigrants. I'm first generation. It's tough. You come from a third world country to come here. When I was born, I'm sleeping in churches. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're moving all over the country. We don't have much, right? So whenever I did get something, it was always very special to me because when I was younger, like the NES in the 80s or whatever the case, it was always very special because we didn't have much. My dad tried his best. My mom tried her best, So I feel for people. What I'm trying to say this is I feel for people where it's a bit more and anything like that. And thankfully, I'm in a position to where that's not the case anymore. I think that, but I've been there before. I get it. I understand it. I've been there, but when I was younger, it was the trade-in stuff, right? I would do the trade-in things, but I get it. I still think 80's a bit much. I still think that they should have done, 70. And I feel that, that would have been great and it would have kind of alleviated a lot of the PR stuff. What, Paul, you're saying is correct, and I do think that's true, but I also feel that it would have been better at that. And then there's some people, this just isn't going to be worth it to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not, and I want to make sure that I'm clear with that because there's some people that are trying to take my words already today on Twitter after the direct and take my words and they're tagging me and they're putting me in Spawn Wave's comment section. And Spawn Wave has a huge comment section on Twitter and stuff like that. And people there are kind of crazy at times. And they're sitting there and they're saying that I'm saying things that I never said or that, I'm trying to act like I'm rich and I can afford everything and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, yo, calm down. I never said any of that. Like, I empathize for that. I get it. Like, I wish it was 70, like all that stuff. So I want to make sure that I'm clear with that. And I think, Paul, I understand what you're saying too, Yeah. Shout outs to Jenna Hayes with the $5. It says, I hope Switch 2 pre-orders will start May 8th. I just bought a 1 terabyte micro SD express card using it for my Switch Pro controller. Nice. Yeah, very nice. Thank you for the $5. Okay. And to Portis Slim with the $2 says, will I be able to put Switch 2 on layaway? No. But you will be able to put it on your credit card and you can treat it as a layaway program there. So those are the
I do like, I heard you telling, I think it was Party Man earlier, when you're like, something along the lines of, I wonder what would have happened if Nintendo charged $70 and said, within a couple of months, there's going to be $10 DLC. And it was like, and then people would have been willing to pay the $10 DLC because the initial cost would have been less. Is how do you look at the structure of things? Mm-hmm. Look at You can have a free game on smartphone, and people will spend tens of twenties of thirties of forties of dollars. But you could release Super Mario Run for $10, and people will not see the value in it because who are you selling it to? You could sell an
Exactly. Yeah.
$80 game, an $80 game that's jam packed with content. A $60 game that later on has $20 DLC.
Yeah,
And
it's a trick. It's a trick, right? It's clearly a trick. But I mean,
yeah.
Lenny had a comment here, and he says, "I don't think people should have to change their habits to afford a game just because Nintendo wants to charge more. If $10 is the difference between you being able to buy the game or not, you obviously need to change. I personally feel that you might be priced out of games in general because games are expensive. If you want the full experience of Elden Ring, it's gonna cost you $100, right? If you want Shadow of the Erdtree plus the game, it's gonna cost you. I don't think $10 is the difference between like whether you're going to be able to afford it or not, or changing your habits or not. If you change your habits, it's going to help you anyway, because you're going to be able to get more games that are even 70, right? If you want to buy those at launch. So I don't think this is the straw that broke the back for you to change habits or not. Like $10 is not that. Now, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be that, but $10 is not the determining factor whether you can afford it or not. $10 is definitely not that. Now, if it was like 20, 30, 40, 50, like, yeah, that's definitely a big, change in terms of games and prices. But I don't think $10 is the determining factor. Not saying that I don't agree that I do think it should be 70. I'll say that clear every single time. That would have been great. But I see what Paul Gale's saying too. I just don't think $10 is whether I can afford it or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, or like you're talking about like a house, can't afford a house, and like that has nothing to do with if you can afford a game that's between 70 and 80. If you can afford a game that's 70, you can probably afford a game that's 80, and you'll probably have to trade in a game or two, or just, I don't know, not buy the fast food or whatever. But it's not even about, like you said, it's not even about the price. It's the precedent that some people fear, which once again, I do agree with that. But you don't have to buy it, and everyone's entitled to buy the game or not, whether you want to get it or not. I respect everyone's opinion in terms of that, but I just don't think that's the determining factor one way or another. I do personally feel that if it is the determining factor, you should absolutely do what I did when I didn't have the money to get games, and you should trade something in. If that $10 is really that determining factor, then you should definitely, your Mario Kart 8 Deluxe will get you $20. You know what I'm saying? Or you should sell your game. If that's the determining factor, then you should definitely sell something, because you probably have some type of library. Now, I guess if you have no library, you have no games to sell, you don't have money, and you're starting from scratch and you have nothing else, then yeah, maybe there is that factor. But most people have something that they can trade in. Most people have something that can make them, help them out, like I did, because games were too expensive when I was younger. N64 games were way too expensive. I could not afford them. A lot of times I had to trade in something to get an N64 game, or I had to trade in multiple things to get Pokemon Stadium. So like I said, I don't like the price jump, and I empathize with the people that don't have the money for it, but I just don't think it's like, now I have to change my whole life to buy Mario Kart. Like, I don't think that's like a real thing. Like, I gotta change everything for this extra $10 to buy Mario Kart. Like, I don't think that's a thing. Or even if you want to average that out over the course of like maybe like 5 games, okay, so it's $50 more. Like, you see what I'm saying, right? Like $50, it is a lot of money, at the end of the day. But once again, I don't think that's the amount that you have to completely change your life in order to be able to play the game. Like between 70 and 80, it's like, oh my God, I'm in the red, in 70. But everything's good in Gucci. I'm fine at 70, but at 80, and now all of a sudden it turns into a life or death situation. Like I don't think that's the case. But once again, I don't like the $80 price tag. I think it should be 70. I want to make sure that I make that very, very, very clear for people who like to clip my stream or lie about what I'm saying.
I don't think anybody is jumping for joy. Yeah, I can't wait to spend 80. I'd rather spend more money than less money.
But exactly.
Like, yeah. But I mean, I look at it like they get the complete package of Street Fighter 2 back in the day, and I didn't until years later. You would have to buy Street Fighter 2 on Super Nintendo for $60. A year later, buy 2 Turbo for another $60, and a year later, buy Super 2. You had to pay $180 Also, back in the early 1990s, when the value of the dollar was different, $180, there you go, to get the complete Street Fighter 2. Now you're paying $80 for Mario Kart, and probably subsequent DLC at $20 at a time. Games are different. Whether you like DLC or not, DLC is a cheaper way how to stretch out the life of a game instead of what 2 Turbo and Super 2 was back in the day, which was DLC for the time, but just released as its own independent cartridge. You know what I mean? So, like, in some ways, and some people hate to look back to the past and stuff and say, yeah, well, I wasn't around back then, so that doesn't apply to me. But history is how we got here. And I think overall, gaming is better and more available and more accessible than ever before. You don't have to spend a dime, and you could have hundreds of hours of fun on Fortnite if you want to. We didn't have that option when we were kids, you know? Like,
Not
you
even
could
close.
spend $2 and rent a game for a couple of nights, and that was it.
Yep.
That was your affordable way of playing.
Now there's so many free-to-play games and indie games and stuff like that that you can buy. You know, but I mean, like I said, I get it. For some people, it's the difference. But once again, I do not personally. If the difference for you, once again, is if $10 is the difference where it's like huge, you probably shouldn't be buying the game at $70 either. Like, I don't think you should be buying if $10 is the biggest difference. Then I don't think 70 shouldn't be an option for you. Like, you should wait till there's sales, because that is too small of a thing. If that's gonna affect you majorly, then you should probably be waiting for sales, like I did as a kid. When I was a kid, I waited for sales. I waited for sales all the time. I wait for sales now, and even as an adult. But I just, like I said, personally, I just don't think if that's the big difference for you for games, then you should probably not. You should probably be waiting. And I think a lot of people do. What I'm saying with this is that it's subjective, whether you want to get it or not. You don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to spend that. If you don't want to get it, then don't get it. I respect people's opinion on that way as well. Like, I respect that. Like, if you think it's too much, then it's too much. And I say, you know what? I agree with you. Then, you know, don't get it. Play something else. You know, PC gaming. Obviously, there's a lot of cheap games on PC. There's so many options. Like, there's free-to-play games. There's so many options for people who maybe don't have that. And I still wish, like I said, I'm going to record this. I want to make sure that I say this very carefully for people that are liars out there that want to lie on what I'm saying. I still wish that it was 70. I think that would have been the better thing. I want to make sure that I have this clip for myself. You know, I just wish that it was that, because I think that would have been better. And then all of a sudden, people in the chat, it goes from, this is more of a joke, but it goes from life or death to completely fine, right? From
oh, wow.
So it goes from life or death into where now it's at 70. Well, it's not too bad, right? So, like I said, that is a joke. That is more of a joke. But yeah, like, I still wish that it was 70 though. Obviously, it would be better, you know, for that, and I think that people wouldn't complain as much, even if they charge $10 DLC later. People, once again, well, it's not in the base thing. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, is it a trick? Sure. It's a trick that people use all the time. Resident Evil does it. There's lots of games that do it, but at the same time, once again, I wish that it was that 70. I think, you know, charging more is definitely not good. And for some people, it is going to be tough for them, you know, because over the course of time, you know, or extra, right? Because sometimes you don't have as much as in your account. Like, I've been there before. I've been there. I don't know, Paul, about you, but at one point I had $27 in my account. I don't know if have you ever went that low? Like, in your adulthood. In my adulthood, I had $27 in my account in 2013.
Fortunately, not that low in adulthood, but
Paul goes, I ain't as broke as you, fam. He's like, no, fam, I ain't ever been that broke. Don't lump me in with that.
No, you know, but you know, hey, but it's respectable of, like, you know, where you been and where you
where you came from.
Push it through, and it makes you. I mean, life wasn't the easiest for me either, and like in different areas, not just finances, you know, in school life and bullying and, like, you know, you name it, different facets of life. We've all had to pass through certain things to get to where we are. But, like, you do appreciate stuff more if you've ever been put down. If you've ever had to be hungry, you appreciate a good meal more. If you've ever had some lousy people in your life knocking you down, you appreciate good quality folks that much better. You know, like, you ever had a low quality job where you're working there and it's Christmas Eve and you've been there 9 hours, it's 1 a.m., you haven't had a break, you appreciate getting to have a better job that, like, you're respected for what you do. Like, just don't let things in life, chat. I know you're here to talk about gaming talk with me, but just, it's the professor in me that wants to just give a little bit of comparable OJ advice, because I think Player Essence does an awesome job talking to the community and like trying to help build up everybody. And like for what it's worth, from my perspective, surround yourself by good folks. Don't let anything ever get you down. Anything that you've felt about, find a way, reach up, have some people that can help you out, and it will make you that much better, stronger. Having the I was there, I appreciate what I have now. I'll work harder to hold on to what I have. And when you see someone else struggling, you're not going to be the person that is on the top of the ladder, not letting anybody come up. You'll be the person that scoots off to the side to give a helping hand to come up. And like that's how everybody flourishes. That's why I kind of brought the whole share your NSO family pack thing together. Like find ways to make it work, and one way or another, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be all right.
Big
I
love
know you
to...
didn't ask me for that. Sorry.
No, that was good advice, man. No, that was great advice.
Today, so
That was great advice. I want to give some love to Deported Sicilian. He dropped 2 donos and says, "Will I be able to put Switch 2 on layaway?" Which I said maybe, credit card. And then the next one was, instead of Switch 2 purchase, Player Essence super chats. So yeah, instead of Switch 2 purchase, Player Essence super chats. So there you go. Also, Caitlin and Justin dropped $3 dono and says Gamefly still exists. Also, Gamefly does still exist. That is true. Gamefly exists. And not Cybertorch, my bad. Shout out to Cybertorch. He's here in the chat. But shout outs to Vision with the $5 and says Mario Kart World is a Switch 2 exclusive. So why wouldn't a person who wants the game and complaining about price not get the bundle? I think that there's a couple things with that, right? One, if you're a physical game collector, you're obviously going to be like, okay, well, I want the physical game. For that. Oh, snap. Yo, shout outs to Ben's 310. We're going to get that, but I'm going to address everything with that. You make a good point. There's also something else that I want to say with that. Big love to Ben's 310 with the $50 dono, the party man. I'm going to read it off what it says.
Happy B-Day, OJ.
Thank you.
Wishing you many more years and success.
Thank you, sir.
It's been fun watching you grow with your channel. Cheers,
Yo.
clinking glasses.
The Benz 310, never sleeps, never dies, always eternal. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. Benz, appreciate you, man. Love you, brother. Thank you for becoming or being one of the best elite ninjas here in the village, man. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your support, and you've helped me grow this channel. You've helped me, and everything. So thank you so much, man. I'm just dumbfounded by so many people. Not dumbfounded. I'm so humbled by so many people that are willing to come through and support and say, offer words of encouragement. And I have great friends around me like Paul, and I have people around me that truly, care. I do want to say real quick with what Vision had to say, and big love once again, Ben's, for the big 50, man. Seriously, shout outs. I think that it's for the physical collectors that want the physical copy, but to be honest, it's more of just a principle thing. This is more of a principle thing more so than anything, right? It's like, well, I don't like the price, or I don't like the fact that they're raising the price to $80 for the standard games. It really comes down and what it could set for the future. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody has a game here that they'd be willing to drop damn near anything for it. But it's because it's this game, and maybe I don't like the precedent that it sets. But if the first game that was 80 was this incredible, realistic Twilight, like Zelda game, it would be cut in half the amount. Like, let's just say they made this Zelda game that just looked absolutely like monstrous, right? That would be like, people would feel differently about that because Zelda's a little bit different. Mario Kart, they don't feel that it's worth that. So there's also that, but there's also people that, they want the physical edition and they feel that it's too much for that. So once again, I see what you're saying. The bundle is there, and yes, most people, that bundle will be sufficient. Many people have actually already stated that, hey, look, I don't like the price, but I'm getting the bundle. So there, problem solved. But for a lot of people, well, one, you got to also filter out the drama people. There are people that are just, they don't care one way or another. They don't care about Mario Kart. They never play. They don't care. But they got to make videos for their YouTube channel or say something online or whatever the case is. So there's a lot of that. So filter that out. But if you're talking about like just the actual general people overall, I mean, there are people that don't want to pay that much for a physical copy, So, but there's also that. Uncario with the $10 too, and says
Everyone wishes everything was cheaper.
Yeah.
Sure, it's human nature.
It is human nature.
But this whole thing is disingenuous content creators pretending to be angry for the consumers, when in fact they're abusing this human response for clicks.
I hear you for a second.
Oh,
you're good.
Paul, did you hear that? I want to hear your thoughts on that. Let me read it again. Uncario with the $10. Uncario said, everyone wishes everything was cheaper. Sure, it's human nature. but this whole thing is disingenuous from content creators pretending to be angry for the consumers when in fact they're abusing this human response for clicks. Do you feel that way, or do you feel it's a little bit differently, Paul?
Some might, I can't speak for every content creator. Like, some might truly not have any problem or might be financially secure enough that they don't really care. Uh, and then some might truly be empathetic for them and, are trying to stick out for the little guy, being like, yeah, this isn't right. I'm sure there's probably not one clear response because yeah, it is too varied. People are too varied in what they want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to point out to anyone because I actually don't even know if anybody is feeling this way. But would I be surprised if someone was like, yeah, the popular thing to do right now is to side up with the folks that are complaining about the price because then they're going to be rallying in my army. So I'm just going to complain about the price too, but I don't really care. That probably exists just because it's statistically likely because people are varied enough that is a possibility. But it doesn't mean that everybody who's, oh man, the price is too high. Some might actually believe in it. But, depending on the type of car you drive, how much food you get, how good of internet quality is, how often you update your smartphone, what kind of data package you have, how many extra bags of chips do you have, do you enjoy or partake in activities that aren't body nourishment requirement like alcohol or smoking or something like that? Do you have something else that you don't turn off the lights? You take too long of a shower. Most people just have something. And then if that's you and you're throwing up a big stink about it, it seems a little bit unwarranted. It seems a little bit more, maybe I just want the views and the attention, Like I said, and OJ said the same thing. Nobody says, I want to spend more money. But some people do acknowledge this is why it might have to happen.
Bro, I don't give a damn what the next price is for the Xeno game. I don't give a damn.
Dang. If we gotta,
I don't care what the price is, fam. I'm paying it. Let me just say that right now. By the way, I already spend more than $80 on Xeno. Xeno actually is more, and they know they can get more because Xeno, it's $60 for the game and it's $30 for the expansion pass. Xenoblade 2 is actually $90. If you want a physical copy of Torna, it's a $90 game. No, it's a $100 game. It's $60 for 2, and then it's $40 for physical for Torna. Or if you want the expansion pass, you can get it. It's a $90 game. Xenoblade 3, I forgot how much the expansion pass is for that game, but Xenoblade 3, it's $60 for the game, and then I think it was $20 for the expansion pass, or was it $30? It was one of those two. So it was either 80 or it was 90. So Xeno fans, hardcore Xeno fans, we've already been paying $80 for the game. Like, we've already, to get the full experience, because you need to play Future Redeemed. You need to play Torn of the Golden Country. I mean, you don't need to, but you're missing out on a huge chunk of what happens, especially Torna and Future. Like, you're missing out. Future Connected, you don't need. It comes within the game. That's Xenoblade 1 doesn't have any real DLC. It's just packed in there. But Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade 3, you're already paying, $80 plus to get the full experience. So we're already kind of used to that, So
someone's gonna say you sound like a shill to me right now.
I'm just saying, I'm already used to paying that. I mean, so when the next Xeno game comes out or the next Monolith Soft game, you bet your butt I'm paying whatever I feel like. I don't care. That's my favorite company. I'm paying it. I might not like, I'm not even gonna sit and say that I don't like it. I love Monolith Soft so much. I'll give them it. I'll give them it if they keep growing and keep getting better. Monolith Soft is Monolith Soft. They deserve it. They freaking deserve it. So yeah.
Picture the Zelda Wii U tech demo from 2011, but cranked up a few notches and have a Xeno game look like that, but be as big as 3 was, or a Zelda game like that. $100. Here you go.
Everybody has their vice. Everybody has their thing. And trust me, I made the video of Mario Kart. Like, I made the video of Mario Kart. But I'm telling you, man, everybody has their thing. And Xeno, to me, is my thing. It's my jam. It's my thing. And shill or not, whatever, I'm willing to support that. Xeno is a game that's willing to support. I get why people with Mario Kart 70, like, I get that, whatever. It's, blah, blah, blah. Like, I totally get that. Like, 100% I get it. But like Xeno, I'm willing to go the distance. I'm going the distance for Xeno. Because like I said, I already pay. I mean, if they did 80 and like you just get everything, I'd be fine with that. If they said, hey, look, the game is 80 and like you just get the season pass built in or the expansion built in, I'd be completely fine with that, you know?
And that's before you get into collector's editions. I mean, collector's editions, we've been used to paying, $100, $100+ for those all the time.
If you add the collector's edition, every Xeno release, I pay $200 because the Xeno 2, I bought the collector's edition. That was $100 plus the so I paid $200 for the whole for everything for Xeno. Xenoblade 3, that was also $100 for the collector's edition. I paid for that, plus I paid for the season pass, so I paid $190. California tax, it's over $200. So and even like the original Xenoblade, dude, the original Xenoblade, I've bought that game so many times. The original game was $50, the 3DS version was $40, the Wii U eShop version was like $20, the Switch One version or the Switch Definitive Edition was $60, plus I bought the special edition, which was another. I think that was $100. So like I think I spent around $300 on Xeno 1 in totality. So Xeno, I'm already used to it. I'm gonna get Xeno. The Xeno is gonna be Xeno, or Monolith Soft's gonna be Monolith Soft, you know? So
you're gonna like the story, the quality, the content, the characters, the gameplay, how many hours you're gonna get out of it. It's just a worthwhile experience, you know?
Yeah, and like I said, nobody wants to pay more. That's very clear. Nobody wants to pay more. Nobody wants to do all that. And like I feel for the people where it might be a big difference for that. And I say, you know what, like you should probably not buy this stuff. You should probably, go with the cheaper stuff. I think PC, Steam Deck. I think for that, Steam Deck's a great option. Steam Deck, you get super cheap games. Although eShop, you can get super cheap games too. Like you also get discounts, but like. Steam Deck might be a good option for those consumers, or just playing Switch 1 and the games there, or like I said, doing PC, like getting a PC and investing into that. You don't got to pay for online. You can play a variety of games. There's a lot of like Steam sales. Like there's a lot of good stuff, and there's a lot of options for gamers these days. Vito with another $5, and he says, "Do you guys think that buying a game for 80 is supporting physical media or supporting the $80 price tag?" I think it's a combination of both. I think that the cartridge for the Switch 2 is very expensive, because even a game like Guardians of Azuma, I think that game is $70, and that's Guardians of Azuma. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's not Mario Kart. You know what I'm saying? That's not Cyberpunk. I mean, Cyberpunk and Guardians of Azuma are the same price. So I do think that, I think they are. Don't quote me on that, but I think that they are. So, like, I think it's part of it is the Switch cartridge is expensive as heck. The Switch 2 cartridge is pricier than the Switch 1 cartridge because the faster read speeds, like the technology's evolved. They did not figure out how to get that for cheaper, which is very unfortunate. I wish that they did. But I do think that might be a part of it as well, because it uses a 32 gigabyte cartridge. And on top of that, it's Mario. So I think that there's a little bit of both in that. Bonanza's 70, that uses a 16 gigabyte cartridge. That's only 10 gigabytes. So that uses a 16. So yeah, I think that's part of it, but I don't think it's the full thing, but I do think that that's part. What do you think, Paul?
Part of it, like you said, or a little bit of both. I mean, we don't know, like, first of all, yeah, 32 gigabyte cartridge does cost Nintendo more to print that out than a 16 gigabyte one. So you've got a couple of dollars that you're looking at there. But also, we don't know just how many years of development went into Mario Kart, how big was the size, how big was the staff, just how much from the ground up thinking, and how many thousands of hours of total overall labor went into that game versus DK. And you add that plus the cartridge being, of a bigger size, and yeah, it's a kind of a perfect recipe for why it could be more. Could there also be because it is Mario, so it is of a higher caliber character, so it deserves to be more? There might be a little bit of that, but even if you take that away, we'll find out just when the game comes out how big and robust and anti-bug and glitch-free of an experience it will be, and if it will be worth it. And like I said, though, that's the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's going to be totally subjective, but I think for many, they're going to have a good time. So, yeah, I'm like with you.
Listen,
a little bit of both.
Listen, I'm not suggesting Switch 2. I'm not suggesting Steam Deck over Switch 2. I'm just saying, for those that are worried about the prices, Steam has the Steam sales and the Steam Deck, even though I think I did suggest Steam Deck over Switch 2, but I meant it in a way of simply looking at prices and value and what you can do with the Steam Deck. Now, Do I feel Steam Deck's going to be better than Switch 2? Absolutely not. I sold my Steam Deck for a Switch 2 because I'm not looking for the cheapest, packing my PDA full of games. I'm not looking for that. I'm really not. I'm not looking. Maybe when I was younger, when I had 1 million hours to play games, yes, I was looking for, give me the price, give me, you know, whatever, right? Like, give me as many games as possible. Honestly, I barely have time to play through, like, to beat 10 games a year. That might be, like, that's me hitting the peak of my limit is 10 to 15, 20 games, you know, maybe 25 games a year, maybe 25 games for my top 25. I'll play through and beat 25 games, but I do not have the capacity to play 1 million Steam game sales. I have Steam and I've bought the sales, and you know what ends up happening? They end up never getting played. I've bought Eshop games on sale. You know what ends up happening? They never get played because you have kids, you have work, you have adult stuff that you've got to do. You've got to satisfy your wife. There's all sorts of things that you have to do that takes your time, energy, money, blah, 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 blah. Like, there's a lot of things. Now, not everybody's in that case. There's a lot of young men that play video games that, you know, have a job. They go to their job, come back, they play video games, right? Or they just have a lot of time, or maybe they're unemployed, whatever. There could be circumstances, and they have time, and maybe they have a little bit of money to spend money on games. And maybe Steam is great for that. For me, Switch 2 is going to be a better experience because I know I'm going to get what I want. It's what I want. I want to play DK. I want to play Metroid. I don't want to emulate. I don't want to look for an emulator or other things like that. I want to just be able to buy the game and play it. I'll pay the premium to play it. I'm not hating on anybody else that does want to get the cheap stuff, or if you want to pirate or do, I don't care, dude. Do whatever you want to do. But for me, the experience, I want it to be just I take the game, I put it in there, it plays. I don't want to tinker with anything. You know, at the most, I want to put a performance mode or a regular mode. I don't want to look through. I don't want to be updating my system every single 2 seconds like Steam Deck. You know, and these are all the things that I said in my video, and it's good for other people, 100%. But for me, I want that curated Nintendo experience of just these games that I know I'm excited for, that I know I'm going to play and I'm going to beat. And I don't need 5,000 games on Steam sales. I just don't. I've tried it. I went down that route. Honestly, I can open up my Steam and I can show you guys. I went down that route. And I don't feel like going down that route anymore. But for some people, they will want to go down that route. They do want to have 1 million different games to play and try out 5,000 things. And that's why I don't have Game Pass either, because I don't have time to be sitting there and scrolling through all the different games and playing. Like, I don't even have the time to enjoy the Game Pass. If I was a kid, though, Game Pass would have been the greatest thing ever. Like, legitimately the greatest thing ever. If I had that as a kid, you know?
Yeah. It's different, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, like, and that's really it comes down to. But I mean, I know you guys can't. I'm gonna like. This is my Steam. You know, I have all these games that I've bought over the years, and this is just one of my accounts. I have like all these games, and I have all this stuff, and I never end up playing any of them. I never end up playing all my Steam games. I just buy stuff, and I never end up playing it. So it's like, and I know this is less than a lot of people out there, but like, it's just, guys, I went down this route, and I just end up playing notification that just went up. I just end up doing stuff like that, man. So for me, that's really the scenario that we're looking at, you know? I don't know, Paul, how do you feel about stuff like that?
I could relate. I'll most of the time just play the big titles that I want, and I'm happy to pay the $60 or whatever the entry point is for said title, because I know this is a game that's going to get me. This is the game that's going to satisfy what I'm looking for. You know, I want a good quality fighting game. I want a big adventure action one. I want a platformer. I want a first-person shooter now. I'm looking for my RPG. I'm looking for my classic RPG, and that's it. I do see the awesome value in something like these humble bundle sales and what Steam Deck offers. Now, if there's a Steam Deck sale or a Steam sale or a sale on, you know, PSN or Xbox Live, I'll go ahead and take advantage of it. And same thing with eShop. But sometimes you do get into did I really need it? Was I going to buy it anyways, or did I just want it because it was on sale? Mm-hmm. And when it comes to, you know, Game Pass, I did something a while ago, which I don't regret, because the way I did it, I already knew. And like, I'm like you in this regard. Game Pass is tremendous value, but I don't have enough time to take advantage of 80 different titles in that capacity. But it was a few Black Fridays ago where Target had like a crazy deal where you paid $20 and you got 3 months of Game Pass or something like that. And if you bought three $20 ones, you got another three free. So I was like, okay, I'll buy, or it was 4 months at a time. I don't know. I ended up having a few years worth of Xbox Game Pass. The codes never expired, and I paid like $60 for it. So once in a while, I'll just reactivate a code. I'll have another 3 or 4 months of Xbox Game Pass, and I will play that way the new game that I want that comes out on it then. And that's kind of how I'm using Game Pass. A couple of times a year, I'll choose to activate the old code that I got for dirt cheap and play that new experience. And like that's sort of how I use it. That's not the most efficient way, but I'm basically using it as I would otherwise buy the game, but I don't think I need it necessarily, so let me just rent it, for my old entry point of what I played, what I paid. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That makes sense.
absolutely. Yeah, it makes sense.
I don't need to buy Forza, but let me see what the hoopla is. Let me scratch off one of my old codes, see, okay, cool, I'll play Forza. I'll play a couple of other things that are out and like good enough, and that's fine. But like for a lot of people, yeah, you said it. Back in the day, I was renting games. I had to pay $2 and I got a game for 2 nights, and that was one title, and that was it. Oh, you pay a little bit more than just $2, but you get a lot more available. So
yeah, I agree.
it's right. There's so many different things that work for different folks that nobody needs to knock one person's way of how they play. If you're playing, be happy, and you don't support one method. It's all good.
Yeah.
Find what makes you. Find what works for you. It's all good.
And I think that's a great note to kind of end on. I'm sorry to keep you for so long, Paul. I think I kept you for 30 minutes.
Having a good time talking.
I think I kept you for 30 plus minutes more than I thought I was going to. I don't want Mrs. Paul Gale trying to take me out, man.
Well, I gotta go bring her some cows. Take her to the farm.
Your wife's cool though. She's so chill, man. I can't wait to meet her whenever I get a chance to see you down in LA.
You will, maybe in the summer or something.
Yeah. I've got it, dude. I mean, I'm already planning some trips, so we'll talk. We'll text. We'll talk about it. But my wife, she's been wanting to take a trip to the Los Angeles Museum. So.
Oh well.
Yeah. So I
man, OJ. You're
so.
not holding me. If anything, thanks for giving me extra time. It's always cool to talk.
No.
Happy birthday one more time. Stay happy, stay healthy, and
much love, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, fam. Take it easy.
You too, man. Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so big love to Ashoka Tano, or actually Casual Noob with the $1 dono. It says Mario Kart World being 80 versus Donkey Kong Bonanza being 70 may boil down to Nintendo needing a larger than 16GB cartridge for the Mario Kart World when the standard is 70 this generation. Yeah, that could be it. Although Cyberpunk is on a 64GB cartridge and that's 70, so maybe not. Thank you for the $1 dono though. Ashoka Tano with the $20 and says, I'm not a graphic whore, but the only reason why I bought Final Fantasy VII Rebirth running Ishii on Steam Deck is because these Valve fanboys say Steam Deck is way better in specs. Only advantage is that it has 16GB of RAM. Yeah, but the problem with that 16GB of RAM is that it's not finely tuned. I think maybe it might not be completely finely tuned and like built. The games aren't built for the Steam Deck in particular. So like, yeah, the RAM is great, but what are the other things? The games are built for PC and then it's like spec down, or I mean, some games are optimized, but it feels like the system, the games are not built specifically for the system. Optimized, sure. Built for it, maybe not so much, right? I think Steam Deck would be considerably better if Valve or if people literally built games for Steam Deck, but they're not going to do that because obviously people don't see value in doing that. We did get Baron here. Baron is here, so I do want to get Baron on. So Baron, when you're ready, you can give me a call and we can get Baron on for the birthday stream. Also, I do want to say shout outs to everybody that dropped some support during the Paul Gale chat and all of that. So thank you guys so much. I do appreciate you guys dropping that support. Thank you, Mr. Black, for the happy birthday. I know you've been saying happy birthday. Thank you, man. Sorry that I missed you saying happy birthday other times, dude. Seriously. Shout outs. Thank you so much, man. If you guys have more questions about stuff, I can answer your questions. We can talk about it more. We're in our... Actually, we need to do a giveaway first. We need to do the giveaway. We need to do the eShop card giveaway. We're in hour 4, and we have not given away a single thing. So I think we need to do the eShop giveaway. So if you want to enter in for a chance to win a $10 eShop card. All you have to do is enter eShop into the chat, just all lowercase, just one time. Do not spam it. Do not say it multiple times. Lowercase eShop, lowercase eShop. That's all you got to do, and that enters you in to win that. So let's see here. Subscriber, viewer, regular, VIP. So yeah, we got to do the luck modifier for VIP. And also the, yeah, I think that's the VIP. That's like the Elite Ninjas. So I think that's what that is. So yeah, we're going to do 3 times more likely to win if you're an Elite Ninja as well. So, so yeah, so type in that. And then we're going to get Baron on here in just a bit to talk, all sorts of stuff. So Baron's going to get on the chat. Baron, when you're ready, let me know. And once again, you just have to type eShop in once. You don't have to type it in more than once. You just have to type it in once and you're good, you know? So yeah. Once and you're good. So yeah. All good though, you know? All right, let's see here. If it's capitalized, is it still entered? No, you got to type it in again. eShop all lowercase. Mick Sloan, you misspelled eShop as well. Potter87 with the 32 months. Also, big love to Benz with the big 50. Thank you so much, Benz. Caitlin, Vizion, thank you guys for all dropping some support during the Paul Gale discussion as well. Thank you guys. We're going to bump that up to 560. Super Elite Ninja boys. Let's go. I'm only getting, hey, Genin are very important. Genin are very important. Happy birthday, bud. Picking up the Lunar Remastered tomorrow. They were supposed to send me something, but I forgot to fill out the thing in time. So I'm gonna still see if I can get it. Catherine just went down on sale for $10. There you go. Buy Catherine instead of Mario Kart. Shout out to Ashoka Tano though. Ashoka Tano dropping multiple donos tonight. Thank you so much. More of a video improvement would be inclined to add music tag in your video, as you included different tracks from games I normally don't play. Music courtesy to try it. Yeah, maybe I'll add like the music tag to the games, maybe, or to I didn't think you guys even care about what music's playing in the background, so yeah. Massive Rican with the 46 months is hanging out with Hokage for birthday. Ultra dope stream. Thank you so much, Massive, for the big 50 that you did earlier too. I appreciate that. I'm going to say this again, the fact that almost every YouTuber were positive with Switch 2 shows they'll be successful regardless of these complaints. Yeah, and that's fine. Complaints are fine, you know. Complaints are fine as well when it comes down to it. Complaints are fine. I have no problem with that. I've said this a million times, you know, like, you know, people are allowed to like or dislike whatever they want to like or dislike, so that's fine too. Hit that like button though, guys. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. Let them know that we're streaming today. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let's go ahead and give away that eShop card though, shall we? I think most of you guys have put it in the chat. Let me get a couple more questions to answer too. OJ, do you think Nintendo will come out with a shell of the Joy-Con to make it more closer to being like a standard mouse? I think that third parties will for sure. Third parties will for sure. All right, let me do this first giveaway. You have to have also for the eShop card giveaway, you have to either, if you don't have Twitter, you have to have email to send me an email, and you have to verify that you want it. So you have to take a screenshot of your account and then send that to me via Twitter on my post under the birthday stream. So I put up a post for the birthday stream. So if you win on Twitter, just say, hey, that was me, and then put up the proof that was you with your own account in terms of like your account stuff, which we'll DM. I'll DM you, and then you can DM me that information. So keep that in mind so we can cut back on people trying to fake that they won and stuff like that. So, all right, let me give away this eShop card. And we'll be good. Big love though. Let me choose a winner. 3, 2, 1, and go. Wow. All right, the winner is Huddy. Huddy is the winner of the first eShop card. Huddy is the winner of the first eShop card. Congratulations to Huddy. He says, bro, let's go. Yeah, man, you've been around for a long time. So I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Huddy, hit me up on Twitter. You can send me a DM, but if you can't send me a DM, just let me know that it's you on Twitter under my post for the birthday stream, and I will DM you the eShop code probably tomorrow. YouTube is weird. I probably should have bought them beforehand, but I bought my wife a bunch of stuff for her room, so my card is weird. You know, they act weird whenever I use my card in succession, so I wanted to make sure that I can buy my stuff for my wife, because if I bought a bunch of eShop cards, I probably wouldn't have been able to do that on Amazon. So you will get it though. You will get it this week at some point. So shout outs to Huddy. So just go ahead and do that. Big love. I'll DM you on Twitter. Yeah, you can DM me, and if you can't DM me, just put it in on Twitter that it was you, and then I'll DM you. Then you can give me verification that it was that's you. If your name's not the same like Huddy, you know, if it doesn't line up. So yeah, there you go. I guess we should probably roll another winner for the, because like I was supposed to do a winner each hour. But remember, we are giving away one copy of Mario Kart World. So we are giving away a big, you know, copy of Mario Kart World. So that's going to be awesome too, right? All right. So let's see here. So next up, we're going to re-roll it. And the re-roll is right here. Eshop. The name is Eshop. So if you want to enter in, let me give you guys a little bit of time. If you have not entered in, if you've already entered in, like if you've already put Eshop, you don't have to put it again. You're already entered in to win. So if you have not entered Eshop in at all, then type Eshop in the chat and it'll enter you in. So that's what you got to do. Eshop, all lowercase. Eshop. H-O-P. Eshop. That's all you got to do. You spelled it wrong, Marvin. E-S-H-O-P. Eshop. That's all you got to put, and that'll get you a chance to win another Eshop card giveaway. We are giving away one grand prize at the end of the night for Mario Kart World. We are giving away that, so you guys want to win a chance of winning Mario Kart World?
Valuable items.
There you go. Cyber Torch with the five gifted members. Thank you so much. 5 gifted members. Brandon, Contrast, Steven, The Mail, and Jespy. Thank you so much. And Quantrell. Thank you guys. Thank you so much to Cyber Torch with the 5 gifted members. Hey, yo. Shout out. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Let's go. The 5 gifted members. Shout out to the new Elite Ninja today, man. We got a lot of new elites coming through. Do we say it now? Yeah, you can put it in. If you haven't put it in yet, put it in. Put it in the chat. You can email me. If you don't have social media, which is actually a really smart idea to not have social media, but if you don't have Twitter or any social media, which is, like I said, it's very good that you don't have that, you can email me if you win. So you can email me. My email's on my About page on YouTube, so you can just email me. And I'm pretty sure you got email. All right, Risk Freedom. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. Deported to Slim with the $2 says, please put $sign towards Wolverine figure. Oh man, I'm guessing you've been banned on DSP streams, Cecilian. Is that true, Cecilian? Have you been banned? You have to have been banned. As much as you troll him, I know you were banned. You know, if we did it for the first one, we entered again. No, you don't have to 777. You can just, if you've already put it in, you just one time. Just one time and you're good. That's all you got to do. If you've already put it in, you just one time and you're good. You know. So yeah. Happy Friday, or happy B-Day. I was going to say happy Friday. Yeah, today's Thursday. Yeah, happy B-Day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's go. Just DM you on Twitter, 3rd giveaway. I've won over, oh my gosh. Huddy, man, you got lucky. Huddy's luck is good, but if you're an Elite Ninja, you actually have higher chance to win. You have a 3 times higher chance to win as an Elite Ninja. So there is that. There is that. All right. Let's see here. Let me re-roll the next winner. The next winner, and 3, you're 21, right, OJ? No. I'm 52. I'm 52 today. All right, 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, Bead Queen. Bead Queen is the next winner. Yo, shout outs to Bead Queen. And Bead Queen, if you are here, you have won this giveaway. Another eShop card giveaway for Bead. I don't think Bead Queen's ever won a giveaway here. She supports so much too, so I'm happy for her. So Bead Queen, I don't know if she's lurking or if she's doing something else. Sometimes she's mowing her lawn too, so also got to do that. So Bead Queen is the winner. Congratulations, Bead Queen. You won the giveaway, eShop card giveaway. So we'll see if Bead Queen is here. I have a long time ago. Okay, a long time ago. I thought it might have been a while. B Queen. So I will DM B Queen. I will DM you on Twitter, because I know I've already you've DM'd me. We've DM'd each other before. So I will DM you your eShop card. Thank you so much for your support. Like always, B Queen has supported so much. $10 almost seems like it's too little to give, to be honest. Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that, of course. Let's see here. So yeah, W for B Queen. Oh, you're 29 then? Awesome sauce. Yeah, I'm 29. I'm 20. I'm turning 28. I'm turning 28. So yeah, there you go. I'm turning 28 years old. All right. So I don't know when Baron's gonna get on, but Baron's gonna be on in a bit. I think I'm gonna roll another one. We should just go ahead and get all the winners knocked out. So let me just actually type this right here. So Huddy, Bead Queen. These are for the eShop card giveaway. eShop card giveaway. Yes, on my 29th birthday, I'm turning 29. Yes, that is no. Guys, I'm 52 years old. I don't know. I am not 29. I am 52 years old. So there you go. I have YouTube Premium, so I refuse to go on the stream since he would benefit from it. Oh, you have YouTube, so you would benefit from the YouTube Premium, so you refuse to go on his stream. Oh, I see. All right, take it easy, Lenny. Thanks for coming out to the stream, man. Thank you so much. So I appreciate that. So yeah. You have to at least be 36. No, I am 52. I am 52. No, that's the 29th time you've turned 29. Yeah, I just keep on turning 29 years old. That's the funny thing. So yeah. Yoshi with the $5 says, don't want to pay $80 for Mario Kart, that's fine, just let OJ pay it for you, and then make sure you win it from him. Yeah, that's true. I can do it. I can do it, you know? So yeah. So there is that. So I'm gonna roll again another eShop card giveaway, guys. So I'm gonna give the last call. If you've already entered into one of the first two, you're already entered in. You do not have to you don't actually have to type eShop in again. If you have not entered into either of the giveaways, right, today, just type eShop in and you have a chance at winning an eShop card. You have a chance at winning an eShop card. So yeah. So I think that's pretty cool, right? So I think that's pretty cool. Pretty good stuff, right? Pretty good stuff. All right. Thank you so much, Gravy Biscuits, for that. Thank you. If you've already entered it, you don't have to enter it again. It's got you in there. So yeah. I'm gonna remove the extra whatever though for it, like the. Actually, no, I can't remove it. Never mind. It's just we're just gonna have to choose a winner. So yeah. Your birthday's Monday, 48. Hey, there you go. You look younger, 52. I still think you look great. Thank you so much, Sean Starlight. Thank you. The negativity has gotten annoying. Like we get it. Also, I'm tired of Nintendo YouTubers hopping the negative train. Thank you for showing reasonable. Yeah. Listen, I get it though. Like for some people, it's not going to be worth that price for them, and I completely get that. If it's not worth it, then it's not worth it. You know, Nintendo probably should have just charged $60 and then forced DLC. Like forced $20 DLC, or should have just charged $70 and forced DLC later, and people would have been like, all right, I'm good. So I think that was probably the better move. But people once again are afraid of a precedent. They're afraid of, you know, they feel that Nintendo's not, like, Nintendo shouldn't do that, you know, it's not worth that. So I get it from that perspective too, 100%. Like people are allowed to feel the way they want to feel, you know. So yeah. So yeah, but once again, there's always the bundle option, right? If you don't think it's worth the 80, there's always a bundle option. Or you can simply trade in your Mario Kart 8. You could probably get $20 for that, or you can sell it and you can knock the price down there. So there's options. there's ways. Maybe you might not want to get rid of your Mario Kart 8 though, but there's ways. So the 80 is probably worth it, just bad optics. Yeah, exactly. Just more of like a bad optics thing, not necessarily like, oh my gosh, like I'm not gonna play the game or have fun, but just people, obviously, like I said, if you charge $70, then just do DLC, nobody has a problem. Or you charge $60, then do $40 worth of, if you want the real version like Forza, nobody's complaining about Forza. That's $60, but if you actually want the full game, it's $100, you know? So yeah. Let's see here. I'll be real. I'm just tired of having to keep bringing up what we don't agree with for $80. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, and I don't think it's gonna go away until the game actually comes out and people are playing it. I think it's gonna be around for a while, especially after this direct. So I think it's gonna be around for a bit. The problem stems from people not wanting to support the cheaper games, though regardless of the brand awareness. Would the same outrage be here for Metroid Prime 4 jumping to 70 had Tears of the Kingdom not done it? That's a complex question, yeah? Been gaming console since my birth of June. Yeah. Mario Kart being 79 is no different from Tears of the Kingdom, and they're announced both prior to those series. They're 40 million sellers. Well, Mario Kart is a 67 million seller, so it's like a 70. Actually, if you count Mario Kart 8, that is a, you know, that if you just count the totality of Mario Kart 8, that is a 70 million seller. About 75 million to be exact. Yeah, about 75 million to be exact. But yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, definitely. All right, let's see here. Next winner, we're gonna roll the winner card here. 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, Dakota Twilight. I don't think I've ever heard this name before. Dakota Twilight is the winner. Dakota Twilight, are you here in the chat? Dakota Twilight. So you think Metroid Prime 4 will be 70 for both Switch 1 and Switch 2? No, I think it'll be 60 for Switch 1 and I think it'll be 70 for Switch 2. I think, but I could be wrong. But we'll see. It could be 70 for, actually it could be 70 for Switch 1. You're right. I mean, it could be, to be honest. I don't know, but I think it might be 60 and 70, but we'll see. Like 60 then like upgrade pack, because I think it's a Switch 1 game, so I think it's gonna be 60. Yeah, I think it's gonna be 60 plus upgrade pack. So I don't think it's gonna be upgrade pack in the Switch 1, because they're charging you an upgrade pack to get it to 70. So I think it's gonna be 60 on Switch 1. LOL, I normally lurk. Dakota, well, lurk me no more. Dakota, if you have Twitter, all you gotta do is message me that it's you, and like just message, hey, I won the giveaway, I'm Dakota Twilight. And then I'm going to go into the DMs. We're going to go into the DMs and you have to verify that that's your account, that it is, you know, so, and then we can go from there. If you don't have Twitter or you don't want to use it, you can always email me and then verify your information from there, you know. You just missed the last Eshop card giveaway, Spinza, but we're going to have one more grand prize giveaway at the end of the night for Mario Kart World. So we're going to be giving away one copy of the game, you know, one copy of the game we're going to be giving away. So yeah, it's going to be fun. We're gonna have a different keyword giveaway though for that. We're gonna have a different keyword giveaway. So yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna reload this. All right. So let's get into some of the other topics that we have. I don't know if Baron's ready, but if Baron is ready, we're gonna have Baron on to talk about stuff. So Baron, if you're ready, let me know. 621. Okay, yeah, you did at 621. So we're gonna start voice call. So I think Baron's ready to go. So Baron's gonna be on one of the homies, another guest speaker for tonight. You know, so that'll be fun. And also Dakota Twilight all won the eShop card giveaway. Let's go. I remember buying an N64 memory card expansion to play Perfect Dark, well over $100. Oh, for everything? Yeah, it was expensive, man. Take a screen cap as well to verify. Yeah, take a screen cap of your account of when you won it, you know, things like that. Because I'll be asking for it, so. I'll be asking for it. Yeah, it's just members have a 3 times more likely to win. So yeah. So it doesn't mean an elite ninja's gonna win every time. We've had non-elites win, and that's okay because you guys are all part. I think Baron's in here, but his mic is muted. So we'll wait till his mic is not muted anymore. And Baron can talk about stuff, see what he wants to talk about. I'm glad we actually got the situation, like the discussion with Party Man. Me and Party Man, we've been planning that discussion for like 2 months or something like that. For like months, we've been planning that discussion. I think it was the best to do it on the birthday stream. I think it was fun to do it on the birthday stream. Was Oblivion your jam? Was your jam in the past? No, I don't. Nah, I never was a huge Oblivion fan. I played it, but my friend A-Train loved Oblivion. He loved Oblivion so much. I remember him talking about it in like Shivering Isles. He was a huge fan of Oblivion. I played Oblivion and I thought it was cool. I rented it back in the day, and I thought it was cool, but I never really finished it, or thought I was like, I never really got into it that much to finish the game, just because I always got tired of the first person. Like I always got tired of the first person. I always got tired of like, the weapon thingies in the game, and I just decided to never play it again. Like I rented it that one. I think I rented it twice back when I got my Xbox 360. I rented it twice. I played it, and yeah, you know, it was okay. I just never really cared. David Rev, thank you so much, man, for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you. There's always people copy that Nintendo is hiding stuff from their games and trailers. Yeah, Nintendo does hide stuff from their games and trailers. So yeah. Hey, happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate the happy birthday wishes from Marvin C. More important than Oblivion next week is Clear Obscure. Yes, next week is Clear Obscure. When is exactly Clear Obscure? I think that's the 23rd or 24th. Is that the 20? I think it's the 24th. It's a Thursday, right? Or is it a Friday? 25th. Yeah, Clear Obscure next week. And I have not beat Xenoblade X yet. I have not beat Xenoblade X, and Clear Obscure is coming. So yeah, unfortunate. I need a new monitor. That's one thing that I do need before Switch 2 comes out. I need an OLED monitor, like 120 hertz OLED monitor. That's what I need. I'm gonna probably get one. All right, Baron, you there?
Yeah,
What's up, Baron?
bruh.
What are you upset about?
I didn't know your birthday was this week. Right.
Yeah. I'm old. 52.
Well, it's a special, very happy birthday to the guy that, you know, thinks the GameCube was better than N64. So
You don't think
gotta give that shout.
You don't think GameCube's better than N64?
Of course it's not. Anybody with their right mind in history knows it's not.
Why?
Why? Because the games were better.
Why?
The games were better on 64 than it was on GameCube.
Frame rate's better?
The actual games. Let's not play that. Let's not play like that.
I mean, like,
let's not play like that.
Okay. How was Metal Gear Solid on the N64?
oh, that's what we doing.
Okay, no, like,
That's what we gonna do.
How was Metroid Prime?
That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna do this.
I'm just asking a question. How was Metroid Prime on the N64? How was it? You like Metroid? You're a Metroid Prime fan, right? You're a Metroid fan. You are. Yeah. You love Dread. You love old school Metroid. You like Super Metroid, right? You like those. You like all the Metroid games. So how was Metroid on N64?
Listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Listen.
Okay.
You get really upset about this, but the fact of the matter is, for every franchise that appeared on both platforms, the N64 version was better. They were the better games. Now, obviously, the 64 had its advantages, that stuff that GameCube never got, and GameCube got some stuff that 64 never got.
I'm gonna put up one objection. I disagree with every franchise. I think that it can be subjective.
The only one that's debatable is Super Smash Brothers, because Smash Brothers really hit its stride in Melee.
Smash Brothers is much better. Come on, don't even.
Yeah,
it's not even debatable. Melee is a significantly improved game over Smash 64. It's not even close. They actually have like actual custom movesets in Smash Melee compared at 64. A lot of the characters have the same. They look like the characters' moves are the same. Like the forward air, like the fairs and like the bears and stuff like that. But anyway, let's talk about your claim that the 64 has every franchise is better outside of Smash Brothers. Wait, are we sure Zelda is better? Are we sure?
Absolutely. Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Absolutely.
Are you sure that's better than Wind Waker?
I love.
I don't think it is.
Absolutely.
No, I don't think it is.
That's not debatable. That's not debatable.
I think
love
it's
Twilight
debatable.
Princess.
I think it's debatable.
I think Twilight Princess is definitely a top 6, top 5 Zelda. But we're talking about Ocarina of Time.
I think Ocarina of Time is very good.
The shindig that kicked it all off. And then we're talking about Majora's Mask that was a follow-up after that.
I don't think Majora's Mask
It does not compare.
I don't think Majora's Mask is
That
better than
doesn't-
Wind Waker or Twilight Princess. I don't think it's better than either one of those.
Listen. We're not even gonna get on Mario 64 versus Sunshine. I don't even think we need to talk about that one.
I agree.
Do we really
I
need to talk
agree.
about that one?
64 is better than Sunshine.
Okay,
I agree.
so, but we know Ocarina of Time. Listen. I think Wind Waker is probably the most overrated Zelda ever.
That's not true.
I love Twilight Princess.
Twilight Princess
I
is
love it.
fantastic.
I will never ever let nobody disrespect Twilight Princess. That's how much I love that game.
That's why I think that GameCube is better than
But
Zelda
it
games.
does not. No, I don't, because I only hold Twilight Princess to that standard. Wind Waker is highly overrated.
Okay, how about
So this is why I
how
said-
about Four Swords? How about Four Swords on GameCube or on N64?
Force.
Yeah, there
Four
is no
Swords of
Four
Adventure.
Swords. Oh, there is no Four
Listen,
Swords. My
listen.
bad. There is no Four Swords on N64.
Listen.
I forgot. My bad. Sorry.
We can sit up here and talk all day. When we got to GameCube, first-person shooters really fell off the fucking map. And that was sad, because we came from a situation where we had GoldenEye 007, one of the greatest multiplayer games ever. Then we followed that up with Perfect Dark
Okay.
and the expansion pack.
Okay.
So I don't even want to hear it. That's not even debatable. Then we had one of the best Donkey Kong adventures ever in Donkey Kong 64. Then we followed that up with goddamn Donkey Kong. What was it?
Donkey
Bongo?
Kong
What was the name of that
64?
game? What was the name of that game? Jungle Beat?
Donkey.
We followed that up with Donkey Kong Jungle
Bro,
Beat.
I rather play Jungle Beat and I rather play the
No,
Conga.
get out of
I'll
here.
play Jungle Beat and Conga over 64.
Bro.
Donkey Kong 64 is trash. That's why Bonanza looks a million
No.
times better.
Listen, the Banana look great as hell. But to go from Donkey Kong 64 to damn Jungle Beat with them ugly ass, cheap ass bongos, no,
I'll take that.
that was embarrassing.
You know,
That
it
was embarrassing.
I agree.
It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
Donkey
and then
Kong 64 sucks.
we had a better. I mean, that's not even fair, because Rare was pretty much sold away by the time the GameCube got going. The whole catalog of Rare on 64 really embarrasses GameCube.
No, it doesn't.
From Banjo-Kazooie to Perfect Dark to 007 to Conker's Bad Fur Day, the Jet Force Gemini, I could keep going the hell on.
No. And
that was a big drop off when we got to GameCube on those type of games.
Here's why you're wrong.
Granted, they sold them off because I guess pretty much they figured out the talent was almost dried up in there. But that was a huge hole for GameCube. A huge hole.
It was not. And here's the reason why it was not. The reason why it was not a huge hole is because it was replaced partially by Retro Studios and getting Metroid Prime 1 and Metroid Prime 2. And it was replaced by Intelligent Systems, putting out Fire Emblem. We had Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on the game, which is a goated GameCube game, which is why Nintendo highlighted that game as coming back to the GameCube. Wait, hold up. Path of Radiance is goated. So
Go ahead.
We had Intelligent Systems, we had Retro Studios, and we had other third parties that came up and took the creative mantle. What about Clover Studio? Remember Clover? Remember Beautiful Joe 1, Beautiful Joe 2? So the third parties made those unique, interesting games built specifically for the GameCube that took up the mantle. How about Resident Evil 4? I know that came to PlayStation later, but how about a game like Resident Evil 4? How about that? How good was that game? How about Resident Evil 0? So while you're correct, there was the Rare. Rare came through, and Rare did some incredible things. But the third parties that the N64 missed, it was made up by games like Resident Evil 4, by Beautiful Joe 1 and 2, by Metal Gear Solid, by Eternal Darkness. So yes, you're right. Rare was awesome. But Silicon Knights with Eternal Darkness, Beautiful Joe, Metal Gear Solid, Metroid Prime, Resident Evil 4, these games took up the mantle, and you know they did. Don't even sit here and front.
You're highly overselling those games. Number one, there's one game that for sure sticks out, and that's Resident Evil 4 because it was such a big phenomenon. It was one of the most technically advanced games in the first. No, I said I'm not saying you oversell a Resident Evil 4. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry.
Simmer down a little bit.
Okay.
Birthday boy. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Okay,
I said you overselling a lot of those games, except Resident Evil 4, because that was a technological generational leap in technology at that point in time when that game came out. That's still one of my greatest games of all time. Like I said, I'm never going to disrespect some of the stuff GameCube produces, but the overall package was severely lacking to N64. This is what I keep telling you. We're talking about Mario 64. We're talking about Star Fox 64. We're talking about Paper Mario. We're talking about Diddy Kong Racing.
Dude.
Okay, we're talking about Wave Race. We're talking about Perfect Dark. Let's not even start on the wrestling games. If we start on the wrestling games, it's night and day.
Did the GameCube
If we start on the sports games, it's night and day.
Wait, did the GameCube...
Hurry back to NBA courtside.
Okay.
King Griffey Jr. baseball. Like, we could go all day with this.
Did the GameCube...
WWF No Mercy.
Wait.
WrestleMania 2000. WCW NWO Revenge. There was so many holes in the GameCube library.
Sports games. They had sports games.
They didn't have the sports games of the caliber that was on N64.
Courtside wasn't even that great. Courtside wasn't even that great. Shout out to Kobe Bryant. Rest in peace to Kobe. Rest in peace to Kobe. Courtside was okay. I liked NBA Live more, but that's just me. Now, here's the thing.
Oh my God.
Listen, you said the Wave Race. Blue Storm was better than the Wave Race 64. 1080 Avalanche was better than 1080 Snowboarding. They had better
I don't think Blue Storm was better than the first one.
Yeah, Blue Storm.
I don't think Blue Storm is better.
Blue Storm is better.
And I almost forgot about the epic Excite Bike 64. That was fire too. Excite
Bike 64 was good. I agree that it was a good game. But
it was so much fire on that.
Is that the third parties that you're trying to discount and you're trying to move off the board? Those ones were important, and they helped carry the mantle. They helped carry. I know Sonic fans, people. I don't like Sonic that much, but there was Sonic on the. There was no Sonic on the N64. There was Sonic, and I'm not a big Sonic fan. I'm not, but there was Sonic on the GameCube.
You go into the Sonic lifeboat.
I'm just saying there was plenty of Sonic games on there, and I will say this, and I'll say this about GameCube. GameCube had stuff like Skies of Arcadia. It had stuff like Tales of Symphonia. Like, it had these goated RPGs that were completely void and missing on the N64. Skies of Arcadia is one of the best games of all time, hands down, one of the best games of all time. Skies of Arcadia, Tales of Symphonia, awesome.
Yeah, we can't put Skies of Arcadia. Here's the thing. I think this is where we're clashing at.
Thousand Year Door is also good too.
By no means am I saying GameCube was trash. I'm just saying in the hierarchy of Nintendo platforms, it's not above N64.
It is.
Because the legendary games that are on GameCube, they don't. The overall legendary stack of games that are on GameCube that y'all consider legendary doesn't stack up to the legendary, genre-defying, greatest game of all time situations that was on N64.
But is that fair to?
It's not even equal.
Is that fair? Is that fair? Looking back,
it is fair. That's what it was.
No, because N64 was the first to go into that commercial, three-dimensional, 3D analog, 3D movement. Like, so you can't. That's not fair to compare that. It is fair to compare that. No, because guess what? Certain games had great follow-ups, just like Star Wars Rogue Squadron. The follow-up on GameCube was better. They were better.
There was situations where follow-ups were better, and situations where follow-ups just did not meet the standard, like Mario Sunshine.
Okay, you discredit all the games that I mentioned. There's only 400 games on the N64 total. There's over 600 games on the GameCube Plus overall, and plus you just got more variety. Like I said, if you like sports games, if you like racing games, if you like platformers, okay, you got your pick with that. But the GameCube actually had a variety of other types of games. It had everything that you're talking about. It had shooters. It had time splitters. Okay, it had good shooters. It had 007 Nightfire. That was a fantastic game. It had Nightfire. It had time splitters. It had all of these genres that you're trying to say, oh my god, it had. GameCube had all that, and then some with Metal Gear Solid. Listen, you can't discount how important Metal Gear Solid is. It got Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Not everybody loves that, but still, it was incredible to see the Metal Gear Solid 2 engine running on the GameCube in 60 frames. That was incredible to see. You also have, once again, so many different types of variety of games. Beautiful Joe 1 and 2, let's be real here. What is the equivalent of Beautiful Joe 1 and 2 in 60 frames per second on the N64? There is no equivalent. All you can say with N64 is, oh, well, it had more genre defining. It was more impactful. They don't play better now, but it was more impactful back then. But with the GameCube, you can play the GameCube games now. Now you can go back and play Beautiful Joe. It plays better than damn near every single N64 game.
Boy, you are full of shit.
No, I'm not.
You are full of
No, I'm not.
You're full of it on that one now.
How?
Now you know you full of it on that one.
How?
Like, come on. There's people.
What did I say wrong?
There's people, right? And I wish I could pull this clip up for you and you can show it. But there's people, right, that to this day, will go out their way to get an N64 console, to play Mario Kart 64, to play GoldenEye 007, to play Ocarina of Time. There's so many different games people will go out their way for retro console play and play on N64. And there's more games they will play on 64 before listen.
GameCube is more popular to play retro than N64. GameCube, I almost 100% agree. If you can get a GameCube that can get the HD, no. GameCube is
the first game you're going to say is Melee.
Look at the prices of GameCube games. Look at the prices of GameCube games. Look at the prices of GameCube games.
All you're going to have to say on that situation is Melee. That's it. That's really it.
You know what a copy of Skies of Arcadia will run you? You know what a copy of Path of Radiance will run you?
Listen, that's fine and all. We all know retro games can get very expensive the more rare they become.
Out of control. Why is GameCube out of control? Because people want the originals. They want to play on the hardware. They want to feel it in their hands. They love that. GameCube has that sauce. The N64 has the generational sauce. I'll give it that. N64 is pivotal. It is instrumental in the history of 3D. Nobody's arguing that. I will give you that. GameCube is a better N64 in terms of it. But what started it was N64. But GameCube, I'm telling you, man, the GameCube games still play great. Who was more, in terms of the announcement of GameCube NSO versus N64 NSO, what was more exciting? What was the more hype from the fans?
Obviously, the newest one is going to be the more hype. We already got the N64. No, but that was hype when they first got it.
The reaction for GameCube was more hype.
The reaction was basically the same. It's all about what software you put on there.
What?
On NSO. So it's really about the software that we on there.
Oh my goodness. Oh my.
Do you know how long we was waiting for them to announce GameCube? Yeah, like, stop playing.
And it was great.
We was waiting forever. Like, we didn't wait that long for them to announce N64. Stop trying to count. Like, come on, like
4 years. I mean, this
once we got N64, the anticipation for GameCube immediately started. So that's not even really.
Let me ask you a question.
Direct comparison.
How was Soul Calibur on the N64?
I knew you was gonna do that to me. I knew he was gonna do that. Why are you trying to play dirty, man?
Because I'm asking you a question. question. How was Soul Calibur on the N64?
Why
How
are you
was
trying to
it?
play dirty, man? Why are you trying to play dirty?
Maybe you had what? I think you guys had a what, Clay Fighter 1.5 or something. That's trash.
Why you playing
That
that Mortal
trash game,
Kombat
yeah, Clay
64
Fighter.
was? No, that Mortal Kombat 64 was fire. Stop playing. That Killer Instinct was fire. Stop playing. Stop playing yourself.
Soul Calibur versus Mortal Kombat
I
64.
love Soul Calibur 2. That's
Great
one of the
value.
greatest games ever created.
Great value.
That's my favorite game. That's my favorite fighting game franchise. Is Soul Calibur. That's why I laughed when you said that.
Yeah, because I know
love
you
Soul
like that, and it has Link in there. That smokes everything by a large amount. Like it's not even close. Fighting games, not even close. GameCube, and there's like a Godzilla game on there too. There's like that's actually pretty good. There's got like a Godzilla fighting game. I played it back in the day. I thought it was fun. So I mean, it's like the GameCube has sauce. It has Soul Calibur.
The GameCube had slightly better fighting games if you did not count the wrestling games, because they were just not on par with the N64 games.
But the wrestling
because you
games
had
were good.
You had Def Jam Vendetta, you had Def Jam Fight for NY, you had Soul Calibur 2.
Those are almost as good. Def Jam is almost as good as the wrestling game on the 64. Def Jam, I think, might even be better. It might even be, in some respects, better.
No. You got people to this day that will break their neck to get a copy of No Mercy. It's not the same.
And you have people that will break
It's
their
not
neck
the
to get.
same.
You want to see the copy of Def Jam?
It's
You
not.
want to know the
It's
Def
not
Jam
the same.
games? Let me tell you how popular Def Jam was.
I know the Def Jam games. I played them. I bought them. You ain't got to tell me nothing about the Def Jam
so
games.
remember a couple years ago when the Def Jam Twitter account was like, hey, if we get 1 million likes, maybe we'll announce a new game. Dude, they got 1 million likes in like a second. It took them like 2 seconds, and then there were a bunch of scammers. They never even updated it or gave us anything with that. But that's how popular Def Jam Vendetta was. It got 1 million likes like instantly.
Of course, because people been clamoring for that game to come back. Just like people are wishing all the time for them to do remakes of the N64 games, even though that's literally impossible to do. I don't understand why people don't understand that.
Double Dash, Double Dash versus
Double Dash ain't got shit on at Mario 64.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
Double Dash, I'm gonna listen to everybody that's listening to me right now.
Double Dash is
the most overrated Mario Kart game in history.
No, it's not. It's better than 64.
It's history. I have never, ever. That is probably the least played Mario Kart game I've ever played in my entire lifetime, and I had them all.
Then you must have.
I could not stand that damn game. I could not stand that game. I did not like that game. I did not like two people being on a damn cart. I didn't like all that switcheroo bullshit. It was so. It felt like a step back from N64 Mario Kart.
Step up. It was a step up. They added more tracks, more courses. It was faster. It was better.
I did not like Double Dash at all. It was just not. It wasn't a good kart game to me.
Okay.
At all. I throw up at the sight of Double Dash. Like, I can live without ever seeing a Double Dash GameCube case. Like, I would not be bothered.
Okay, that's fine. I want to read off a couple donos. Shout outs to Massive Reek with the $5. Says, I played DK64 recently, and holy crap, the backtracking is what was embarrassing. The game is just like Ocarina of Time. The game, just like Ocarina of Time, doesn't hold up. Wind Waker still holds up today. I agree. Wind Waker holds up better. These GameCube games hold up better.
If anybody say Ocarina of Time doesn't hold up, I cannot take them seriously.
Ocarina of Time.
I cannot.
Does it hold up in 20 frames?
Nonsense.
I mean, it might hold up, but then it doesn't. It doesn't. You know, because it does play at 20 frames per second. So, like, it holds up, but then it doesn't hold up. You know.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time holds up. That's major cap. I don't even know why somebody would encrypt their lips up to say that.
But then it doesn't. It's like it holds up. Yes, you can still play it, but it's also in 20 frames per second too. You know, like there's also that. Cyber Taurus with the $5 says Wavebird boys and girls for life. Yes, the Wavebird is a great controller as well.
Oh.
And people are also bringing up like Pokemon Coliseum, Bots and Kaitos. Like they're bringing up like
Pokemon Stadium 2, Sin and Punishment. Like, come on, let's not go there. Let's not go there, bro.
Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness.
The first Pokemon Snap. Do you know how fire it was when that Pokemon Snap came out?
It wasn't that great. It was.
Okay. Oh no, that was all right. when you first saw that Pokemon Snap in that Game Pro magazine, you lost your mind.
I thought it
Because we was looking at Pokemon on Game Boy. And when we first seen that Pokemon Snap.
okay. No, don't get me wrong. It looked cool. I
No.
played it. I played it.
Okay.
No, N64, like I said, N64, it has its beats. It has its stuff, man. It's good. But like I said, you still have not been able to come to counters. I've been able to counter everything that you've said about Rare, about everything with 64 with, hey, look.
You did not counter Rare. You did not counter. Rare catalog was not
I
countered
did counter Rare
at all. You told me a bunch of third-party games, which are great, but they was just not up to the greatness and legendary status of those N64 Rare games.
Okay, and I
they
get
wasn't.
that because of the mystique.
And I only gave you one, which was Resident Evil 4, because that's a generational
Metal
game.
Gear Solid isn't generational?
Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes? No.
That's the original Metal Gear
Not
Solid.
Twin Snakes.
That's the original Metal Gear Solid. But Metal Gear Solid from
Not-
the PS1. From the PS1. That game is generational.
But that was a port, bro. That wasn't
and
something for
Dude, the graphics were insane at the time. What do you mean?
like.
It was a generational game. The original.
Yeah. Read that super chat. Buddy, because y'all be capping up in here.
Sweet tea with the two.
I see a lot of people was born in 99 and 2000 up in here.
Ocarina of Time is still the GOAT. Wind Waker is great, but unfinished. Okay.
Thank you.
But Twilight
Wind Waker ain't on that level. It's not.
I still think Wind Waker. I personally like Wind Waker more than Ocarina of Time, but that's just my own. I'm not saying that it's better, but I think Twilight Princess and Wind Waker beat the overall sum of Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time.
No, because Wind Waker is the worst game out of those four. So it can't cancel it out.
I think Majora's Mask is the worst.
I think game out of those four, bro.
I think Majora's Mask is the worst out of those. I like Wind Waker more than I like Majora's Mask. And I like Twilight Princess more. So, I guess it's opinions, right? Opinions. Also, I do want to say this. Massive Reek with the $10 dono says, Baron, homie, no offense, but you are huffing high-grade quality copium. Ocarina of Time on the 3DS was better than the N64. Mario Kart Double Dash trashes Mario Kart 64.
You see what I'm talking about?
GameCube NSO was so much more hype than N64 by far based on the reaction alone. Just about every game franchise was better on GameCube. There you go.
No, it wasn't. I guarantee you, if we ask how old that dude is, his birthday, his year that he was born gonna start in 2000 something.
But I'm not born.
These people have not experienced what we experienced. That's the difference here. People started on GameCube, PS2, and Xbox OG.
Cyber Taurus.
They didn't start before this. So I don't even want to hear that. Like, that's nonsense.
He's born in 79. He's born in 77. He gave it 5,000. He said that GameCube.
You said he's 79.
Cyber Taurus was born in 79. He says that the GameCube is better than N64.
Oh, he was born in 79.
Yeah, born in 79.
Okay.
Born in
I thought you said he was 79.
No. He's born. Shout out to the people that are 79. That's all. I do have some older people that watch the channel based off the analytics, but no, he's born in 79. People, I don't know, Barrett. Maybe it's an echo chamber chat. Some people are agreeing with you, some people aren't. I don't know.
No, it's just that. Listen, it's just that this has been a debate for a while between Nintendo fans. Yeah. Some people who are a little bit more seasoned and a little bit more inclined on generational things that happen, and some people that are just like you. That's just like, hey, I just think this was better because it looked prettier than the predecessor.
No, that's not it. No, that's not because it looked prettier than what I'm game variety. As a gamer, what do you want? You don't want variety?
64 had variety.
How many RPGs?
It had more variety than the GameCube. Like, what do you mean?
RPGs?
Oh, you. This is the thing is, you go to the RPG because you an RPG lover.
Well, that's variety.
You
need RPGs.
I get. But listen. GameCube still lacked more variety than 64, even though it had more RPGs.
What genres did it not have?
I already told you the sports titles were lacking.
There were it had sports titles. You just don't think they're as good. It had sports titles.
They wasn't that good.
Okay, but
it wasn't at all.
No,
The
but
first
that's
part, the shooter genre was definitely
No, but
lacking.
it has shooters.
Very bad.
We're talking about variety.
Just because you have something don't mean it was good.
No, I never said that. It doesn't mean we can disagree that if it's being good or not, but it has that genre. It has genre variety.
So it's just like 64 had RPGs,
No, it didn't.
but I'm not gonna sit up here and say their RPGs were better than what was on
It
GameCube.
did not have RPGs, actually.
Listen,
You count it on one hand.
listen. But it was RPGs though.
But there was barely any.
But it was RPGs, like you said.
No, but GameCube has a lot of sports games. It has a lot of everything. It has a lot. It has a. Does it not? It has. Dude, it has Madden. GameCube has Madden. GameCube has NBA 2K. GameCube has sports games. GameCube has Call of Duty.
64 had it.
It has all that.
And 64 had Madden. So what are you talking about? 64 had Madden, NFL Quarterback Club, NFL Blitz. Like, come on, it's not the same.
GameCube had Blitz. I think GameCube had Blitz. Yeah, GameCube had Blitz, and GameCube had like there's one like with Terrell Owens on there. I forgot what it was, but like Blitz Pro League or they had a Blitz series or whatever. It had sports games. GameCube had plenty of sports games. Okay, GameCube had plenty of like you trying to make it seem as if GameCube had no sports games. That's insane. That is a ridiculous thing to sit there and say. I can bring up all the GameCube sports games. We can fact check. Okay, GameCube sports games. Let's go over. They had great GameCube sports games. Let's go over that. Yeah,
They had every Madden. They had every Madden.
You're cooked. You're cooked. NFL
How am I
Street.
cooked? You gonna say
Street,
NBA 2K?
NBA Street. NFL Street.
NBA Street?
You're cooked.
Street was
You're
good.
cooked.
That was good.
It's over. It's over.
I'm not cooked at all. What are you
You're
talking about?
cooked. NFL Street and
I'm not
NBA
cooked.
Street are better. NBA Street Volume 2 is better than every single sports game on the N64 combined. NBA Street Volume 2. You're cooked. You're cooked.
No, bro. No, it don't work like that.
It's over. No, it's bro. It's
Bro, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. You gotta look at the overall picture. Because I can sit up here. I can sit up here and say, WWF No Mercy, you're cooked. Like you have no counter to
is not at dude,
but it's like you could.
no, because there is a great wrestling game. What is the equivalent of NBA Street and NFL Street on the N64? What is the equivalent?
Those games didn't start coming out to that time frame.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about this. We can even go further. How about Tiger Woods golf on the GameCube? Was that not incredible? No, I played Tiger Woods.
That ain't.
It was great.
No, that ain't it, bro.
No, Tiger
that
Woods
it.
was great.
No, that ain't it.
No, it
That's
was.
not it.
No, it is.
Enjoy Mario Golf on the 64.
Mario
so,
Golf is
but
better. Mario Golf's better.
But no, I'm not. Tiger wasn't in it, bro.
Toadstool's Tour is better on the game. Oh, and by the way, have you ever heard of a little game called SSX? How about SSX Tricky? Oh, dude, it's over. It's over.
What SSX Tricky? Like what's bruh?
Yes.
You act like 1080 Avalanche wasn't on N64. Like, come on, bro.
There was 1080. Avalanche was on the GameCube. You're thinking of just 1080 snowboarding. That's on the N64.
Snowboarding, my bad, not Avalanche.
Yeah, Avalanche was great. Yeah. See, like that was a Freudian slip. You knew that. You let it slip at the GameCube versus.
No. I'm used to saying 1080 Avalanche for some damn reason, but it was 1080 snowboard Avalanche.
You let it slip. No, I'm just messing with you. So I mean, like, okay, so I'm looking at like NHL 2K, better than any of the NHL games.
Who the hell played NHL? Like,
oh, and by the way,
this is what I'm talking about, OJ. You really grasping for stuff. Nobody played NHL, bro.
Let me ask you a question. How about Fight Night? How about Fight Night Round 2? Yeah. Fight Night. How about Tony Hawk Underground? How about that game?
Tony Hawk started on N64 though.
Yeah,
those were the better games.
They got a crappy port. It got a crappy port on the N64.
That was no. Boy, I had PlayStation and 64. It was not a crappy port.
It was not.
The better Tony Hawk games were the first three. And I guess you could say the fourth one too. That was pretty good. Those are the better Tony Hawk games. That started on N64 and PlayStation.
No, not with the music being all jacked up and some of the stuff. No, absolutely not. How about MVP Baseball? How about MVP Baseball? How about NBA Street? Like I said, how about NCAA
I'm taking
football?
Baseball over MVP Baseball. I'll take All-Star Baseball over MVP
Oh
Baseball.
my
And I'll definitely take Ken
goodness
Griffey Jr. Baseball
Madden
over
was
that.
way better on the GameCube than it was on the N64. Madden was significantly better. You know, that's Madden 05. You know, Madden 05 is looked at as maybe the best Madden game of all time. Madden 05 is looked at the maybe best Madden game of all time. So Madden 05.
I think people think about what year was that Vic was on the cover. I don't think that was 05.
That was 04, and that's not the best one because
that was 04. That's what people think is the greatest Madden of all
You're
time.
just from Atlanta, so you like that. So you think that's the no.
You can literally ask anybody in the Madden community. They love that game.
Yeah, they love that game because of
I was not a Michael Vick fan at that time at all, so I'm just telling you the fact.
But we all know that Madden 05 was the better game because it introduced defensive playmaker. Am I not correct?
Yeah, we got defensive playmaker. Then you had the Vision Cone in 06 after that.
Yeah.
Really, 07 was really the most redefined, fine-tuned Madden game. It was really 07.
Okay, yes, that's the Sean Alexander one. Yes,
that was Sean Alexander.
Yeah, that was Sean Alexander.
The one before. Yeah, even though Vince Young,
that was
08 Madden was pretty good too. Well, but 07 was really the one that.
I wasn't good on the PS3, but 360 was good. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like this. There was definitely certain situations where people debated whether that was the greatest Madden of all time, and that really was 04 because that's the one people talk about so much.
I think the problem with your argument here, though, Baron, is that the problem is that it's the GameCube has games like SSX, and it has Tony Hawk 3 and 4, which are great. It has Tony Hawk Underground. It has more variety and more sports games. Like when you start holding up everything, the Maddens are better, the NBAs are better, the NHLs are better, everything is better. They all play, look, and run better than the N64 versions of.
And that's what I'm talking about. You're stuck on a graphical leap. From 64 to GameCube. That's the thing you're focused on a lot. And I can understand a lot of people can't look past that graphical leap to actually gameplay and impact and replayability of the games when you're comparing these two generations side by side. The replayability of these games are way higher on 64 than they are on GameCube. That's not debatable.
I disagree. I do
agree. The biggest generational impact in the games that have the most games of all time on the list is N64.
I agree that
for a reason.
I agree that N64.
So it's like
yes, I agree. Let me just
people are still trying to chase the formula of a wrestling game that was created on N64.
I agree. Impact.
People are still trying to chase that formula to this day.
Impact, you are right. I agree. Impact, yes.
It's not the
specific games that have lasting and long impact because it was the first to go to 3D. So yes, I agree with you on impact. But overall library, overall playability, overall replay value, you're cooked on SSX and on NFL Street and NBA. Like there is nothing that's even close to those games anywhere in terms of gameplay variety, in terms of play. There's just it's just deep down in your heart.
And you're definitely cooked.
You're cooked.
You're definitely cooked on the shooter aspect. Nothing compared to the 7. Nothing compared to Perfect Dark. Nothing compared.
No. Time splitters.
The world is not enough.
Splitters.
I can keep going on. So it's like
I disagree. I think
you can disagree all you want. We already know what the facts is when it comes to that.
007 Nightfire.
Nobody.
Splitters
that's
are
not
good.
Yes. Time splitters is good. You can go to hell with that Nightfire.
Nightfire's not good.
No, I will take World is not enough on N64 over Nightfire 10 times out of 10.
Okay.
10 times out of 10. That's not even close.
Let's talk a little bit about the shooters, right? So N64 obviously has the more, refined or the more impactful shooters. Not even going to say refined, impactful shooters. But GameCube, it's not bad. You got Turok Evolution. You got Star Wars Bounty Hunter. You got Medal of Honor.
Turok games was on 64.
I know, but listen. You got Medal of Honor.
Turok was washed when it got to GameCube.
Turok
was the shit on 64.
Turok was not bad on GameCube. It's actually like you can actually see where you were going on GameCube. It just wasn't fog right in front of you. There was-
Wow. You can see where you're going.
Yeah, turn off. The
Oh,
drop
boy.
distance was like right in front of
like I said, you're gonna hang on to that graphical leap as you're crushing this argument.
In front of you, Turok.
This guy here, bro.
You walk one step,
Going.
fog would go. You walk one more, bro. The whole damn screen was full of fog, bro.
Oh, he's so ridiculous,
Because you
bro.
know it's true.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer was a fire game, but that when it first came out. Like,
007,
it was just
Agent Under Fire, Serious Sam Next Encounter, Conflict Desert Storm 2. It's got Dead to remember Dead to Rights? That was a dope shooter. I remember renting that game. I thought it was incredible. Dead to Rights, Star
Dead to
Wars.
Rights was a decent game.
It was a good game. 13.
It was
13,
decent.
13. Call of Duty. Call of Duty Finest Hour. Finest Hour is good. That's the original Call of Duty. That game's good for what it was back then. Robotech Battle Cry. I remember renting that game and I thought it was fun.
Robotech.
Robotech. Red Faction.
Robotech.
2. Red Faction.
Listen to what you're saying.
2. No, Red Faction. Do you know anything about Red Faction 2?
I know about Red Faction.
Was that not goated with
Red
this
Faction?
construction? Was that not goated?
I mean, it was cool. It reminded me of the game called Black that was on PS2, I believe.
Yeah.
Because I think that came out before that.
I think it came out.
So yeah, the structure.
It came out. I think
It came out before. It was after or before.
It was after.
But yeah, I remember those two.
Like 2005 or 2004. Red Faction was 2003.
I know. Okay, I know they was close together because I remember as a kid getting
And
both
what
of those
about
games.
Call of Duty, the big red one? What about Medal of Honor Frontline?
Ew, no.
What about Nightfire? What about Freedom
No.
Fighters? What about Metal Arms glitching the system?
Freedom Fighters was a decent game.
What
That
about,
was a decent
what about
game.
007 Everything or Nothing? What about
Everything or Nothing was a decent game.
What about
Yeah.
Time Splitters Perfect or Future Perfect?
Time Splitters,
And Time
I'll
Splitters
give you
2.
a thumbs up for
What
that.
about Metroid Prime 2? What about Metroid? Dude, GameCube had shooters.
Listen.
GameCube had great shooters.
Listen, bro.
Yes.
We could. That's at that whole list you talked about. Probably 3 games shine through.
No.
The rest of them was just decent games. They did not stack up to 007 World is Not Enough. To Turok 2 Seas of Evil.
No,
To 007 GoldenEye.
007
To Perfect
GoldenEye
Number.
is
It was like. It's like, come on, bro. It's not even the same.
Impact wise, it doesn't, but gameplay wise, it's
like-
as good. Gameplay wise, it's right up there because GoldenEye
Like,
runs like
if anybody in the chat is listening to me right now, pull out your phone, or if you got a second laptop, and if you have not seen The World Is Not Enough on N64, YouTube that shit, because that game was so far ahead of its time. It was really too far advanced for N64, to be honest with you.
everything was too far.
That's how good that game was. It was really underrated because it came.
You couldn't see a dinosaur right in front of you in Turok. Everything was too.
It's just ain't
You
no
would just see
Turok,
the
bro.
dinosaur's head. You wouldn't even see the rest of his body.
Even Forsaken 64, it's just bro.
You could Let me get through a couple donos. So shout outs to Massive Weekend. Does N64 titles had 0 fighting games, and most of the only 400 titles were not good. Most N64 sports games were whack. I'm 84, baby, with Ocarina of Time.
Get the hell out of here, bro. Post 64.
You need to
Get out of here.
The high
You got these. Listen, bro. You got your people in here shilling for you. How you gonna say N64 sports games are whack? That's nonsense.
High prescription nostalgia glasses, and look at this.
NBA Showtime, like, come on, NBA, bro.
Okay.
Get out of here.
NBA Showtime was really
American Blitz,
NBA
Quarterback
Showtime
Club,
was
All Star Baseball.
NBA,
Like,
but we
what
all
are we
know
talking
NBA
about?
We all know NBA Street
It was not even.
We
bro.
all know Volume 2 washes NBA Showtime. We all know that. We all know that that's the case, Baron. Come on. Super Christian Me with the dollar says, "Shut up, Baron. GameCube is better than N64. Sorry, not sorry."
People are just mad, bro.
George FT.
People just mad because I'm making a point.
George FT with the $10 says, "It's like debating which music video is better, Thriller or Smooth Criminal. I think
You know what? That's not a bad analogy.
That's actually not a bad
It is.
analogy because both systems were actually good, like great in their own right, and there's weaknesses and strengths of both Thriller and Smooth Criminal. I would say that Thriller is like the original. I mean, Michael Jackson was already on the board, right, with Thriller, or no, before Thriller. You know, he had Off the Wall, he already, but Thriller was the first, and I just got goosebumps because that's how impactful Thriller was. Thriller put MTV on the map. It made music videos a multi-gazillion dollar business, right? Before Thriller, music videos weren't music videos, right? They were just somebody singing in a room, or like Michael Jackson like dancing, like I wanna dance with you, like, or like Jackson 5, right? They weren't videos, but Thriller made it into an event. But then Smooth Criminal took that event and made it even like more refined, like even refined that event that Thriller was. So yeah, I love both, man. That is a great comparison, like Thriller to Smooth Criminal. That is probably one of the best analogies that I've ever seen, you know, because they're both, Smooth Criminal followed what Thriller did, but obviously was very different, and they edited it better. Like the editing in Smooth Criminal is better for the most part than the editing in Thriller. Thriller has a lot of jump cuts and a lot of weird, you know, things in it, but it's awesome in its own right, right? It's a bit raw, but it started it. And Smooth Criminal just better edited and better scripted and planned, like, and everything. But yeah, I can see why.
And Smooth Criminal and Thriller was just, it had the most impact, and it had the bigger it had a little bit more long lasting staying power. Like you can't even go any Halloween season without hearing that damn song. Yeah, so that's why Thriller is equivalent to the N64 in this situation. You can't.
Isn't Thriller's the best-selling album of all time, or it's like close to it? Maybe?
I think it is. I think it still is.
It still is. And like, imagine if Thriller, if you equate that for inflation in today's day, like there's no match. Smooth Criminal is not too far behind though. Smooth Criminal is fantastic. It was very good, and also bad. I don't know. Is bad like what is bad? Is that like the GBA or something like that? I don't know. What's bad? Maybe it's the Game Boy. Maybe bad's the Game Boy. I don't know.
I don't know. I kind of put Remember the Time a little bit ahead of bad.
Okay, Remember the Time. Very good, very good. What about It Doesn't Matter If You're Black or White? That was pretty good.
I forgot about that one.
Macaulay Culkin in there too. That was good. There's a lot of good.
That
videos.
Was. You know what? That was kind of generational too.
Yeah, like, at the time, because that was like, I think a bit after Rodney King, right? So
somewhere around that time. Yeah, I mean, I was in diapers, so I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, they would play Michael Jackson's music even like, well after.
Yeah, they would play. Yeah. Michael Jackson music got played forever, so you definitely heard it, no matter where you was born.
Absolutely, so, good. George M.T., good analogy, dude. That's the best damn analogy I've heard probably in a while. Massive with another $5 dono as well. N64 shooters are the crustiest of the crust out here. Play it, you are on it. Time Splitters cooks any N64 shooter, not just graphics, controls, gampplay, sound, library, variety. Better on GameCube. I could go on and on. Nostalgia specs.
I disagree with you. Simply because Perfect Dark exists, so I don't want to hear it.
Okay. Cyber Toast with the $5 says the world is not enough to change my mind. It's not enough to change your mind.
Oh man. That was...
I don't know, Baron. I think you put up a good fight, but ultimately you were cooked by NBA Street. NFL Street.
You putting too much stock in NBA Street. That's what I feel like you're doing. Like it's just,
on volume 2.
I'm not gonna sit up here and say the games were bad. I'm not gonna do that. But you're putting too much stock in trying to raise the GameCube overall library to be better than N64.
How about am I putting too much stock in SSX?
No, I think you're listing games that were good. They was just not as great or exceptional or GOAT titles like some of the games, like most of the games.
Is a generational GOAT title. Ask yourself this: what's the best street ball game ever created? It's either NBA Jam or it's NBA Street Volume 2. It's one of those two.
Well, obviously, a lot of people will pick NBA Jam. Some people will.
I think a lot of people would pick NBA Street. I think NBA Jam is more impactful because it was before, but I think in terms of what game plays better, you can do everything that you can do in NBA Street. You can do everything that you can do in NBA Jam. You can do in NBA Street, but better. And it had more style, and it had more sauce, and it had more everything. Like, and you can do dunk contests. You can do way
And
more.
it had more graphics, and it had more I hear you every
gameplay
time
was
you say
better.
that.
The game. What are the moves in NBA Jam? You can't even dribble between your legs in NBA Jam. You can't even dribble between your legs in NBA Jam. In NBA Street, you can pull off all sorts of cool tricks. The culture.
NBA Jam for I mean, let's come on. We see what NBA Jam came out on. Let's be for real. Somebody you can't put the ball through your legs. Like, come on now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But even in like the NBA Jam, there's a 2010 NBA Jam, and even that game's not as good.
Oh, that game was not good. No.
Yeah, that game's not as good as NBA Street. Like, NBA Street Volume 2 is iconic. It is revolutionary, and it's still to this day the best street ball game that people would say, what is the best playing street ball game? Like, if you wanted to pick up and play a arcade street ball game, which would you pick up? NBA Jam or would you pick up NBA Street? Now, some people, you're right, might pick NBA Jam, but for the simplicity. But overall, as a game, you want the big dunks, you want the actual tricks, you want the sauce of the early 2000s. Remember and1 Street Ball and how that impacted culture? Same thing here with NBA Street. NBA Street, and then also, we're underselling NFL Street. NFL Street was really good. NFL Street Volume 2, incredible. Incredible. And you know it, Baron. You know it. You can pick who you want. They were just.
I'm not.
You know it. You know it.
I'm gonna say it again. There were games on GameCube that were good. They were solid B's or B pluses.
No, NBA Street to A.
There was a lot. There was a lot of that, and then you have some games that were A pluses, and we had a couple of GOAT titles like the Metroid Primes and the Resident Evil 4.
The Beautiful Joes.
But the games I'm listening to you on 64 were all A pluses and GOAT titles. It just doesn't add up. That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all it is.
So I'm just gonna ask you one more time. Where is the Soul Calibur? Where is Soul Calibur? I'm gonna ask you one more time. Where is Soul Calibur? I need a straight answer. Okay?
All right, listen. All right, I think this is how we can end this and officially decide who's on top GameCube and N64.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think this is a fair way to do it.
Okay.
List the GOAT titles that are legitimately considered greatest games of all time on GameCube, and list the GOAT titles that are legitimately considered greatest game of all time on N64.
This is what you N64.
I think that's fair. Because at the end of the day,
Oh my God.
the game has to go above and beyond anything else to be considered a GOAT and be put on a list for a greatest game of all time.
I know what you're trying to do here. You N64 is because GameCube or because N64 has its top heavy. N64, I don't know if there's anything past top heavy, but N64 is the most top heavy system in the history of systems. Because yes, the top 20 games are legitimately incredible and impactful and monumental. The variety over the course of the whole library is not as good. But yeah, if you whittle it down to just 20 games, sure. But I would even argue that GameCube has influential, impactful games like NFL Street, like NBA Street, like Madden. Madden was way better, okay? Like Beautiful Joe, like Metal Gear Solid, like Soul Calibur 2, like Super Smash Bros. Melee. It still has Time Splitters is still looked at as a goated game. GameCube has those. It doesn't have the names. The sexy, flashy names. N64 has that.
It doesn't have the names and it doesn't have the numbers.
Okay. And
Let's just be honest. That's what it is.
It doesn't have the
So but listen, when we have a discussion about best consoles of all time, just not only Nintendo, that's what the discussion is always based around. What was the software library? What was the top 20, 25, 50 games?
Yeah,
and when we do that,
can't even do 50 on N64.
when we do that, GameCube is not going to finish ahead of N64.
GameCube
It never will. It never
50?
will. Ever.
Top 50? GameCube won't finish above N64. Top 50, yes.
Oh my God.
Top 50. Top 50, Baron? Name me 50.
You know,
Name me 50 and 64 games.
he said I didn't play 50. No,
Nobody
I think I
even played
did
that
play
because
them.
the games were like $90, dude.
I'm
No,
saying,
Mario Kart World
I
did it.
played very obscure. I played very obscure games like Shadow Man, Flying Dragon, Org Battle 64. Like, oh, we got. Listen, I bought a lot of. I bought a lot of stuff. Was
N64, you played Depression too, because that's how that's what you were doing when PS1 was getting all the great games. You were playing Depression on N64.
now you gonna use the PlayStation as a crutch in this argument? Oh my
No,
god!
I'm not using it. I'm just saying that's what people were playing. When you go to GameStop and you see PlayStation 1 getting all these new games, and you look at and it's the same games that were there. No, you know this happened to you. You go to GameStop, you walk in, you look at the PlayStation wall, you just see a wall of new games all the time, like thousands of games. You're like, wow. And you look at the N64, and it's just like, oh, it's the same crusty cartridges. It's the same games that because there's only 400 games. There was barely any games that came out every year. There was less than 100 games per year. So you
listen.
The same games. It was the same games. You see all
listen. At the end of the day, my point still resonates above all. You put that top 20, 25 of every game console that ever existed. GameCube is not going to be ahead of 64. 64 is going to be at near the top of the list. That's it.
I don't know.
Like we can have our little personal preferences, like the wrestling games and the RPGs with you and stuff like that. But when it's all come down to said and done, when the chips are on the line, and you have to put together that top 20, 25.
I'm taking GameCube for you.
64 is 100% of the time ranking higher than the GameCube.
I'm taking GameCube. I'm taking Resident Evil 4. I'm taking Resident Evil 4.
Oh
my
god.
Soul Calibur 2. I'm taking Metroid Prime 1. I'm taking Metroid Prime 2. I'm taking SSX.
Oh.
I'm taking NBA Street Volume 2. I'm taking Wind Waker. I'm taking Twilight Princess. You can put together a top 25 on GameCube that rivals, not an impact,
It's
but
not gonna be the same.
That rivals.
You know what? I think that's what we need to do.
Okay.
You put together your top 25 list. I hope you put the best games on there, not the stuff that you just named.
There's only 25 games.
Put together my top 25 list in 64, and we're gonna put it on the screen.
Okay.
And we're gonna finish this once and for all.
We do. This is gonna be the final battle between me and you.
We're gonna finish this once and for all.
This is Naruto versus Sasuke. This is gonna be the fight. I'm seriously. I'm coming with the Rasengan, bro. I'm coming with the Rasengan. I'm gonna blow your damn arm off. I don't care.
I hope you do. And you know what? I'm gonna blow your damn arm off. I'm gonna blow your arm off with the fudging Rasengan. Okay. And guess what? My arm gonna regenerate like Piccolo, and I'm gonna sit up there, and I'm gonna give Goku my energy called the top 25 of N64, and we're gonna spirit bomb your ass right the hell, because you're not gonna win that. You're not gonna win that. It's not gonna happen.
Okay, I got kind of cooked right there, to be honest. I actually don't have a comeback to that. I actually got kind of cooked on that one. Okay, that was good. I shouldn't say that to a wrestler. Of course you're going to have a better comeback. Okay, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to.
I'm just saying, we can do this in a day or two. I'm gonna let you get your little list together so you can ponder if you want to keep something in your top 25 or not. I know what my 25 gonna be.
Bro,
I'm bringing my team of 25 N64 games, and we line it up like it's 300 in this mug. And I know you ain't gonna be able to beat me. You're not.
I'm putting my head back.
You're not. I already know.
This is the ninja mission. I am going to show everybody who the fudging Hokage is. I'm gonna put together my top 25 list. Okay, I'm gonna put it together, and you're going. This is it. This will be the final battle.
This will definitely be it. We will not argue about this anymore. It's been too long. We've been arguing about this for years.
Yeah, we have been. I think it's been like 5 years now. I think it's been since COVID.
Like this is it. But
The stakes are high. The stakes are high. Okay. No problem, Baron. Is there anything else you want to discuss? Where you are? I think. I don't know if you want to talk about Mario Kart World.
I don't even know how we got in this conversation because that's definitely not what I want to talk about.
Because you took a pot shot. That's the reason why we got into this. It's your fault.
That was not what I. Wow, what was you talking about?
No.
I can't even remember now.
It's been an hour since we started, by the way. Thanks for burning an hour, too. By the way.
Hey man, I'm passionate about my
Baron, this is
N64.
all I'm gonna say. You're confusing most impactful games, and looking at that is
Oh
being
yeah,
better
we're gonna
than
do it in
Team
versus
Apple.
style. Whoever said
When
that
in
in the chat,
reality, the
that
better
is
games
perfect.
were on GC.
Do it in
Thumbs up,
versus
yummy
style.
face.
Perfect.
Massive Reek within the $5 is the better games on the N64. You're going on impactful versus better games. Vito with the $5 also says GameCube was better system, but will never have the magical impact moment in history that N64 blessed us with, especially with the nostalgic cardboard boxes. So yeah, are we talking more impactful? I already agree that the N64 is more impactful than the GameCube. But in terms of overall library and better, it's going to be the GameCube. And I'm going to put together this.
Now listen. Read what Kendrick Morris wrote in the chat. I think that sums it up.
Kendrick Morris. Okay. I think in versus N64 wins game for game, but GameCube was just a better console. No argument. Game for game?
Yeah, GameCube was just it was the better technology. I'm not gonna debate that.
N64.
But yeah, the versus game for game, N64 is going to win. It's not a winnable thing.
Game for game, you will run out of games. You'll run out of good games.
Oh my god.
If you
Not
go
no
game for
25.
game,
I'm not gonna run out of games at 25.
you'll run
And
out.
I'll be honest with you, I
Okay.
can literally get a list up to 50. So
Can't
let's
get a
do
list
our
of 50. You can't.
let's keep it the
That'll
same.
be bad.
Let's do our
That'll be bad. If you don't want to go to
Let's
50, you
do-
have no chance at winning at 50.
Let's go. He said I got no chance.
No
Are you
chance.
bugging?
25, you got a chance. 10, you'll like win. If it was 10, it would be definitive. 5, okay, there's no chance. But if it's the top 20, if it's the top 50, you have no chance at 50. The lower you go, the easier it is for N64 to win. The lower you go, because N64 does not have a lot of incredible games. It has.
I don't think 25 is low. That's a lot of damn games. Like
It isn't. It isn't. Like compared to Nick, just PS1 had 8,000 games.
PS1 had a lot of shovelware. Like
It did.
y'all acting like a lot of those games were good.
No,
a lot of them
games
was
were
not good.
But still, 8,000 is incredible though. That's an incredible amount of games. That is a very huge amount. I mean, obviously nobody can afford 8,000 games. The PS1 games were also cheaper too, so there's also that impact. But PS1 had incredible games though. Metal Gear Solid, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, like it just kept going. You know, it had all the RPGs too. You know, it had Final Fantasy. You know, so it's kind of hard to argue with Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, and all the RPGs. Breath of Fire, you know, it had all that crap, man. It just cooked them. All right.
Somebody said PS1 was 85% JRPG.
I don't know if it was that high, but it was a lot of JRPGs. That's true. There's a lot.
It was a lot. Legend of Dragoon and Vagrant Story and all type. It was
Vagrant Story was awesome. That's a great game. Man, I used to
way
be
too.
so jealous back in the day of not having a PS1. I really wanted one. I never got one though. I got one later, but I never got one when I was younger. So that sucks. Because I like RPGs, and me and my brother decided that we wanted a N64, and I think we both realized that was a bad decision. It was a good and bad decision. It was a good decision because we played. Obviously, I wouldn't change it for anything, but it was also a bad decision because, we would like to have RPGs. We both loved RPGs, and there just wasn't enough. So, but yeah, I can only pick one.
So I think let's lock this in and make it fair, since you think it's a disadvantage for you. I said top 20. You said I can lose at 50. So let's meet in the middle at 30. Let's do 30.
I'll take 30.
Okay, that would at least give you a 2% chance of winning, but it's still not going to be winning.
2% chance of winning.
It's still not winning. So we'll do 30. In between 20 and So
Your
we'll
whole
do it.
list
We'll
is
try
gonna-
to be.
your whole list is gonna be full of platformers.
I don't give a damn what it's full of.
Shooters,
Are they gold titles or not? That's all that matters. So
shooters, and sports games are racing. That the whole list is gonna just be full of that. That's what it's gonna be full of. There's gonna be no variety. I think that when you talk about GOAT, you gotta have variety. You gotta have a lot. So we'll see. We will put together these lists, and we will go from there in no particular order. You just put together your top 30, no order. And I think you're gonna see.
it doesn't have to be in order. I'm probably going to rank mine in order anyway.
Yeah, I'll rank it in order anyway. Yeah, I agree. So
it doesn't have to be. But yeah.
So we'll see though. We'll see. All right then, Baron. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. We'll put together. I'll put a list together. Then we'll get that showdown finally.
Don't rock your brain too hard.
It won't take me that long. It won't take me that long.
Once you get past 20, I know you're gonna start struggling.
Whoa, you're gonna be able to put together your list right now because there's not that many games. So yeah, for me, it's gonna take me a little bit longer. But for you, the N64 barely had any games, so it's very easy when you literally it's like shooting fish in a barrel with the N64. Like it's right there. Like it's again, okay, Ocarina of Time, okay, Majora's Mask, okay, GoldenEye. It's the same games that you guys get on. Same games.
Why you sound so salty about those goats that you're listening?
Perfect Dark. It's the same games. Y'all don't got no sauce outside of like, oh yeah, we know impactful games. You don't got nothing like Beautiful Joe.
Why you sound so salty while speaking about the gods of the goats like that? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because y'all N64s keep saying the same damn things every time, and I'm tired of it.
Like y'all don't say the same things. Melee, Resident Evil 4. It's like, come on, bro.
I brought up Soul Calibur. Put you in a blender when I brought up Soul Calibur. Put you in a.
You know how dear.
Got you speechless.
You know how dear Soul Calibur is to my heart.
And Metroid Prime, I bring up Metroid Prime. Well, wait a minute. start crying foul when I bring up Metroid Prime. I bring up Path of Radiance. You start. Cat got your tongue. You know, like what? You keep on bringing up. You start being speechless. So don't worry. I'm gonna bring the heat. I'm gonna bring the fire. You know, it's gonna
bring
be
the
good.
fire, bro.
It's gonna be good.
It is. Now, what was the topic you was about to talk about?
I didn't know if you want to talk about Mario Kart or not.
Was that the topic? You said something before I got on, and I wanted to talk about
I never
that.
said
But
that. I never said anything. I said Mario Kart. If you want to talk about Mario Kart.
No, what you and homeboy was talking about.
Paul Gale?
Yeah.
No. What's up, Yggdrasil's here? What's up, Yggdrasil? Welcome. No, I don't remember.
What was y'all talking about? Was y'all talking about Mario?
We were talking about Mario Kart, like the price tag. You want to talk about the price tag, and we were talking about like if people can get the game or not, or like people complain about the Switch 2, or excuse me, or stuff like that. So
yeah, I think I don't know. I don't want to sound like a broken record with the Mario Kart thing.
If you want to talk about it, people probably forgot what you said beforehand.
Well, I think the Mario Kart price debate quotation mark is just really kind of dumb. I think it's really kind of dumb. Like I'm just tired of seeing it. Like it's so annoying. These past 2 weeks has been very annoying. There's been a lot of great shit that has been shown on Switch 2. There's a lot of great stuff about the Switch 2 hardware. And for the last 2 weeks, all we hear about is people complaining about the price of Mario Kart, somehow complaining about the price of the Switch 2, or come up with other fabricated stories and misinformation along the way. To the point that so much stuff got overlooked. Like, the attention, the Dust Bloods doesn't get the attention it should be getting because it's an exclusive From Software game. Metroid Prime gets discussed, but not to the level it needs to be discussed, especially for a game that's probably going to be a Game of the Year contender, especially after looking at all that gameplay we had. And and DK Bonanza also,
That looks great.
you know, doesn't get enough recognition about how great that game looks. To be fully destructible like that in a platform setting is ridiculous. It's incredible. And the fact that you can just destroy anything in the world like that with little to no restriction, that's like almost like a technical marvel. Because for destruction in video games, there was always limitations, even back with Red Faction and Black.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that you could just destroy your way through anything in DK is unfathomable. Like I can't wrap my head around how they developed that game like that. It almost kind of reminds me about how they made Tears of the Kingdom and how we just completely make whatever the hell we want, no matter what it was or how ridiculous it was. It never broke the game. So that's kind of like the kind of thing I'm kind of thinking on when it comes to DK Bonanza. So it's like I just think people need to give it a rest. We talked about it enough. If you ain't going to buy Mario Kart, don't buy it. If you can't stand the price, buy the damn bundle. Or just don't buy the game. Like it just bothers me more because I know for a fact that the average gamer is spending more than $80 on one game. Because they sit up here and they buy these limited editions or deluxe edition of games, which cost more than $70. And you don't get anything but cosmetic bullshit and probably an extra fucking weapon or some other dumbass shit like that. Shit you should unlock in the game anyway. You know, newsflash, we used to unlock shit in a game back in the day. We didn't have to pay for it. We unlocked it. But you know, that's not a practice anymore. We got to battle pass you to death. We got to microtransaction you to death. By the time you're done getting everything you want in the game, you have spent well over $80 on that game. We're talking about people that are reaching hundreds of dollars in stuff like NBA 2K, Call of Duty, Fortnite. The list goes on and on and on. And what bothers me so much about people continuing to whine about Mario Kart at $80, you're getting more content up front than what was in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and you paid for the fucking DLC. You paid $60 for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and then paid extra for the DLC afterwards. And you're still getting more than what was in that game. But you paid more for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So it's like, why are we still complaining about this? It's so ridiculous. And the fact that it's just one game that y'all keep whining about the price of. I think the price is justified. That's not me defending anything. I think if there's any developers on this planet that has the right to increase their game prices by a measly $10 fucking, it's Rockstar and it's Nintendo. Because those two developers have continuously over-delivered for you for years on the products they have given you. You have definitely got a product in a game that was definitely worth more than $60 or $50 that they sold it to you for. And you can't say otherwise that they didn't. Because they did.
So, what about the people that Moxie says DLC is optional, the price of Mario Kart World is not? That's the difference. What do you say to people that say that?
You have an option. Buy the fucking bundle. If it bothers you that much, you still have an option. Buy the bundle.
I would say that I would say that getting less of an experience that's ripped away from you because of DLC or microtransaction. I mean, it depends on the content, but if you look at a game like, let's say, Forza Horizon on PS5, you can buy the base game for $60, but the real game actually is $100 if you actually want, like, all the content. Like, especially if you love the content, you love what's in there, like, all the cool packs and the cars and everything, like, to get the full experience, it's actually $100. Or it's $80. You can get somewhat of the experience for $80. Now, don't get me wrong, it's fine at $60 if you want to, but you're going to feel like you're missing out. If you love the game, you're going to feel like you're missing out, and you're probably going to end up buying that. Now, is it optional? Sure, but then what they could have done is that they could have done this with Mario Kart, this is why we got to be careful, because when you say stuff like optional, they could have just stripped away the retro courses, made it $70, then make you pay for the retro courses. And is it optional? Sure, but how much are they going to make you pay? Is it going to be $20? It's going to be whatever, right? So then it's going to potentially, once again, potentially make the game even more expensive to get, like, all the content that you want to play. Now, I don't agree with the $80. Like, I think they should have just made it 70 just to make it 70, just so people can shut up. And then if you did DLC and make it optional, you can trick people. No offense, Moxie, but you can trick people like Moxie thinking like you're getting better value when they literally just ripped out what they were gonna put in the game anyway, right? So you can.
Yeah, that's what. So, but we can sit up here and say they can do this, they can do that, they can do this, they can do that. But my grand point still stands. If it's been anybody that has given you content well over worth for what you've been paying, it's been Rockstar and it's been Nintendo. That's it. It's just been those two people. Everybody else been nickel and diming you to death to the point that you are spending way more than you anticipated on the game. Fighting games are probably the worst at this now. The Tekkens, the Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zeros, it's ridiculous how people are okay with paying $60 up front and then $10 for this pack, $15 for this pack, $10 for this pack. After you done did that 4 or 5 goddamn times, you'd have spent $100 on the game. So it's like,
but it's optional.
What is the difference if you're still? But here's the thing, like you said with certain things like Forza Horizon. Well, the real game experience, you kind of got to buy it. They deliberately do it that way. Just like Marathon, for example. Marathon, I'm so glad that happened right after the Mario Kart fiasco because everybody looked like ridiculous hypocrites. Oh, I'll buy Marathon at 40. Why would you buy Marathon at 40? You're getting 4 characters in 3 maps with a battle pass on launch day that you have to pay for.
It's great. It's under 60.
So
It's under the value.
It's like
under,
what?
It's under the $60. It's under $60, so therefore it's a good deal.
You're going to end up paying like $150 to really get the Marathon experience.
It's optional.
Which is only an extraction shooter. Like, what are we talking about? I've literally seen people on social media trash Mario Kart about Nintendo setting the precedent for doing this at $80 games and turned around and said, oh yeah, well, what's the price of Marathon? I'll pay 40 for it. What? You would pay 40 for 4 characters and 3 goddamn maps? Like, what are we talking about? Do you know how bare bones that shit is to have 4 characters and 3 maps?
Listen, I'll tell you.
And say I will spend $40 for that.
This is what I said about gamers. A lot of gamers do not understand. They just see the price tag. They don't understand value as much. Some gamers do, but some gamers do not. They do not understand. They will say that. I hate to bring up Astrobot again, but they will say Astrobot is worth 60 and you get 12 hours for 100% out of that game. And they'll say, well worth it. But a game that's 70 or 80, they'll balk at that, but that might give you 100 hours. That might give you way more content and way more value, but they'll balk at 70 or 80, for that, but then say, oh, 60, great for 12 hours. And that's 100%ing Astro. I hate to use that game, but that's a recent game that everybody said, whatever. But I love.
I mean,
I love.
It's a great.
I do like the game. I think it's great. But the example is because I was in a discussion with people online and they were trying to justify the price of Astrobot from a platformer saying 12 hours is okay for 60, but that makes absolutely no sense in connection to other platformers that are $60, right? So if you want to talk about from value, like Mario Odyssey gets you way more than 12 hours. Crash Bandicoot and Insane Trilogy gets you way more than 12 hours. Like even like DKC, there's other games that get you way more. And like I said, I love Astrobot, but like a lot of gamers do not understand like value sometimes, or they just see the price tag and they equate that to better value without actually looking at the game and what the game is doing. If they're stripping out content, selling it to you later, doing different things that literally take away from the actual experience. Now, once again, I get it with Mario Kart because Mario Kart did not show some type of crazy story mode for like casuals or for people who don't really like Mario Kart. So I get why people are saying it's not worth it or they didn't show why it is or anything like that. But then rush and say 12 hours for Astrobot's the greatest thing ever. Like, I get that because gamers, once again, they just see a price tag and they equate it to worth it or not. They don't look at it like, oh, well, I'm going to play this for a bazillion hours, so therefore it's worth this. Or they see it as, oh, it's past the standard price, so it's not good. No. But they don't look at it like, oh, wait a minute, but I'm getting this. Like, not all gamers do. And content creators, almost all of them have no concept of this. And that's the funny thing, which they should. But I saw one guy saying, well, why is Mario Kart 80 when, what's that game? Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is 50. That game is 30 hours on one playthrough, 60 hours if you beat everything. It's a single player game with no multiplayer, with, you know what I'm saying? No multiplayer, no anything, and probably not made in the same amount of time that Mario Kart. And they're sitting there and they're trying to equate the value of a single player game that will last you maybe 30 to 60 hours if you do 100% compared to like an online multiplayer. And even if you lower the price of Mario Kart to 70, it's still $50. Like you can even if you don't think like the 80 is fine, that's fine. You can lower it to 70 or you can lower it to 60. They don't have any concept of value. Some creators just don't. They just look at it as the price tag and that, and then, but no, this doesn't, that's higher. You know, they don't, that's why developers can do what you're saying, Ben. That's why developers can rip content out, sell it later, then say, but it's optional. But it's literally stuff that you'd want to play in the game that makes the experience better, like the car packs in Forza. Why would you not want to have all the cool car packs in Forza? The game is about cars. Like, that's a lesser experience. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
It's so ridiculous, man. I think it's, and it's gonna sound harsh a little bit, but I think it made me realize.
Thanks, Kuba.
It made me realize why credit card debt is at an all-time high in America, and why, you know, buy now, pay later companies are through the roof, because people have no concept of the value of the money they have and the value of the money they spend. Yeah, I could buy something in a buy now, pay later situation. But I'm gonna end up paying more for the product at the end of the day. I might have paid $40 today, but at the end, I'm paying more than what the product would have cost up front in first place.
So let me ask you guys a question for those that are saying, because what about the next Mario game? You can't equate hours. So if a game is $60 and you get 2 hours out of it, compared to a game that's $100 and you get 100 hours out of it, what game is better value? Like, are we serious here, Moxie? Like, are we, like, listen, I get it. But like, you can't try to dismiss value as it's not part of the equation. So if a game is 2 hours long and it costs 60, is that better value than a game that is, let's just say, 40 hours long and costs 80? Of course not the game that's 2 hours long or the game that's 3 hours long. You've got to somehow equate value to a game's, like, if a game is worth it or not. Like, you can't, I see what you're saying. You can't completely just use that and I got you, but you can't dismiss it and say, well, it doesn't matter. So 4-hour game is okay at 60, but a game that's like, I don't know, like 80 hours, that's 80 or 90 is not okay. That's bad value. That's ridiculous. I think that's why gamers have no sense of value. Like some gamers, they literally just look at the tag and say it's worth it or not based off of looking at the price tag and not looking at the value that you get within the game. Now, a lot of gamers,
and that is a problem. That's a huge problem, because I see people they have no problem ponying up $70 for like Spider-Man on PS5. Do you know how quick you're going to beat that goddamn game? I've seen people buy that game on PS5 and they was done with it in 4 days.
Well,
done.
Yeah.
Like what? Like, what? It's like, you think that's okay, but it's something wrong with a game that you're literally going to be playing for years.
You're not getting the thing
repeatedly.
You're not getting fleeced. The funniest thing is that, like, legitimately you don't understand value of gameplay time. Like, that's the funniest thing. Roxy legitimately, factually does not understand. We're getting fleeced for more time by paying 20, but we're not getting fleeced for 60 and less time. You know what? That's fine. I'm legitimately not gonna argue with somebody that legitimately does not know how to count. Like, this is somebody that does not know how to count. Because you are sitting here that's saying that a $60 game that's 4 hours long or 10 hours long is more valuable and better, and you're not getting fleeced for a game that is 100 hours long and that is maybe $80 or something like that. The fact that you think that you can't add and multiply the fact that you're getting way more time per the game is outrageous to me, but that's fine. Like, if you think that, that's completely fine. That's the reason why gamers, like I said, yeah, maybe credit card debt, or maybe, you know, they get fleeced with games, or they're done with games very quickly and they end up basically playing a game for a day or two and don't have any value with their games, because we have gamers here that legitimately think that 4 hours at 60 is better than like 100 hours at 80 or 90, because you cannot add.
That's insane. OJ, that is so insane to me.
That is
and
insane.
This is why I brought up the marathon situation, because it's like, you got the most stripped down, bare bones, unfinished experience I have ever seen Bungie throw out. I might add. And you're willing to pay for that? When you getting more content in games that are free to play? Like, what are we talking about?
What's going to be
Like
funny is that when the limited
that
bundle
just
is
blew
over,
my mind that people
Nintendo
was willing
drops
to pay
Mario
for that
Kart's price to $70.
and thought it was okay.
Lol.
And you literally got games you can download right now that has double the content of that game is going to have when it launches, and you can play it for free.
Listen, guys. Apparently, everybody. You know what developers need to do? Just make your games 3 hours long and charge 60. Just do that. Make them 5 hours long or make them 10 hours long and charge 60, and everyone will be happy. Don't make games that have way more content or way more value, because gamers clearly are saying you can't. Like, people are telling me, well, you don't have living wages and things like that. So the difference between you being able to afford the game or not, or you being able to afford it in terms of value wise, is $10 or $20. That is the difference between you being able to afford the game 100% or not. So I get it, guys. I don't like the game being 80 either. I want to make sure. I just think it's ridiculous to sit there and say that a $60 game is better value at 4 hours than a 100-hour game at $80, or like a $60 game at 4 hours is better value or better and not affordable than a game that you're going to be done with compared to a game that you're going to get way more mileage out of. Like, that to me, if you don't think it's worth it, then that's fine. But that's just so weird to me that somebody would say that, and all of a sudden, because you're going to be done with that game and you're going to be looking to buy your next game after that, you might not even get the same amount of playtime from 2 games. You can buy 2 $60 games. Both games can be, I don't know, 10 hours a pop. That's 20 hours compared to one game you buy at whatever price, like let's just say $70 or $80, and you get 100 hours out of that. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't understand like the value proposition with gaming, because they honestly think that paying paying $60 for 10 hours is a better value than paying a bit more and getting a way longer, way more whatever game. Like I said, I'm not trying to
I want
to make sure I say this, because people are going to sit here and misunderstand what I say. I'm not trying to push Mario Kart 80 on you guys. Like, if you don't want to buy it, if you don't think it's worth it, I agree that it's not worth it. I made a whole video saying that it shouldn't be 80 either. I said I wish it was 70, or I wish it was whatever. But I'm not going to sit here and act like a 4-hour game or at 60 is some type of great value and worth it over that. If you're going to look at the time comparison, right, the value comparison, that is not worth it. Maybe you guys think that is, but my brain does not compute someone's agreeing and saying, well, $60 at 4 hours or 10 hours is somehow better value or better for gamers. No, it's not. Making a game's that no, it's not. That's all I'm trying to say. No, it's not. Like,
that's the funny and the crazy part about it. I don't know when gamers started to becoming okay with games not being at least 20 hours long. Like, that was the standard just a couple of generations ago. Like, this 8 to 15 hour garbage, I was like, no, I'm still not a fan of that. I'm really not a fan of this 18 to 15 hour thing. And it's usually on the lower side. I think 20 hours is a good point for a game to be that long. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be over that, but I think at least should get close to that for a full price game. And one thing I really want to talk about is that not only is it ridiculous about talking about the price and, you know, people bitching about the price, then go spend double the damn price on another game, is about the excuse about, well, these companies are greedy. It's like, do y'all know what greed means? That's really what I want to know. It seemed like people don't know the definition of greed. Like, Mario Kart being at 80 is not Nintendo being greedy. Mario Kart at 80 is Nintendo seeing the landscape of the industry, seeing how everybody else is selling their games and packaging them in a way to where they're selling their games for 90, 100, 130, sometimes even over that. And they're saying to themselves, our game has more content than that game. So why should we be selling our game significantly less than what the competition is selling their games for? Our games have more content, more replay value than all these other games that are being sold for these ridiculous ass prices, because they're masked up in these stupid ass deluxe and special editions that don't give you anything. That's where I see where they stand on top of that. But also, if it's not greed, if it was greed, they would have never made the Mario Kart bundle. If it was greed, they would have had every single game on the Switch 2 be $80. That's greed. Greed is about something that is excessive. There's nothing excessive about Mario Kart, price of Mario Kart $10 extra. That's not excessive. And to the point, they would have never ever gave you a deal on a Mario Kart bundle. It was about greed to them. If they knew they could sell Mario Kart at $80 and it was about greed to them, they would not have made that bundle. They would have bundled fucking what's the name of that game?
Welcome Tour?
Switch 2 World Tour, or whatever it is, Intro Tour. They would have bundled that with the system instead of Mario Kart. But it's not about greed to them. It's about providing you value. And they thought about how can we provide our fans value in a console bundle, and they bundled Mario Kart. If it was about greed to them, they would have bundled something else because they know they can sell that game at $80. That's just business 101. If I know you're going to buy this product no matter what at this price, I'm not going to bundle it with a goddamn thing. I'm going to give you something else. But they didn't do that because they appreciate their fans and they still want to give you some added value on top of it. So they bundled Mario Kart with the goddamn system. So when I hear it's about being greedy, I'm like, y'all don't even know what the word greed means, bro.
That is very dangerous what Jack says. It says it's about how we perceive value, not about affordability necessarily. The perception here is a little bit off. Because like I said, a developer will sell you a 12-hour game or a 10-hour game for $60, and you guys will think that is a better value than a developer that sells you a $70 game or an $80 game or whatever that gives you like 100 hours. Like some people will be like, oh, well, that's better. Like it's cheaper. And like that, I think that's one of the issues. Like the perception is definitely off a little bit overall when it comes down to it. Like I said, Astrobot was the perfect example. I hate to keep bringing it up, but was the perfect example online. But it crumbles and it falls apart, you know, when people try to compare it, because there are other platformers that give you way more value for that same $60 over Astrobot. So Astrobot should not be purchased. It just should not be purchased. It should not be bought. It should, you know, whatever. Based off of that, like what the argument that they were trying to say, because they're like, wait a minute, you're upset at Mario. Like I think the deal was like, you're upset at Mario Kart for this, but Astrobot is only $20 less, and it gives you barely any time. Oh, well, that's okay for platformers. And it's like, well, wait a minute, hold up. No, there's other platformers that are 60 that give you way more value than Astrobot. They give you way more, and it has quality value. Like Crash 4, It's About Time, that has incredible, great value. That's like a 90-hour playthrough if you do everything. And everything is not necessarily like, I wouldn't say everything's like super high quality, but it probably has about 50 to 60 hours of actually pretty good, high quality, difficult platforming. That's very fun. Mario Odyssey gets you about 60 hours for a complete run, and that probably has about maybe 30 to 40 hours of actually fun, and then other stuff was bloat, but that actually has about maybe 30 hours of really fun side missions and other things. So there's actually platformers that are 60 that gets you way more value, but that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Like people have this perception thing in their head, but it kind of falls apart when you actually start comparing it one by one or bit by bit. I do think that, like, you know, in terms of the perception, that is something in terms of people being sour about prices. One person brought up the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of games. I mean, once again, you guys are some of you guys are looking at it for some reason. You're looking at buying the Switch 2 edition when you can literally just buy the Switch 1 game and you can just upgrade it from there. So, I mean, like, if you have Breath of the Wild or if you have Tears of the Kingdom, you don't need to buy the games again. I hope you guys don't realize that. Some people think that you have to buy the game again to play it on there. You actually don't. All you need to do is just have the Switch 1 version, and you can upgrade it from there, just like Sony does, like with some of their upgrades or whatever the case is. Like, you can just upgrade it from there. You don't have to buy the Switch 2 edition. So just keep that in mind. Maybe some of you guys don't realize that, but you don't have to buy the Switch 2 edition. I already have Tears of the Kingdom. I already have Breath of the Wild. I already have Kirby. I don't have to buy the Switch 2 edition of the game. You can just upgrade it if you really want to. So yeah, they're correct. Marketing is perceived value of product, and that's why Mario Kart and this game is going to sell considerably better than Astrobot, because the perceived value by most people is going to be recognized. Some people online, very angry people online, maybe don't see that, right? Or content creators don't see that, but most people are going to see that Mario Kart's going to get you 100 hours plus of gameplay, and it's worth this compared to Astrobot getting you 10 hours of gameplay or whatever, and it's 60. It's only $20 less. So most people, and which is why tons of PS5 owners did not buy Astrobot. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody, like not that nobody bought it, but a lot of people just said I'm good because they didn't see the value in that. But gamers online, because there was a big push for Astrobot to be the greatest thing ever, game reviewers and all, they made it seem as if it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's a very good game, but it's very short and there's not a lot of content in there. But PS5 gamers saw that and saw how much it is and they said, no, that's not worth it, because there's a considerable amount of other games on PS5 that absolutely destroyed Astrobot in sales. Like every single Sony first-party game, big first-party game, has beat Astrobot in sales. Even the $70 ones have beat Astrobot in sales. So when people say, oh, well, perceived, yeah, the perception was it wasn't worth it. So Echo Chamber, online, angry, mad, sure, people are gonna say Astrobot's worth it. It's not like I saw in there. But actual consumers, they're gonna look at Mario Kart and say that gives me a million more hours. I'm gonna spend the money on that. So it won't take me long to prove that. That will be proven very soon here. You know, so
and I think it also has to do with the hater effect has a lot to do with the discourse around Mario Kart 8, a Mario Kart World price. It seems like this is just me. I don't know if OJ sees the same thing. It seems like to me, whenever the Nintendo hate brigade finds something they deem quote unquote a flaw and they try to blow it up out of proportion, it seems like Nintendo fans just let them do it and then start agreeing to it, which is it blows my mind that happens so often. It's like
Dave said, Switch 1 versions are still full price.
Okay, if you didn't buy it, it's full price.
It's not. I'm looking at it right. It's $48 on eBay on brand new. You can get the game for $48. It's not full price. People have this weird thing where they say the games are always full price when they're freaking not.
Here's what I got to say about that.
Not, and it's hilarious.
Here's what I got to say about that. What's your issue with their games remaining full price? I still to this day don't understand this argument.
It's not full price though. Like when I see people say that every time when they say, I say, oh, you can buy the Switch 1 version, but it's full. No, it's not. It's not full price. You can literally always get any of their games. You can get Super Mario Odyssey for 40 something. You can get Tears of the Kingdom for 30 something. You can get Fire Emblem for 30 something, 40. They're not always full price. And I don't know why people say that, because the physical versions are always there.
I think if you go to Walmart, they still doing $10 off, right? I think they was doing that for a while on Switch games. But regardless, even if there was no way for you to buy it at a discount, why does that bother people so much? That's the thing I don't get. Like, the game is obviously worth the price they're asking for. Otherwise, 20, 40, 50, 60, 70 to 80 million of y'all wouldn't have bought it. So it's like, I don't understand why is that a bad thing? Why are some people so upset about that? Is it because other consoles continue to discount their games because they have to? It ain't because they want to cut you a deal. Sony don't want to cut you a deal. Microsoft don't want to cut you a deal. EA don't want to cut you a deal. They cut the prices of the game because they want the game to continue to sell, and they want to sell more of it and to make a profit off of it. If Nintendo is already selling gangbusters at the value of the price of what it is, why do they need to cut the price? I don't understand it. That's just business 101. If I'm selling if I created a product and I'm selling it at $80 and everybody's buying it at $80, why the hell would I just randomly say, well, I'm just going to drop it to 50? For what? Why? Why am I doing that? What is the point? What am I getting out of dropping my product if it's already a best-selling product month in and month out? What am I dropping it for? I think y'all let these other situations that go on PlayStation and Xbox, where these companies have to cut the price because nobody's buying that bullshit, because they have to cut it. I think one of the best examples was Horizon. Was it Zero Dawn? Wasn't that game like $10 at one point? And that's when they really pushed that's when it really sold the most.
Look,
when they cut that game down so far.
I get, like I said, I get people wanting really old games to be that, but I just showed Tears of the Kingdom came out 2 years ago. You can get it for $40 something. You don't have to buy. My whole point was that you don't have to buy anything full price if you don't want to buy anything full price. Nobody is forcing you like, oh, the Switch 2 editions, dude, you can upgrade them from there. Like I said, it would be great if they wanted to put them cheaper. That's great. Look at Sony's pricing for the PS5 launch titles. If you don't buy PS Plus on PSN, they are full price. You have to buy the PS Plus though to get them if you want to get them, but they are full. Little Big Planet on PS4, PS5 is $60. I'm telling you, a lot of these developers are not gonna be just discounting their prices down to nothing. That's why they want to get all digital. They want to control all the pricing and all of that. Once again, I don't disagree with anybody that says that $80 it's too much, it's not worth it for them. If you don't like Mario Kart or if you feel that they didn't show enough, I get that. But like I said before, man, it's gonna be subjective. It's gonna be based off of what you feel. But I just feel that some people don't equate like $60 at only 10 hours as not great a value compared to like 100 something hours at 70 or 80 as way better value. Like that is the disconnect that we're seeing right now. And like I said, I brought that up with the example with Astrobot. Like they thought this is worth it. This is everything. You get only 10 hours, but it's worth it for that. But it's going to be a super high quality game. It's going to be whatever at 70 or 80, not worth it at that. And I just think, and it's like that game's going to get you way more value, way more content. Well, still, it's not worth it. It's above 60, or it's above 70 or it's 70 or I don't know. I can't do that. And I think it's
but you know,
that's all.
You know what the craziest part is? I've literally seen people online say, "I'll pay $100 for Grand Theft Auto 6." Why? Why would you pay $100 for Grand Theft Auto 6? Like, why do you think gamers will pay?
It's gonna be good.
And what else?
And it's Grand Theft Auto.
It's gonna be good. And what else?
It's Grand Theft Auto.
I know it's Grand Theft Auto, but what else about Grand Theft Auto is going to make them pay $80 to $100 for it?
Because it's GTA. Everybody loves GTA.
Everybody loves Mario Kart.
Yeah,
but
I mean, no, I know Mario.
But the thing is, they know they're going to play the hell out of that game for a long time.
Yeah, value.
There's content in that game that they're going to play for a long time. And it's like, how can you, and this is why I say, I know where you're coming from when you say some people can't understand the perception of value, but some people can. Because if you're willing to pay $80 to $100 for Grand Theft Auto 6, then you understand the perception of value.
Some people feel that Grand Theft Auto is way more dynamic, like Nick says, because you do everything and not just race cars. So in Grand Theft Auto, like you can race cars, you can shoot, so I mean, I get it from that perspective. Like if people think that, like if GTA comes out and they charge 70 for GTA, clearly people are gonna be like, yeah, that's a super overpay for Mario Kart, right? And even now, before even GTA is even priced, people are saying that because yeah, you just race cars. Like they don't care that it's open world. They don't care that it offers like great online. They don't care that they completely redesigned everything, made it, blah 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 and all this. They don't care about all that because it's a kart racing game. That's really what it comes down to, And like I said, the perception of value is different because some people say, well, barely getting any time for a platformer is okay, even though you're going to put way more time into Mario Kart racing cars. But a platformer maybe they feel is more valuable, so it's going to be subjective based on the type of game as well.
Still think it's very contradicting.
No, yeah, it is.
It's very contradicting.
Because
it's very contradicting and dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
All things being equal, let's say you don't have your biases, because that's where it comes from, right? All things being equal, you love platformers, you love racing games, you love shooting simulators or whatever the hell Grand Theft Auto is, action open world games. If all things are being equal, then yeah, there shouldn't be any type of, oh, well, it's okay for this. You should just feel like based on the value that you get for the game, how good the quality of the game, blah, 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 whatever, right? But a lot of people obviously do not see gaming that way, which is where we get to where we are now, where there's going to be a bazillion people that say it's worth it, and then there's going to be a bazillion people that say it's not worth it, but then they'll run and do what you're saying right now, Baron. They'll run and be hypocritical about it because they have their opinions, So I think it comes down to what you said before, Baron. Didn't you just say if you want to buy it? If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. I think it really just comes down to that.
But we all know how that's going to end, right? We know that's how it's going to end.
Yeah.
We already know. We already know how that's going to end.
Yeah.
So I just want people just to give it a rest and let it go. Like,
I mean,
buy it if you want to. Buy the bundle if you want to. Don't buy it if you don't want to. But I guarantee 90% of you that are chirping are going to be there. You're going to be online when I'm online. And I can guarantee you that.
I can say this. I don't think Mario Kart is going to be game of the generation, but I think it's going to last a generation.
It's going to last more than a generation.
I don't think Mario Kart's going to be game of the generation, but I think it's going to be the only Mario Kart that we get like all generation. So it might be worth it for some people, like in that respect. It might not be game of the generation, but it's going to last a very long time. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe lasted 11 years. So
that's a long time, man.
That is in technology terms. That's like dog years. Technology terms.
That's a long time. That's a long time.
That is
for work.
Remember, what were the games that were popular when Mario Kart 8 first came out? Can anybody even remember them? What were the most popular
what was it?
Madden?
That was 2014.
Yeah, what were like the gamer games? Like not like the yearly games like Madden or CLB.
When it Last of Us that wasn't
Last. The year before. That was 2013.
Year before.
Oh, and shout outs to Aries EMS. Aries EMS with the another 10 gifted memberships from Aries EMS. Yo, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Also, Deported Sicilian with the $2 says, OJ says we should put Mario Kart World on layaway. I did not say that. And I want to make sure that I emphasize and I re-stress that I can understand people being upset about the $80 price tag and all that.
Wait a minute. Who the hell is putting something on layaway for $80?
It's a joke.
If you got to put something on layaway for $80, you need to stop buying shit.
It's a joke.
And focus on getting a job.
He's not serious.
Like, what are we doing?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I'm just saying, like, layaway for $80 now. Come on now, like, where are you bugging?
Let's see here. Shout outs to Ricardo Brown. He says, I bro never read his chat. Sorry, I have someone on, so I'm trying to balance reading the chat and also talking to my guests. So I'm sorry about that, Ricardo. Happy birthday. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, man. Thank you so much. I'm trying to do my best though. I'm sorry about that. Shout outs to Aries EMS though. Thank you for the 10 gifted. So I appreciate that, man. Seriously. But no, man, like I said, I think the final thoughts on this, man, like I said, is like, I understand for people, you know, like if they think it's too much, like, and I get like all the complaining too. Like, I actually get that. That makes sense to me, you know? Like, I get it in terms of like the perception. Like, I completely get it, you know, and it's fine. And like, I think people are allowed to have their opinion. The bundle's there, like you said, the bundle's there for 50 if you want it. Some people, you know, it's a limited time bundle, so obviously after that, people that get the Switch 2, like, you know, they're gonna have to, maybe if they want to buy Mario Kart, they're gonna have to you know, pony up a bit more for it. So yeah, I get that, and I can understand this precedent that it sets. Like, I would say that there's good discussion and arguments on both sides. You know, that's just my opinion at least.
I'm gonna say OJ's nice. I think y'all just full of shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think a lot of y'all just full of shit. To be honest with you, when it comes to Mario Kart at 8, because listen. A lot of y'all gonna be there launch day regardless of all this barking you're doing. That's number one. Or you're gonna try to hold out and you're gonna see all of us having a good time and you're gonna break down and you're gonna cave. Because that's what gaming is supposed to be about, right? That's what Reggie told y'all. Bro, if the game ain't fun, what are you doing?
Bro, FOMO is gonna hit some of these people. Like, it's gonna be like a Bruce Lee nunchuck. It's gonna be it's gonna smack them over the head. The FOMO's gonna smack them.
Y'all all gonna be looking like Squidward on that SpongeBob meme looking out the window. And y'all ain't gonna be able to take it. Y'all not gonna be able to take it. So just stop the bullshit right now. Just stop it. I already know how this is gonna end. You're going to fold. You're gonna fold. You're gonna fold like you're in the front of the face of a pretty woman that's a 10. You're going to fold. It's over. So just stop all the barking. It's just annoying.
The only 10 I've seen is my wife. That's the only 10 I've seen.
Of course.
I've seen is my wife.
You got to say what you got to say.
Wilt Barron over here is never going to have a wife. Wilt Barron is never going to have a wife. This man don't even know how to spell wife. Wilt the Stilt Barron.
I think somebody in the chat said it best. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of I might have been wrong videos. You're going to see a lot of that.
I was wrong. That's actually
you're going to see a lot of that.
That's actually a YouTube tactic. Just say something outlandish and then later make the I was wrong. It's actually a business tactic. It's done purposefully by people. I've done it before, I think. I think I've done it before.
I just want people to understand that this small portion of an echo chamber online ain't the majority of people that's buying gaming consoles. If you go and watch people that have been to the Switch 2 experience, I'm telling you, they don't give a damn that game is $80. If you've been paying attention to the Switch 2 experience of videos that Nintendo has been putting up, that people have been putting up personally, they don't give a damn about that $80. So miss out on your Switch 2 console during launch if you want to. And good old Trumpeter gonna have your console at $700 when you finally break down and stop being on your high horse, and now you got to end up paying more for a console in the game.
The tariffs.
Play around.
Switch is not.
Play around with these casual gamers if you want to, because they gonna be there day one. They ain't listening to y'all bullshit y'all got online. They don't care about none of that. They will be there, just like they're gonna be there when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. They're gonna be there day one.
Baron, I think we're good, man, in terms of stuff. Shout outs to Baron for coming through. I'm gonna have Abaddon on next. I think I've taken too much of your time, Baron.
Oh, Abaddon coming on. I want to hear what he got to say.
Okay, yeah, Abaddon. If you can, I have to invite him, right? I can't. He just can't join my conversation. I think I have to invite him. Give me a second. How do I invite him? Let me see here. Add friends. Okay, yeah, I remember. Here we go. Abaddon. All right, shout outs to Abaddon. Appreciate you. Wait, what the? Okay, Abaddon. Okay, there, Abaddon. I just started the call. If you want to accept it, that's cool. So Abaddon, if he wants to come on. Shout outs to we got a couple donos that came in. Baron says Baron made one of my favorite points of the night: the negative discourse on nonsense taken away from the Duskbloods and DK, and some of the most amazing things going on right now. And social media loves to focus on whiners and complainers. Okay, yeah. CR Worlds with the $3 says I'm gonna be the first YouTuber to start the I've been wrong about Mario Kart World price video because I'd low key buy it. Like for a lot of people, they're doing it because, like I said, I think that eventually when the game comes out, they're gonna buy the game. Obviously, they're gonna buy the game and they're gonna see like if it's worth it from there. Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting for sure. It's gonna be interesting for sure. So the next guest, we have Abaddon. And remember, guys, we are still gonna give away a copy of Mario Kart World tonight. We're still giving away a copy of Mario Kart World. So if you don't like the price, you can maybe win a copy of it. So details will be coming soon after this next conversation. I think we'll probably do that. We've been going for about a good 6 hours today, so that's a good marathon birthday stream. Cyber Toast with another $5 membership, or sorry, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Abaddon, when you're ready to go, let me know, man. I'm ready when you're ready.
Oh yeah, this is your show, man. I was just letting you, enjoy it. First of all, again, happy birthday to you, man. Hope you definitely enjoyed it. But Baron got me hyped up, man. Because I've been saying this about the price and everything that you all been saying too. And the whole thing is when it comes to marketing, I wanted this to add, value looks different to everybody. So if you don't value Mario Kart being an $80 game, that's okay. No one's asking you to. But to go out and say, well, it's not valuable and everyone should have the same opinion as you, that's where I have a problem. When people start saying no one should buy this game or Nintendo's a bad company for doing this. And I'm like, okay, and EA has been charging $100 for special editions for a game, for games like WWE that no one cares about at the end of the day. So, well, not gonna say no one cares about, because people still buy it. But my whole point is, when you look at Mario Kart 8, I said Mario Kart 8. Jeez.
Mario Kart World.
Forgive me, the 2 decades.
No, it's okay.
Mario Kart World.
We wouldn't forget Mario Kart 8 so soon. We had it for freaking a decade. So it's been like a decade of our life is Mario Kart 8. So
I haven't bought that game twice. But with Mario Kart World, like the value, like it's going to look different for everybody. For me as a dad, I play this game with my children almost every Friday. Mm-hmm. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So for me to play this for hours with I get value of playing it with my children. I get value for when the Ninja community, when we're going to play. I get value playing with friends. There's so much value outside of just the single player campaign for me. So $80 is just a drop in the bucket for me. That's nothing at all.
Are you trying to call people broke, Abaddon? Are you trying to call people brokies?
No,
What
that's not what I'm
what are you,
saying.
Doug
Because
Bowser? Trying to call people brokies in
I'm saying that people could get it for $50. You can get it for $50 by buying.
here? But I gotta spend 500 to get it for $50. That doesn't sound very cost effective.
I mean, 450. I mean, for 450 for 500. Okay. See, now I'm gonna be this guy. That's not eating lunch for a week.
Like
Can I go
if you like eat out for lunch.
eat out? Even if you eat out, I'll say if you eat out for lunch or you give yourself a premium. If you if you're kind of generous with yourself when it comes to giving yourself food for lunch, like $50 to go ahead and get, especially now since with inflation. Let's say a pack of chicken. If you were to get a pack of chicken, that's going to cost you already about $12. Then you got to get the bread, 15. So you spend about 25 on lunch for the week if you do it yourself. But if you eat out and you don't know how to cook, that's $10 a day for lunch. That's on a work week. Okay, $50. And I said, if not, that's 2 weeks. Let's do 2 weeks. If we do the
You
cost of home,
gotta
that's 2 weeks. That's one paycheck.
you gotta eat.
That's one paycheck. Yeah, we do. So you know what? Make if, but you know what? We live in a world right now. Sometimes you can't have your cake and eat it too. Sometimes, like, yo, if I really want this, I'll get it. And you know what? That's if you want it day one. What if you just wait a little bit? Like you said, like you've been advocating, you don't have to get things day one. You don't have to
No, you
get
don't.
things
You don't.
when they first come out. So if you want to get it day one when it comes out, okay, let's make some plans for it. Like, and maybe this is the older me coming up. My birthday's coming up this Saturday,
Hey,
so
shout out Staple
I
Boys. Let's go.
I get it, but my whole thing is growing up, I only got 2 to 3 games a year,
Oof.
and three was a lucky one.
Three's
Three
lucky.
was a
I
lucky
agree.
one.
2 to 3 games for me. I was renting games most of the time.
Like you probably said birthday, Christmas, and that third one is you had to do spectacularly well in school. And that spectacularly well for me only happened a few times. So one of the times I can remember is when I got Star Fox 64 for Christmas. I mean, for doing really good in school. So I didn't get a lot of games growing up. I didn't start getting a lot more games until I was in college. And even then, it's like money. It's like games have always been expensive.
Hmm.
So looking back for what our parents did and being in a position now, I'm like, I get it. Like my parents went through a lot to make sure that both my brother and I had one of each. We didn't. It's like we had to share the genesis, but after a while, when they saw that I was getting into games, it's like, okay, we'll do our. They did their best. So I get things are expensive and everything, but I come from a time where I didn't get a lot of games growing. I didn't get every game that was out. I had to talk about it with friends at school.
Yeah,
There's
yeah. I mean, definitely. Real quick before I kind of give you a little bit to talk about that because I think that's interesting. Captain Kingston with the $10 donut says, "Happy birthday, my guy. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, fam." And then Doctor Smooth with the $5 says, "Happy birthday, OJ. I appreciate your presence and humor. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate you guys coming through." Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, you look at it this way. Like, I get it. Like, Sean is in the chat. He says that he thinks it's offensive because 80's a bit too much and he doesn't have as much money, and I completely understand for that. Like, games are expensive, stuff is expensive, everything is expensive, everything's getting more expensive. I do think that for, like, conscious buying consumers overall, I don't think it's necessarily the price that's 80. I think some people, they're really set on the precedent that it sets. I don't know if it's just they might think that the value is worth there or not, but I think it's the precedent. That's what some people have stated, the precedent that it sets, that all of a sudden other developers are now going to say all their games are going to be worth 80, or now the price is going to go up, and prices have already went from 60 to 70, so I think that's where some people are with it too. What do you think about that, Abaddon?
So I have an unpopular opinion with that, and I believe that not every game should cost the same because not every game delivers to the same levels of value. And what it does is it commoditizes video games in the sense that everything should look the same. And what that does is it actually decreases the value of games long term. You say every game has to look this way, kind of like how you put. There's some people who believe Astro Boy to them is $60, but basically everyone has a different scale of value. So a lot of people, how many hours you get out of a game is their scale of value.
Mm-hmm.
To some, it's just how much fun did I have when I played this. That's their scale.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at what President is sets, I'm like, if there's some games I'll be 80, but there are some games I'll still be 50. There's some games I'll still be 60. There's some games I'll be 70. And what this does, I mean, for me, it makes it a lot easier for me to not add to my backlog. I'm like, I'm gonna wait on that. I waited on getting Xenoblade Chronicles X. I just bought Xenoblade Chronicles X, so like what, last week?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like, I got too many games. I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds, which ironically is a game that people feel like wasn't worth the $70 price tag.
Mm-hmm.
And we hear this every year with Monster. Every time a new Monster Hunter comes out, there's always going to be people complaining. And that's kind of like what I've seen with it. I mean, I'm not, and when I say that, I'm not trying to be like harsh towards the gaming community. Like, people got the right to voice their displeasure or things they didn't like for a game. But I do believe that, like you said, if it sets the precedent, okay. If it goes to 80 for some games, we can just judge accordingly. Is that a game that I want to buy? Because like we bought for GTA 6, I guarantee you that game could be 90 and it'll still sell out day one.
Yeah.
With the anticipation of
Mm-hmm.
that game, people will still buy it. And at the end of the day, the people that Nintendo and all these developers should focus on are the diehards who want the game. The people who want the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they're buying that day one. And I think that's how it should be. And it actually dispels the fact that some people are greedy, because when you set the threshold high, a price threshold high, it actually incentivizes more of the people who love the game to be more interested to go buy it, versus you getting a whole bunch of people who never played the game or just put in the bare minimum and say this game is not the greatest. Now you get to have actual qualified people who bought it, who paid for it, and said, actually, I like this game a lot.
I'm going to
And
push back on that a little bit, but don't you want more people
go
to
for it.
play the game in terms of, like, you'd want as many people to buy the game as possible?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I want to me personally, I want to prioritize the people who love it first, then everybody else second. I'm a big person of, you take care of your community first, then you take care of everybody else.
Okay, but what does
Take care
charging
of
what
him.
does charging more? How does that? I'm not trying to grill you. I'm not trying to debate you either. I'm just devil's
I love it.
advocate.
I love it. No, 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 no. I love the pushback.
Okay.
The charging more in the sense is Doug Bowser and the Nintendo team, for whatever reason or what they have saw, they judge this game to say this is going to be more. This is worth more than the new Donkey Kong game. That's going to be 70. I find that interesting. I want to know more. I'm like, y'all did not fully reveal your hand with this game, because there has to be another reason why you all are saying that this game is going to be 80 bucks. Now, it could be that y'all saw that this game sold like hotcakes on the Switch One, and were bold enough to make it 80 bucks on Switch Two. It could be that, but I'm saying, you know what? Let's see why you all think that this game is going to be worth more than the new
I,
Donkey Kong. Because the new Donkey Kong is going to be what, worth 70,
I'll,
I believe.
yeah, I think it's, I think we can, I can tell you right now, I don't think there's really anything else to show that tells you that. Donkey Kong is a single player platformer that is made with the singular focus. Mario Kart World is probably a game that took several more years to make, probably a lot more years to make, or at least a year or two more to make, because you have to test multiplayer. Adding multiplayer to a game automatically makes it more expensive. It has way more characters. It has way more stuff that they have to render. It has an actual real open world. It just has it's just a bigger, more complex game, whereas Donkey Kong is a very focused single player experience. Mario Kart is a massive open world, multiple player. The more players, the more dynamics, the more balancing, the more carts, the more physics. It has so many different things that happen within the world, where Donkey Kong, it's a platformer where you can just run, and the levels are scripted and jump, and you do what you do, and it's great. But yeah, I would definitely say because of the multiple dynamicness of a Mario Kart game compared to that. I don't think the budgets were close. I think Mario Kart's budget and dev size was probably significantly higher.
Way larger. So
Than
so then
Donkey Kong.
I'm gonna throw this in there then. With that being said, um, do you think that because they are being or that's they are charging high, do you think that the high price is part of the brand and the marketing to draw more attention to the game?
No, I don't think the high prices. I think it's a combination of them, how long they took to make the game. I think it's also a combination of them knowing they can get the game for that, and also it's a combination of the cartridge being more expensive. I think it's a combination of all of those. The game it's an open world, a huge game that took them forever to make. They know they can get a bit more for it. They can push you towards the bundle. So even though it's a higher price, they can push you towards the bundle to buy that. Hey, buy this, and we can get 500 out of you instead of getting 450, and then only 450. They can get 500 out of you, and then on top of that, yeah, it's just a massive game. It's just a massive game with a lot of dynamic elements that need to be fine-tuned and tweaked and balanced and tested. From what I understand, multiplayer games significantly add to the cost of a game. If a game is a single-player game, it is significantly less money than a game that is a multiplayer game because multiplayer testing requires multiplayer engines, multiplayer testing for it, multiplayer balancing. So you must spend more time. If Mario Kart was simply like how it was on the Super NES days or how it was on the N64 days, where it's just local multiplayer, they could probably bang out Mario Karts way faster than they are now at this point. But now because of the multiplayer, because of the dynamic elements, because of the different the doubling the race count or double the player count, I think those are all the things that contributed to it, on top of them knowing they can get that, and the cartridge size as well, the 32 gigabyte cartridge size. The pricier cartridges, I just think it's a combination. There's not any one thing. It's a combination of all of those things. And we'll find out if it's a good move or not, right? Because the game's gonna come out, and if people don't buy it, then we'll have that. So
I'll say this: it's like they're pushing. You can either spend 500 or you can spend 530. Because if you want the game, that is, if you want the game, I would say the deal is get it for 500. It's hey, I got to spend 500 for it. But if you don't want the game, then I mean, if you don't want the game, then yeah, you can only get a Switch for Switch 2. But if you want the game and buy it separately, then yes, you're going to be you're going to shell out $530 plus tax. And let's face it, most people are going to buy the new Pro controller, so you're looking at a 600 drop for the Switch 2, at launch, what a lot of people are going to try to buy. And in this time, I'll just say this. It hurts more in this time because we're in a really bad place to come out. I'm not even going to the political side of it, but it's just that we're just in a really bad place economy wise. And a lot of people are hurting. It's like I'm not calling nobody, but listen, I told you like I think last week, I'm doing DoorDash now. I literally just got back from I got myself something to eat, and I'm going to get ready to go to bed after I get something to eat. But I get it. Times times are rough and everything, and the only thing I can say to comfort towards that is don't fall for the FOMO. Like, don't fall and think that you're less than the gamer because you're not keeping up with everybody else. And it's literally okay to not have the latest things all the time, especially if and I'm trying to do my best to be the responsible big bro here, to say like, yo, even if the stuff looks really cool, like, yo, you got the GameCube, it's enticing and everything, yo, take care of life first.
yeah,
Life is so much more important. The games will be there. The games will always be there. I will
yeah.
tell you all now, if anyone wants to know what I've done, I bought more books lately than video games. I have like 60
The
books
older you
into
get,
my library
the more you realize what's important.
So it's like it's a luxury. It'll be there. I'm getting a Switch 2 day one as an investment for more time with the family and everything, because that's a
Uh,
bonding moment we can
so
have on
let
weekends.
me make sure I nip this one because the Great Wall talk. You can't compare content creators because content creators in this respect all legitimately don't actually care about the price of the game. And I'm almost confident that every content creator does not actually care about that, because you put out one video complaining and it literally covers the cost and then some. So it's a speaking for someone else. It's not themselves personally. Content creators, we get free games, we get access to stuff, we can request free games, we pay significantly less than anyone else when it comes to gaming for a full generation. So most content creators that complain about price aren't actually upset about the price, because it doesn't matter to them, because they can make one video, put it up, they can make $100, $200, $300 on that one video, and it literally covers everything for the game or whatever the case is. Plus you can write it off. So any content creator, and I said that doesn't mean it's not valid criticism, right? That doesn't mean it's not valid, but any content creator, they're not actually upset about the price. They're just saying it because, speaking of as someone trying to take yourself out of the content creator brain and put yourself in general consumer brain, and then go from there, because there's no actual content creator that does this full time and actually makes a living doing it that's actually really upset about the price. It's just something to talk about and what other people are saying. So keep that in mind. You can't use us. And RGT said the same thing before. I mean, even though he made a video saying that he's not sure it's worth 80, he's still going to buy it. He's still going to cover it. He's still going to make hundreds, if not thousands of dollars off of the videos that he makes off of it. So it's irrelevant for a content creator. So you take what they're saying, but take what they're saying in the sense of speaking of it from a normal consumer's perspective. Don't take it from the same perspective as a content creator, because once again, they actually, and I'm not trying to I'm not putting anybody on blast. I'm saying they actually don't care. Trust me, they don't care. They don't care about $10. They legitimately don't actually care. Like, if they don't lose sleep at night or go ape-ish on $10 for a game, they really don't. They don't care. All the content creators that do this for full time, and I'm not talking about struggle streamers or struggle content creators. I'm talking about content creators that have 100K, 200K, 300K, 400K, and that make that their videos do 40, 50, 60, 70K per vid. Like, they legitimately don't care about $10. Like, they don't. They don't truly. So just keep that in mind. But they're speaking from I'm a general consumer. I'm thinking about it that way for the value that I buy, because literally, like I said, you don't actually pay anything for, like I said, you can write off everything, and you can make money on just saying, I hate Mario Kart, or I don't think Mario Kart's worth it. It pays for the $10 right there. Regular people do not have the same access to that. So just keep that in mind, okay?
I wanted to actually just even to add on to that, like content creators, even you said 100K, I would say even as low as 10K.
Yeah, that's true.
You can even have access, even in some cases, even lower than that access. Literally, is nothing for these companies to give those content creators a free download for an $80 game and ship them a game that's $500. A console that's $500. Literally, there are companies that will, if they believe in the work that you're doing, they will pay thousands of dollars and put that investment in you because they see the future of where they're going. Because companies, they don't just look at your subscriber count, they look at your views per video, they look at your impact, they look at your community, they look at your comments, they look at people who are interacting, they look at all of that. And if they see that you have people who are willing to connect with you, they see that as an opportunity. So yeah, content creators themselves, if they're saying this, it's the marketing. It's the marketing to pull you in to watch the video, and one video could literally pay for the entire game. If it goes far enough, it could pay for the console and the game, and that's their paycheck for one video.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's not the only thing that I don't like. Is like when people, like you said, I think you said this point before, when people try to make it seem as if you are going to get it, you're some type of terrible, awful person, or you're some type of this or that. Like, I think it's getting tiring, and I hope that this is I know it won't be the last time that we discuss it, but I'm hoping that it's just like, it's like over with. It's like, hey, look, if you want to get it, you get it. If you don't want to get it, you don't get it. And that's that. And like, it's over with. Like, if you think it's worth it, it's worth it. Because I saw some Pat was like, oh, well, people are going to buy the game, or people are going to buy the special edition quickly, and it's going to be, and it's going to be sold out, and people are going to have to cop up 80. No, you actually don't. if you don't think it's worth it, then you don't have to buy it. If you think that it's too expensive, you can. And I hate to pull like back in my day, but back in my day, if you trade in your game, you trade in a game or two, you'll get the price cheaper because apparently it's that 80. It's not 70 that's making you upset. It's 80 that's making you upset. So if it's 80 that's making you upset and it's really that much of a problem for you and it's life or death or you have to do it, then you need to trade in some games. You need to trade in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe if you have that game, or if you need to trade in something else, trade in 2 games, get $10 off and get it to where now you're affordable and you can live again, right? Like, so I think that those are the things that I would say is like, if it's like I said, I wish it was 70 so people can just have it at that. I don't agree with the 80. I made a video talking about that. Like, it should be 70, but if it's that important to where you can't get the bundle and you have to have the game and you have to cough up the money for it, then you're gonna have to do stuff that I did when I was a kid to get games, which is you're gonna have to trade in, you're gonna have to side hustle a little bit, you're gonna have to do some other things. It's something that, you know, my parents taught me that, look, you're not entitled to everything. It is a luxury for you to have that. So if you want that, you're going to have to work for it. You're going to have to trade in something that you already have, or you're going to have to do some extra work so you can get what you want to get. Is it fair? Absolutely not. Should it be cheaper? Absolutely. N64 games and Super Nintendo games were expensive as heck back in the day when I was younger. They were really expensive, but you're going to have to do those things. You don't have to do anything though. Like if it's too expensive or if you can't afford it, then it's one of those things to where you can play something else. Like you can play something else or you can complain. You can complain online and you're very much entitled. Content creators that are complaining or regular people that are complaining or hate the price or say that it's such a precedent, that's okay too. Everyone's fine with that, but it'll be okay. It's not life or death, whether you get the game or not, you know? So that's what I'll say is like, listen, if it's too much, then simply play something else. You've got Steam, you've got PC, you've got other options. You don't have to buy anything. You don't have to. And if you have to get it, and if it's too expensive for you, then you need to do what I did when stuff was too expensive for me. And I would say trade in some stuff. You get it for a price that you feel is fair or that is good. If you don't want to trade in anything, then once again, then that's on you, right? Then you don't want to trade in anything. Then you just got to pay the price if you really want it that bad. But nobody's forcing you to buy the game. And I'm not trying to force you guys to get the game either. If you think it's too much, then it's too much. Then don't buy it. It's not worth it then. You know? So, and I don't disagree with every content creator that's saying that, oh, it's too much or they didn't show why or whatever. Then that's fine too. Then don't get the game or then that's fine. Then they didn't show enough. The game's not worth it. And that's fine. Then that's that. Shout outs to Brick World with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Brick World. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And thank you for becoming a tune-in tier as well. Appreciate that. Shout outs to Brick World. Thank you so much, man. Becoming a tune-in and gifting 5 memberships. Shout outs. Let's go. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. I don't know, Abaddon, do you have anything that you want to add or any other conversation that you want to get into?
Man, I'm looking forward to the GameCube. I'm not gonna lie. The GameCube announcement was what got me like actually super hyped because it brought me back to one game that I always wanted. Because I never owned a GameCube, but I wanted this game, and that's Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur. I was like, wait a minute, like okay. To tell you the truth, I bought Xenoblade Chronicles X with another game that I told myself I had to get, and that's Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. Outside of RPGs, fighting games are my thing. So that's why I'm like I'm a little excited for that's the thing. Okay, that's the one thing I actually wanted to get your take on because a lot of people have been talking about the Switch 2 has no real launch titles outside of Mario Kart 8. I keep saying Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart World, and I'm laughing because I'm like, wait a minute. So we're gonna pretend that full HD for like not HD but a fully optimized Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom is not going to count. We're going to sit here and pretend GameCube games being launched.
This is the best launch that Nintendo's ever had. Maybe that's not saying much for some people, but this is the best launch that I've ever seen from Nintendo. And like it's only one game, but I'm talking about like fully like every game. Like you don't want to load the launch with a bunch of first party games because then it kind of takes away from some of the third party games that are coming, and you want to be able to spread out some of the third party games first party games with the rest of the year. Like could they launch with Bonanza? Sure, but Bonanza you don't want Mario Kart and Bonanza in the same month. You want to spread it out like the Switch 1 did not have a bunch of first party games. So I don't know why some people are saying like they should have more first party games at launch. Really, you should have one big first party game that you know everyone's going to buy and maybe like a small game here or there. But you should definitely not load it up with a bunch of first-party games at launch. That's a bad idea. They've got a ton of third-party games that like Split Fiction and Hitman and Cyberpunk and Street Fighter and Bravely Default. They got all these third-party games that are also dope too. So let some of those breathe as well. And then as the months go on, like next month, you got Bonanza. Probably the following month or so, you're going to have Metroid Prime. You know, you're going to have Kirby later. You're going to have Hyrule Warriors later. You're going to have other games. So let those kind of filter in. But yeah, you definitely don't want to overload everything in the first month. But to me, Mario Kart in the first month and with the third-party games that are coming, that's completely fine. That will satisfy most people. And then Bonanza the next month afterwards is going to be great. So to me, that's okay. But I agree with you. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I'm not going to say that it's almost like a new game with that frame rate, but I think it's almost like a new game with that frame rate. Like, I don't want to say it fully, but it's almost like that because, dude, you see it running and you're like, wow, this is really, like, you know, especially like in the, like, you know, like the forest, right? Remember the forest?
Yeah. The forest had so much life.
Man.
Yeah, and it's like to go. It feels like because I would see all these people who would have like a PC renders of Breath of the Wild and everything, and they were showing how this game could possibly look. And now that we actually get to have that on console, first of all,
it looks like it.
The 1080p screen on handheld is big enough. Then to play this on 4K on your TV, and the game that I'm gonna tell you, the game that I'm waiting on, and there's a reason why I didn't play Xenoblade Chronicles X right away. I know myself. Xenoblade Chronicles X for me has a special place in my heart because that was actually my first Xenoblade game. And not only was it my first Xenoblade game, it was the first game that I bought with my own money, with my own console, when I bought the Wii U. I bought a Wii U late in the game because I finally had enough money, and Xenoblade Chronicles X was the first game that I bought. You can imagine I did not go to sleep that night. So playing Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Switch too, because I know they're going to have the 60 frames per second, that's the game that I want to play on the Switch too. I want to see what 60 FPS looks like for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I mean, Xenoblade Chronicles X. So those games, those are games for me. But Breath of the Wild, I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna start a new game. I'm just gonna play Breath of the Wild over again.
Because I have to play Breath of the Wild over again.
Now I'm in my minority with this. But overall, I did appreciate Tears of the Kingdom. Overall, Breath of the Wild has it by a smidget for me over Tears of the Kingdom.
I don't think you're in the minority. There's actually a lot of people that think that.
And I like Tears of the Kingdom, but after I beat it, after I got all the stuff from the Sky World and the Underworld and everything, I got the armors and everything, and I beat the game, I didn't have the pull to come back to that game as much as I did Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild kept on calling me back. Tears of the Kingdom is still in this case now. So that's why for me, I would love to play through that again, but Breath of the Wild, I'm looking for that experience of just traveling through the world again, 60 frames per second in 4K, and I'm excited all over again. Because
here's the interesting thing. I think Tears of the Kingdom might swap some people's opinions on that. Because Tears of the Kingdom, while it fundamentally was solid, it was a fundamental solid game, every time you pull out Ultra Hand, which is a lot, lags frame rate dip.
Yeah.
Every time you try, I mean, there isn't frame rate dips going from the sky world to the, like, ground, but being able to teleport, like there's more locations, so you have to teleport more. So then what happens when you teleport? Loading. You know? Load times.
Yeah, I want to see what happens. I really want to see what happens with Tears of the Kingdom because I feel like Tears of the Kingdom had the potential. The story got on my nerves. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got tired of watching the same scene over again. I'm like, this is not ground.
For the people, not the champ. Are they?
They're
not called the champions, are they? They're called the the warriors.
But I do want to see now the Warriors game that they have as a follow up looks interesting, and because as you mentioned, the Warriors games used to suffer from a lot of lag. Yeah. So if this Warriors game could fix the lag problem,
Which
Um,
it should be able to. It looks like from the initial analysis it's running at 30 frames, but it looks like it's running maybe potentially in like a graphics mode or a quality mode. So if they make like a separate mode, a performance mode and a quality mode, I think it should be fine. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition runs fine on Switch, so you know, it was I don't know what happened with Age of Calamity, man. I have no idea, but that shouldn't happen again. Age of Calamity is like the worst. It's like the worst running Warriors game that I've ever seen. So, well, modern Warriors game. I mean, some of the older Warriors games ran pretty bad too, but
absolutely.
But yeah, man, for sure. Yeah, I'm just excited to get the fun thing is that they don't make you wait for, like, let's say if they made you wait for Tears of the Kingdom or Breath, like you get both of them right there at launch. So to me, the launch is the best launch Nintendo's ever had. Last, you know, with the Switch One, what was the launch? The launch was Breath of the Wild, which was an awesome, incredible experience. But that was like the only game. You had 1-2 switching, you had like Bomberman, and you had like Snipper Clips. Like there was literally nothing major to play. Whereas this launch, you actually have, obviously you have Mario Kart, which is a huge game, a brand new Mario Kart. And then you also have, you know, you also have the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. You can play those, and those are upgraded. There were no backwards compatibility or upgraded. GameCube, there was no virtual console whatsoever, no NSO whatsoever on Switch One. There was nothing at launch. Plus you have a ton of third-party games as well, which there were no major third-party games at the launch of the Switch One. Not a single major third-party game. There was only single A, like there was only indie. I don't know what Bomberman. I don't even know if Bomberman's double A. Like Bomberman's like slightly above indie at this point in terms of how it looks and like plays and like this like maybe it's just call it double A. Okay, they have Bomberman, but they had no major triple A game at launch, third party game at launch for the Switch One. So it crushes that launch.
They had one indie side Square Enix game on the Switch One launch. I did buy it.
I Am Setsuna. That is essentially that is essentially an indie game.
I was one of the few people who bought that game. I call it great value Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, great.
That's basically what it was.
That's definitely great. Best value, great value, malto meal. Like it's definitely the off brand Chrono Trigger. Like I don't know, man. Like we've seen better Chrono Triggers than that in terms of. But yeah, man. You know. The Switch One launch was rough. So then you go back to before Switch One. I think the only one that you can say is like, okay, well, what about the Wii U launch? Wii U launch had a ton of third-party games, right? Wii U launch had a ton of third-party games. They all ran worse than the Xbox 360 and PS3 games of the same ones. But the first-party games just weren't there. Like, they had Nintendo Land, and they had New Super Mario Bros. U. So that doesn't beat out Mario Kart. That doesn't beat out Mario Kart. And the third-party stuff, I think it's about a wash. There was more on the Wii U, but it's about a wash in terms of the third-party. Because you have Street Fighter, you have Bravely Default, you have Cyberpunk. You have some pretty good stuff. You go back to the... Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Switch One did have a solid roadmap, though, because they kicked off the year with Breath of the Wild.
They did.
But ended the year with Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
I think right now, like I saw a beat 'em ups video, and right now, or not beat, he commented me on Twitter. He felt that the Switch 2, and no, it was Obi-Wan plays. You know Obi-Wan. Yeah, Obi-Wan. He said that the Switch 2 launch beats out the Switch, like the Switch 2 roadmap beats out the Switch 1 roadmap. Beat 'em ups agreed with him. I looked at the roadmap, and I think that the Switch 1 has more. It might have more brand new first-party games, but I don't know if it doesn't have more games overall, like actual like big third-party, like the Switch. Because like Switch 1 is, or Switch 2 is getting like Final Fantasy. Switch 2 is getting like Elden Ring. Switch 2 is getting, you know, like it's getting like pretty big, major, massive games. Or games like it's getting Cyberpunk, obviously. It's getting Street Fighter. It's getting like all this stuff that Switch 1 didn't get. Switch 1 got games that were like, the third-party games that Switch 1 got were like years old. I think the only current new major AAA release that Switch 1 got in the first year that was somewhat recent was Doom 2016. That was
Doom 2016, and
Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 is also coming to Switch day and date. So that's also like Switch 1 didn't get the third-party games day and date or as close as they are. Switch 1, they didn't even get a lot of games that were within years of it. Like it got Skyrim and it got Doom. Those are the two big ones that I can think of. Everything else was probably smaller, or like it didn't get anything else outside of that. That was major. Now I got a lot of smaller games. Like it did get Resident Evil Revelations, which is a 3DS game upported. It did get that. It did get like stuff like Disgaea. You know, it got what else did it get? I think it got Ys 8 Lacrimosa. That might have been the following year. That might have been the next year. Never mind.
Yeah, yeah. The only game I think Switch when they started to get things in line was what year? No, that was 2020. That was 3 years later. I think it took 3 years for them to get games the same time as the other consoles. And the game that comes to my mind, I'm thinking about it, is Trials of Mana. Trials
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Mana came out day and date in 2020.
I think that was
So
that 2021 for Trials of Mana, or was that 2020? Oh no, it was
that,
20. It was
that was
2020. Yeah, it was 2020. Yeah.
that was in the pandemic. So yeah, Trials of Mana was one of them, which to this day, that's actually still one of my favorite SquareSoft games. That's actually one of my favorite games on the Switch. I love Trials of Mana.
It's very good.
Um, but I would say the Switch 2, to be fair, is getting through a 3 month like the Switch 1 had a 3 month start. They came out in March, which is, if anyone knows in business, that's an unprecedented month to drop a console. So the fact that the Switch 1 dropped in March of 2017 was huge. And right now, the Switch 2, which I saw it happening in June. I'm like, the perfect time. That's perfect time. That's when the kids get out of school for the summertime. So you're gonna get explosive summer sales for everybody at that time. And here we are. Wait, June, in the beginning of June. So when most children, some children are done at the end of May. So you're gonna have children in the country already done here in America, and some people are overseas. Some do schooling all over the place. That's neither here or there. But either way, what I would say is it's a good release for a Switch 2, and I want to see what's going to happen. I know they're going to have like a summer direct, and I feel like the summer direct is going to have maybe one or two games that's going to be a shocker that's still slated for 2025.
Oh yeah,
That's
absolutely.
what I.
Oh, absolutely. There's going to be that. I mean, here's the thing though. I want to bring up what Felipe had to say because I think it's good and it's bad. Switch One did not have Dragon Quest 11 in the first year. So it did not. Dragon Quest 11 came out in 2019, so that is a big game to remove from that list. Splatoon 2, ARMS, Xenoblade 2, Skyrim, Super Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Fire Emblem Warriors. That is fantastic. That is a great lineup. But remember, with Switch 2, you're getting Mario Kart World, you're getting DK Bonanza, you're getting Metroid Prime 4, you're getting the brand new Hyrule Warriors game. You're obviously getting the games like the 60 frames per second updates, which Switch 1 had none of that. So you're getting Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at 60 frames. Everyone's going to want to go back and at least try those out. You're also getting Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and you're also getting Mario Party Jamboree. All of those at way higher resolution and frame rates. Jamboree already ran at 60, but I think you get 1440p plus the new content on top of that. And then the third party isn't even close because like you brought up Skyrim and you brought up Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest 11 wasn't in that year, but whatever. You're bringing up third party. The third party isn't even close. The third party here, you're getting Street Fighter 6, you're getting Bravely Default, you're getting a Hitman game, you're getting Split Fiction, you're getting Cyberpunk. You're also getting Final Fantasy VII. You're getting Elden Ring. Like the third party, like you should have never included the third party, Felipe. That was your mistake. You're also getting, Kirby Air Riders. Kirby Air Riders is also a new game for this year too as well. So the problem is that you included third party. And when you include third party, there is no question. And I didn't even include everything. Like you got the Kitsune Igami game. There are just way more third party games. And Borderlands 4. You're just getting way more on the Nintendo Switch 2. It's not even close when it comes to third party. Like the third party just buries it. Like just completely buries it.
I will say this since you mentioned Final Fantasy VII. I'm gonna say this now. The third game is going to sell so much better than Rebirth
Because of Switch
because
2
I know
or
that make. Yep. I'm fully convinced that Square Enix is gonna make this game available on Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch 2 day and date. They're not gonna do. I don't see them doing the PlayStation exclusive deal for this one. I see them, and if they put it on Switch 2, I promise, I promise to see PlayStation and Switch are going to be neck and neck in terms of how many people are buying. It's going to be split between the two. You're going to have people who are going to be willing to sacrifice some graphical fidelity to be able to play that game on the go. And then you're gonna have some people who says they don't care, they don't leave the house anyway, so to play their game, so they're gonna play that game in the easiest way possible. And PC is
Yeah.
gonna be
Oh,
another one that's gonna be day and days.
we also have to add Pokemon Legends ZA as well. That's also another new game. I think if you look at it in totality, and I see what you're saying too, Abaddon with Final Fantasy, that might be a video for another day too. But I think in totality, I think I'll take the Switch 2 lineup. I think if you include third party and
I
first
do
party
too.
combined, I think I'll take that. Although Switch 1 lineup was very, very, very good. I do think that there was some great third party games. I mean, you had Mario plus Rabbids, whatever, however you want to see that game. You have that game, all that stuff. So, but yeah, I think I'll take the Switch 2 lineup with the third party games.
Me
I mean,
too.
there was
Yes.
no new third party games for the Switch 2, or for the Switch 1 at launch. Like there was nothing in terms of AAA major third party games. There was no new games. Like there wasn't a single new game that I can remember, or even game that was within a good amount of time. Doom 2016 was the only game, like even like within the last 3 to 4 years, the only major AAA game that I can think of within the last 3 to 4 years of the Switch 1 launch was Doom 2016. Now, if I'm wrong, correct me, but like Switch 2 actually has games within the last 3 to 4 years or whatever, like major games that were actually good. And even Phantom Liberty, which is Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, even that is I think 2023. So that is somewhat newer. Cyberpunk is 5 years old, but Phantom Liberty is an expansion. I think that's like 2023, if I'm not 2022 or 2023. Switch 1 didn't really have anything. Doom Eternal was not a launch year game. Doom 2016 is the game. Disgaea 5 is definitely not a AAA game. But I can't think of anything. Like Switch 2 actually has games like Borderlands, or it has games like Elden Ring. That was 3 years ago for Elden Ring. Plus you get the Shadow of the Urchi with that, right? I think you get Shadow of the Urchi with that. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, it has that. Like it actually has games that were in at least somewhat a time period. Street Fighter 6, I think was 2023, if I'm not correct, for Street Fighter 6.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't think there's really a comparison. There's also some games that were just coming out like last year or so that was revealed in like the lineup of games. I don't know when the Hitman World Assassination game came out or whatever the case is, but yeah, Disgaea 5 is not a AAA game, guys. Like I see some of you guys saying Disgaea 5, it's not a AAA game. It's not AAA.
That's a double. That's a double.
Yeah, that's a double A type of game. It's a good game, but it's a double A type of game. So yeah, I mean, if we're just talking about new triple A games, no, it's not even close. Like Switch had one game, it had Doom Eternal, that was even somewhat new. Like let's just say within the last 2 to 3 years or so. Like it didn't even have like stuff that was like PS3 360 that were like let's just say like 2015, 2016. Like it didn't even get games from that era, from like 2015, like on the 360 or like the PS3. It didn't even get those in the first year. Now, don't get me wrong. Like we were we were busy with all the, like, we got Pokken Tournament, we got Mario plus Rabbids, we got, Resident Evil, we got Doom, we got Skyrim. Like there was some good stuff, but just thinking about it from like a totality compared to Switch 2, I don't think there's much of a comparison here.
There isn't. Let's just put it out there. Dust Bloods. You have a game.
That's
you have
next year, but yeah.
But I would say, I want to see if it's before June. If it's before June of next year, I'm gonna still count it as the first year.
Okay.
The first year lineup. Because if that game releases before June, it still technically counts for their first year run.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see when, because if that game drops in like April, then yeah, that's the game that I want to put out there that Nintendo and From Software.
Deluxe, yeah, I agree. Deluxe versions weren't comparable because deluxe versions, all they did was like up the frame rate, or not even up the resolution, like the 1080p, and sometimes they didn't even do that. Like the deluxe versions with the Nintendo Switch 2 are actually dramatically increasing the game and even adding like new DLCs and new contents. A lot of the I think Pokken maybe added some, but that DLC might have been available on the Switch 1, but I think some of it wasn't, some of it was. but the deluxe versions of are not better because there was no backwards compatibility, so you had to rebuy the game. If you already have the game, the deluxe versions of the Switch 2 is better, and they increased the game quality significantly better than what we got on Switch 1. So I don't think the deluxe versions are comparable in this sense. I mean, I think we got 2 deluxe versions. We got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and we got Pokken Tournament, from what I remember. And yeah, those weren't increased to the quality of like what we're seeing with the deluxe versions of Switch 2 games. Like it's not close. I mean, look at Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Like that tells you everything that you need to know. Cyber Torso as well with the $5 dono. And Kinesis with the $2, and he says Xenoblade Chronicles 2 upgrade will be glorious. Yes, sir. This stream just leveled up another hour, level 7 hour, baby. Someone get me some coffee. I know, seriously. Someone get you some coffee, man. We need some coffee. Abaddon, anything else you want to talk about, brother?
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm about to go ahead and start getting ready for bed because I gotta get up.
It is 12
to the
a.m.
gym
where
tomorrow.
you're at. I just realized that. Go to sleep, sir.
Yeah, I'm about to get some rest. But pleasure talk with you, man. Appreciate the conversation. Enjoy the rest of your birthday, and I'll drop it on the weekend.
Hey, shout outs. Abaddon, we got to have you on for just more talks, man. I mean, like I said, you're like a brother to me, bro. I appreciate you. I'm always going to be your friend. I know you're always going to be there for me. I'm always going to be there for you, man. Like, I don't think this is going to be just temporary.
Oh, no, likewise. Definitely. If another talk, just let me know, and I'll definitely try to hop on.
Yeah, shout outs. I know Abaddon, he has his family, he has wife, he has jobs. So Abaddon's a busy man. But I'm glad that you found some time to come through, man. It really makes me happy. Thank you.
No doubt, man. We'll talk.
Take it easy, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, I told you guys there'd be guests today. We had Party Man, we had Paul Gale, we had Baron, we had Abaddon, and noticed how, listen, I shout outs to the homie YouTubers and all that, but noticed how I wanted it to be people that were really ingrained in the community. Because you guys hear all the other guys talk all the time. I'm on podcasts with everybody else, but I wanted it to be people that don't normally, I mean, Baron comes on somewhat normally, but I wanted it to be people that were ingrained in the community that you guys can kind of, you're like, oh, okay, it's somebody that doesn't really come on as much, right? So that's the reason why I didn't really ask any bigger content creators to come on. I just asked people, that were like ingrained in the community to come on, because I thought that you guys would maybe, you guys would like that maybe a little bit more. Obviously it'd be great if Scott the Walls came on, but maybe next time. But yeah, I wanted to get people that were, like I said, like that were ingrained in the community and all of that. So we appreciate you guys. So we have one last thing to do, and that is giving away a full physical copy or digital copy. It's just going to be the price of the game. So you can do whatever you want with it. But I'm giving away the price of a full $80. If you live here in the US, you will get a copy shipped to you. If you live overseas, you'll probably get a digital copy. But, whatever. You can spend it on whatever you want. You want to buy Mario Kart, you buy Mario Kart. So, we are giving away a full copy of Mario Kart World. Did I say Mario Kart 8? I didn't mean to say Mario Kart 8 if I did. Mario Kart World. A full copy of the game. Everybody in the chat say, hey, yo. Okay, so this is going to be a keyword giveaway. Everyone is eligible to win. And what you have to say, you have to spell this out correctly, okay? And you have to put drop the price. The keyword is drop the price. I'm going to put some luck modifiers on there, but the keyword is drop the price. You just got to type it in once. Drop the price. No, all lowercase and together, guys. All lowercase and together. So you can type it in again if you want. All lowercase and together. Drop the price. Just like this, okay? Drop the price. Just like how I put it. You can copy and paste it too if you want. Drop the price. So you can write it again if you want. You can write it again if you want. So drop the price. Drop the price. That's all you got to do. We're going to wait a little bit, then we're going to give the game away. Drop the price. All lowercase. And I will be giving away a copy of the game. Drop the price. Hold up here, guys. Hold up here. Hold up. I gotta put this right here. It's the happy birthday. That's yeah. Like we gotta put drop the price. As the let's see here. Drop the price. Let's go. Reminds me of Nintendo streams. Yeah, exactly. That's why I did it. That's why I did. I thought it'd be funny to see everyone spam drop the price. You just have to put it once, though. You don't have to put it more than once. You just have to put it once, and it will register, and it will be great. It will be a great and glorious thing. So drop the price. For those who stuck around for 7 hours, you guys are incredible. Seriously, thank you guys so much for all of those who stuck around for so long. You know, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. You know, you guys are incredible. You guys are awesome. So yeah. So absolutely. Shout outs to is it Sharpedo with the $5. I thought I clicked on OJ's birthday special, not a Nintendo Treehouse. Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel you on that one, brother. So yeah, I feel you on that one. So keep on putting that. If you haven't drop the price yet, put it in there, and I will potentially give you a copy of Mario Kart 8. So yeah, there we go. Celia with 3 E's. Celia B with 3 E's. Sharpedo, shout outs though. Thank you so much, Sharpedo. I appreciate the $5 dono. Today was wild, man. Today was just like a crazy stream. You guys were out here today. The balloons were ballooning. It was such a great stream. You guys are incredible, and I cannot wait to come back. Am I gonna be back tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I think we kind of have to do JoJo Friday. So tomorrow's Friday. So I kind of have to come back Friday for JoJo Friday. But we'll see how I feel. I might take the day off. I probably won't, but I might take the day off. I might, just because today was a killer stream today. Today was an absolutely killer stream. Like, today was nuts, man. Today was a nutty stream. Shout out to Crispy Toad with the $1. Says, this has been great, OJ. So I'm thinking you should start doing 7-hour streams of the daily. Come on, man. Listen, I talked as a side note thing here. I talked to my wife about this, and she said that she wouldn't mind that. As long as every time I get my ad revenue check, that she gets a good portion of that. She gets a chunk of that. So she said, you can do that, but you got to pay me because I'm taking care of the baby all day. If you're going to sit there and stream all day and edit all day and do all that, you got to give me. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about once we actually have games to play, the streams will definitely get longer, like multiplayer streams that we can play, like Mario Kart, I think that the streams will definitely have like longer stream nights and stuff. But yeah, I haven't streamed 7 hours consecutively in a very long time. Like and to be honest, I actually streamed more than today. I actually streamed more than 7 hours. Today, I streamed, because I streamed in the morning today as well. So I actually streamed, for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I actually streamed for 12 hours today because I streamed about for 5 hours this morning. 4 hours and 49 minutes plus 7. So yeah, I streamed for about 12 hours today total. So this is the most that I've ever streamed in a day, probably. I've never streamed more than 12 hours in a day. This is the first time ever that I've actually streamed 12 hours plus in a day. So pretty wild, pretty wild. So yeah, I might take tomorrow off. My friend actually moved back in town. For some of you guys know him, he came and played Pokemon Unite with us a few times. He's been on voice chat. A-Train. my friend A-Train actually moved back in town. He moved back to the Central Valley, man. So I'm actually super stoked about that. I might go hang out with him, get some lunch or something, because he moved back and he's like a really, really good friend, like one of my best friends. So I'm actually super hyped about that. I was like, yo, because he moved back. He lived in Southern California before, so he moved back to Central. So I'm actually really happy about that. Yeah. Like I'm really happy about that. He's like a good, like that's actually somebody that I would play games with like locally. So like I might even be able to do streams where like we play a game like locally, like me and A-Train, and like if he wants to be on the stream, like he'll be like sitting next to me and like we can play a game, or like we can have like that's actually somebody that I would do that, you know, that I would do that with. He actually helped me out the first time that I tried to do, you know, like when I did Player Essence. He was on like my old Player Essence podcast streams. I had him and another guy. A-Train came out and hung out for those too. So he's always been supportive. He's always been like, you know, the homie on that. So yeah. King Cagney with the 24 months. Thank you so much, King Cagney. Need a badge for the 12-hour. It says your wife said it's time to take over baby duties. Yeah. I mean, listen, my son, dude, he's like Bam Bam. Like, legitimately, the dude's like Bam Bam. Super strength. He is physical. He'll run into things and more, man. It's crazy. Yo, King Cagney! Yo, with the 24 months and the $50 party, man! No, let's go! Shoutouts, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yo, the party man.
Happy birthday.
Yo, shout outs, man. Thank you for that. I'm losing my voice somewhat. Happy birthday. Remember, if you have not put in drop the price in the chat, I am giving away a copy of Mario Kart World. So if you have not actually drop the price all lowercase, if you have not put that in, make sure you put it in. You just got to put it in drop the price. All lowercase. Do it like this. If you do it like that, it'll enter, and if you don't do it like that, it won't work. So make sure you do it like that. Big love to King Cagney. Yo, we out here. We even going. Combo breaks and further beyond, baby. Yeah, I need some tea and some honey. We got honey. I've got some tea too. I've got some tea, so I'm probably gonna take some tea and honey tonight. But yeah, the dude's like Bam Bam. Shout outs House Game. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. The dude is legitimately like, he's strong. He can pull, he can just like grab you and like yank you. He's only barely a year and a half, but the dude he can pick up a PS5, even when he was like, this dude is just strong, man. He is just a handful at times. And like I said, he can run. You gotta be careful when he runs, because, you know, babies don't have the best balance and they don't have the best, you know, situational awareness. So he can like run into things at times. Like sometimes he can see very well and he can hit corners, but you know, a baby's a baby, you know? So like the dude can just like, and if he has something in his hands that he thinks that you're going to take away from him, he'll literally bust out into like the Emmett Smith, the Ricky Waters, the Adrian Peterson, Barry Sanders. Like the dude literally juked me the other day. Like he had like the remote, and he had the remote for the TV, and he was like, and I'm like, no, give me the remote. And he's like, huh? And he just like took off running, and I tried to like grab him, and he literally like hit a cut and went right underneath my legs. So I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm getting juked already. Like this guy is gonna be Barry Sanders, man. Like I don't think he's gonna be anything like me. I think he's gonna destroy me in sports and in strength and in like smartness and toughness and everything. Like he's gonna be way better than I ever was. J2 Blue with the $20. Thank you so much, J2 Blue.
Happy birthday, OJ. You're one of the best ones to do this.
One of the best, man. Listen, I don't know if I am. I don't got the numbers to prove that, but I'll say this. You guys are one of the best to ever do this. This is one of the greatest, best communities of all time. And there ain't I think today proved that. With the people coming through for what we were having, like the fact that you guys, so many people came through to say happy birthday, man. It was awesome. So thank you guys so much, man. Crispy Tofu with the $1 dono. Wait, I thought you were supposed to have DSP on for the birthday stream. Is he still coming? LOL, JK. He would be great for soliciting B-Day donos, though. Yeah, right. He'd probably ask every single 5 seconds. I don't think I've asked a single time. So yeah, not shout outs to DSP. He's a douchebag. Shout outs to Viva, though. She's at 8 months. 89 months. Shout outs to King Cagney. Says drop the price. Nick says raise the price. Everybody just do whatever. Do whatever they want. All right, so that's gonna wrap it up. We are gonna give away this copy of the game. And yeah, we're gonna roll it. So everybody's been entered in. Whoever wants to enter in, they're entered in. And let's do it. 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, so Aiden Guard, Sigma. I don't know what that is, but whoever that is, you have won the giveaway. I don't know what the person's name. Like here, I'm gonna put it up on the chat, or so you guys can see it. Whoever this is, Aiden Guard, has won the. Are you still here, Aiden Guard? Are you here though? We're gonna give you 1 minute to respond, or how about a minute and a half to respond? Okay, there we go. He's there. He's there. He's there. Yes. All right, you are here, Aiden Guard, a non-elite ninja, by the way. Happy 40th. I am not 40. I am 52 years old. I am 52. So, Aiden Guard, you have won the copy of Mario Kart World.
I like it.
You have won the copy. Shout out to Complain Zidane. Thank you for the $1 dono. I appreciate that. You have won the copy of Mario Kart World. You have won the copy of the game. You have won it. And you can get the game when it comes out. So, I will be giving you... are you... Real quick, Aiden Guard, are you in the U.S.? If you're in the U.S., I can buy you a physical copy, or I can buy you a digital copy. Or I can just give you the money. So you're gonna have to email me, and I think an email would be good. Or you're gonna have to Twitter DM me and verify that it's you. So on my tweet about this live stream, post that it's you, and then let me know, like in the chat, like or in the comment section of the post on my Twitter page. If you don't have Twitter, you're gonna have to email me and verify through your channel that it's you and everything. We gotta verify and everything like that. So you gotta take screenshots and verify that it's your channel. Physical copy. All right, I got you. You're in the US as well. Okay, so that's gonna make it easier. So then I can just send you a copy from Amazon, right? So it's just gonna be a straight up from Best Buy or Amazon or whoever has it. You're just gonna get a copy shipped straight to your house. Physical copy shipped straight to your house. So yeah, congrats. You don't have to buy the game for $80. You get the game now for free. So I'm doing my part to drop the price. Okay, I'm doing my part to drop the price for people. I'm doing my part. Sounds good. Sounds good. So email. Do you want to respond through email, Aiden Guard? So email might be good, or Twitter, either one. But once again, I'm gonna have to get verification that it's you because people try to cheat these things. So yeah, man. How many copies have you given away tonight, OJ? I've only given away 1 copy, but we're probably gonna give away more copies at or around launch. We're gonna give away more, but I only gave away 1. I gave away 3 eShop cards at $10, so it can drop the price from 80 to 70. So that was kind of like a funny thing that I thought I'd do. Is like, hey, look, we're gonna give away 3 eShop cards to drop the price, and then we're also gonna give away Mario Kart 8. So I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to do my best. Drop the rice. Drop the rice sometimes. Email? Okay. My email is on my homepage. If you go to my homepage, my about, it's on there. So if you want to email me, it's also on my Twitter page. You can see my email there. So either one works. All right. So, woo! What a stream today, guys. What a stream. I want to say thank you to everybody that supported. There is a long list of people. I want to first and foremost say thank you to all the Elite Ninjas, the Get-ins, the Tune-ins, the Elites, the V's, the Velvets, the Party Mans. I want to thank all my guest speakers. Paul Gale, Baron, Abaddon, let's see here, Party Man. I want to thank all my guest speakers, Baron, everybody that came on to speak. I want to thank everybody that hung out. Some of you guys were here all 7 hours, or you guys were here for 4 hours, or 2 hours, or 3 hours, or even if you just stopped by to say hi. Everybody in the chat, give yourselves a round of applause, man. Like I said, the community is the best. I've been holding back tears pretty much the whole time. I've been I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've done this a few times. I've held back tears a number of times, man. So I just want to say thank you so much to everybody here, everybody that supports. Even if it wasn't on my birthday, you guys come through to the streams. Like I said, you drop, I don't care if it's $1 or $100 or if it's anything, or if you just come by for moral support or for viewership, or if you watch all my videos. Thank you guys so much for everything. Like seriously, every bit counts. Everybody counts, and you guys have just been literally the craziest stream today. If you go back all the way to the Mario Kart World stream as well, a number of hours ago, Like, even that was crazy today. Even so many people supported that today and said, happy birthday, OJ. And you guys know what it takes to do streams like this. You guys know what it takes to be here consistently. And I do add value to what you guys, you know, your daily life. And I've had people tell me that, like, yo, OJ, like, you know, your streams add that to my life, and I appreciate you, fam. But I say this, you guys add more to my life. You guys add purpose. I feel like I've accomplished something, and I feel like I've met people that I'm going to be hanging out with and I'm going to be talking to for like, for decades to come, forever. Like, I might be hanging out with Party Man, tell him, like, on the deathbed, bro. I might be like, yo, Party Man, I'm on my way, but yo, one more Mario Kart match. Or some of the people, yeah, I swear, some of you guys, it's gonna be like lifelong friends, man. So thank you so much, man. I appreciate you guys. You know, I appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. I mean, people say you're old. My daughter, you're bald, you're old, you're bald, you're old, you're bald, you're old. I mean, she says that about me, but I don't plan on stopping, man. It's too much fun. It's just too much fun. It's too much, there's too much pride. There's too much of a great sense of community. So even though I talk about, oh yeah, I'm going to stop at some point, or I'm going to do this, man, I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. Like, it's going to have to be something drastic. So I don't see it. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for, it's hard work coming to the streams too. Like, sometimes you might want to do something else. A lot of you guys say, hey man, you know, I like OJ, I'm gonna help him out. I'm gonna come to the stream. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna put on the background, whatever. A lot of you guys do even more than that. You guys support. So, I mean, it's like I said, the fact that, and sometimes the streams can get monotonous. The streams can get, maybe there's some stuff that I said that you don't like, but a lot of you guys still stick with me. You know, a lot of you guys still stick with me and don't, you know, don't ditch me, you know, and don't, you know, and all that. So I appreciate that. Really, I do. But like I said, the stream today was insane. Like, it was absolutely nuts today. In terms of the stream and the support. So thank you guys so much, man. Thank you so much. Love you guys. If you haven't seen my videos, I did do 2 videos yesterday. And both videos I think were pretty well received and good. So if you haven't seen my videos that I did yesterday, check it out. I did the next free Nintendo Switch 2 updates, game updates, and I did Monolith Soft's new Switch 2 RPG just got more exciting. So I did 2 videos on that. So if you want to check those videos out, those are up on the home page. You can watch them. If you don't know where the home page is, that's okay. I can help you out here, and I can show you. The home page is right here. So if you go to the home page, you can always see any of my content. If I'm live, it'll be up right there. Obviously, you can see subscriber count. You can see For You videos. These are the newest videos, you know, that you can see For You, but also my upload videos. You know, you got uploads. You can watch any videos that you missed over the last couple days. These vids, you know, are doing okay. We're going to get all those to 10K. But we got a lot of vids here. 20K, 10K, 11K. Here we go. 23K. Let's go. So we got a lot of cool vids. And if you're feeling bold, if you're feeling really, really, really bold, you can go to my uploads, right? You can go to the uploads, or you can go to, not uploads, sorry. You can go to my videos tab, and you can look through there, and you can watch this video right here. Why I sold my Steam Deck OLED for the Nintendo Switch 2. This video got some people in a tizzy, very angry at me over this video. Or you can watch my Nintendo fans rage on Switch 2 pricing. But here's what will happen. Here's what will happen. So you can watch that video. That video got people interested, but also this video right here too, as well. So yeah, good videos, a lot of fun. Celebrate the 10-year anniversary, Velvet. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. 10 years. That's crazy. That is nuts. So, all right. I think I am exhausted at this point. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys coming through. And yeah, I'm even thinking about potentially editing a video tonight with Mario Kart. I'm going to reshoot the video that I took and probably upload that maybe late tonight or early tomorrow morning. So we'll see. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for being awesome. Thank you guys for being the best ever. And yeah, man, let's see here. Some Steam Deck videos definitely hopping, either delete or private the stream, private the Steam Deck video. Yeah, that's not happening. I don't even look at the comments. You know, people just being mean. But I appreciate everybody that I do appreciate people coming through and watching, even if they hated it or because it was from a crazy mentally ill banana guy. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate that. And we'll see you guys for the next one. Peace out. Take care, guys. Thank you so much once again for today. It was a nuts birthday. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, all. Love. Peace. all that good stuff. Go get some rest. You guys sleep well tonight.